train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Filming of Dancing Battle completed. The Green Mile, adapted from Stephen King's novel, is about to make its debut in the Christmas season. The director of this movie is closely related to Stephen King, and they are a very good pair. But this is not the most important thing. The main thing is that the leading actor of this movie is also very good. He is a Hollywood superstar, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks can be said to be the most famous genuine American in Hollywood. He has a conservative personality and a restrained appearance. The roles he plays are almost all righteous images, and he rarely plays villain roles. He has superb acting skills and won the American Oscar for Best Actor in 1994 and 1995. He is one of the most beloved actors in the United States. His appeal is so strong that there is a saying in the film industry that Tom Hanks' name alone is worth 100 million box office. This time, Universal Studios invited Tom Hanks to star in this play with the purpose of relying on his popularity to take the lead in the Hollywood Christmas season. In addition, this play is adapted from Stephen King's novel, which is also very popular. It can be said that the combination of two swords is invincible. The only disadvantage is that this play is not a comedy, nor a family-friendly type. It is a bit touching and shocking, and it does not seem to be suitable for the atmosphere of Christmas joy. In addition to the above two plays, there is also a British romantic comedy Notting Hill invested by MGM. The director and the male lead of this play are both authentic British stars. One is director Roger Michell and the other is actor Who Does. The focus of this play is the female lead, which is the Hollywood baby level Queen Julia Roberts. Yes, it is this big-mouthed beauty who is popular all over the world. In fact, before the filming of this play, the male lead Who Does thought that the international Queen Julia Roberts, who is now popular, might be the only candidate to play the heroine Anna. When he told the director Michelle about his idea, Michelle thought it was simply unattainable. Later, Julia Roberts' agent saw the script of the film and said it was the best romantic comedy script she had ever seen. In Michelle's eyes, this was a good omen. Sure enough, Julia Roberts was very optimistic about the role of Anna and agreed to play the role. Later, director Michelle said at the press conference, Julia is very suitable for the role of Anna because she is a famous international movie star and is just playing another star. Facts have also proved that this film invested by MGM is really suitable for Julia Roberts to play. The male and female protagonists are a perfect match. It was filmed in the UK. The British style is integrated with the petty bourgeoisie and leisure mood. The gorgeous comedy element and the popular love element make this film extremely exciting. In summary, Warner Brothers, The Matrix 2, Columbia, Fake Dad, Universal Pictures The Green Mile, MGM, Notting Hill. These films are basically big name films. In addition, Sony's American Beauty and Dismiss Stuart Little also joined the battle near the Christmas season. In addition to the above mentioned major film companies, there are also new Christmas films released by other film companies. However, in front of these big sharks, they are almost all small fish and shrimps, or minced meat dinners. It can be said that in December 1999, the good movies carefully produced by major companies almost all squeezed into the cinema this month. On December 10th, for Feiyang, a good news came. Sony's American Beauty was criticized by the American Film Association as a bad work because of the scenes in it. It was sent back to the company for re-editing. In this way, if American Beauty is to be screened, the date is estimated to be greatly postponed. Sony was very surprised that this film was rejected by the Film Association. In fact, Feiyang knew clearly that the play American Beauty was controversial in the previous life, especially the plot design of Lalita, which was criticized by many filmmakers who felt that this kind of uncle and loli incest greatly affected the appearance of the movie. So, what position does the illicit relationship occupy in American Beauty? This social taboo, if not handled properly, will seriously affect the development of the characters and the harmony of the story. A 16-year-old girl became the savior of a 42-year-old middle-aged man. She gave him hope for beauty and a reason to change his life. It can be said that this angle has never been seen in similar themes. The director was very smart and did not dwell too much on the thorny illicit relationship. But in the end, for the sake of artistic ambition, he still entered the minefield. The uncle and the loli had a sexual relationship, which challenged the censorship authority of the Film Association. They directly killed this part and asked the director to take it back for re-editing. So when we watched this play in the previous life, the re-edited story was that the uncle and the loli had been playing ambiguously with the goldfish and never broke through the last so-called moral defense line. The uncle did not have a relationship with the pure virgin in his mind, which disappointed countless eagerly waiting audiences, but made the censors of the Film Association complacent, as if I was a moral judge. But in the end, Feiyang still underestimated Sony's strength. The re-editing of American Beauty did not affect their release schedule. In other words, this drama will not be postponed as Feiyang imagined, but the nephew will hold a lantern to illuminate his uncle, as usual. Feiyang was overjoyed. He wanted to see the enemy get into trouble, so he might as well go back and reorganize his own movie. Only when he is truly strong, he will not be afraid of anything. At the same time, the filming of Dancing on the Floor has also reached the final stage. In these 3 days, the crew has finished filming most of the scenes at the end, and what awaits everyone is a perfect ending. December 13th, 1999. That night, there was a bright moon in the sky, and the breeze suddenly rose. The weather had turned cold and there was a little chill in the air. In order to shoot the last scene of Dancing on the Floor, that is, the dance competition, Feiyang specifically found Fox TV and asked to borrow their talent show venue. This venue is very large and open. Most importantly, Feiyang is very familiar with it. The live audition of Dancing on the Floor was held here. Now it has been transformed into a stage in the play, which makes Feiyang feel inexplicably confused. Which one is real, and which one is fake? After 7 o'clock, the largest and all-of broadcast site of Fox TV began to be quiet. If it were normal, this time would be the busiest time here, but today, the originally crowded venue became silent. Feiyang sat on a chair next to the stage and watched the people around him busy. They were setting up various sets, the actors were putting on makeup, the lighting technicians were adjusting the lights over and over again, and Fatty Jack and photographer Cindy began to hold the camera to deduce the next shot to be shot. The lounge behind the studio is not very spacious. Roadblocks have been set up at both ends of the corridor to prevent idle people from entering. The more than 30 people standing in the lounge, including the masked dancer group, are all dancers selected by Feiyang from the talent show. The group came here early, put on makeup, put on clothes, and everything was ready, just waiting for the director's order to start filming. In another VIP room, Michael Jackson, the leading actor, was putting on makeup, and his agent Peter was talking to him about the scenes to be filmed later. Mike, remember, your role later is very important. According to director Yi, it is the finishing touch. Yes, it is the finishing touch. So you must do your best. Peter pinched Mike's shoulders and encouraged him. Mike took a deep breath. To be honest, he was very nervous. In the past, whether it was shooting a song MV or performing on stage, he could handle it with ease and seemed very relaxed, but today he felt particularly nervous. Why is this happening? Mike asked himself. Maybe it is related to the atmosphere around him. Not far away, the 3 beauties who played his apprentices in the play, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton, were already. The 3 little girls were not talking and laughing like before, but had different expressions. Especially since it was Jessica's first time to be the heroine, she was inevitably a little nervous. She asked Anne beside her, "Can we shoot it well?" "Yes, we can. This play is about to be finished." Anne comforted her. "Don't be nervous, Jessica, just act like usual." Paz, who was putting on his shoes next to her, suddenly said, "Yeah, why are you nervous? Look at me, it's my first time to shoot a play, but I'm not nervous at all. I'm so relaxed." "Aren't you nervous?" Jessica suddenly asked. "Yeah? What's wrong?" Paz didn't understand. "Then why did you wear the left shoe on your right foot?" "Ah, damn it." Paz blushed. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed. Even Michael Jackson next to him laughed. Inside the shooting site, At 7:30, all the work was ready. Even the extras who acted as audience entered the venue, sat down, and waited. Looking around, there were 300 or 400 people sitting in the studio, but the surroundings were silent. This atmosphere was very strange. Director, the lighting is fine. The actors are in place. The cameras are in place. Everyone looked at Feiyang with a firm gaze. The crew was filled with excitement, and Feiyang felt the same as them. After such a long period of hard filming, after countless days and nights of hard work, the film was finally going to be finished this evening. Chapter 202. Dancing Battle Finale. Seeing that the filming of the final scene was about to begin, Feiyang stood up and smiled at everyone. Everyone, this is the last night of filming. Everyone shoot well. After the filming is finished, everyone will go back to the company to have a dinner party. Okay, no problem. The group of people were in high spirits and cheered. Start filming. Feiyang picked up the director's baton and shouted loudly, and the whole audience quickly got into the state. At the same time, the two cameras of Fatty Jack and Cindy started to turn. Medium shot. The door of the live broadcast venue. It was empty and there was no sound. Then, chaotic footsteps sounded, and the audience poured in from outside like a tide. These people had excited smiles on their faces, and kept talking to each other. Then the camera pushed to the crowd, and we could see their expressions, and hear their various discussions about the upcoming dance competition. The camera switches, and the expired dancing king played by Mike sits with his friends. Not far away, Cage, the friend who once betrayed him. Nicolas Cage plays a cameo, is looking at him. Cage gives Mike a thumbs up, then arrogantly slowly lowers his thumb. Mike shrugs and just smiles at him. The two people's temperament and tolerance are immediately seen. The secret battles and secret fights under the stage have not affected the fight on the stage. As the camera switches, the song and dance competition on the stage has begun. First, a white guy jumps on the stage and dances a dynamic breakdance. This kind of dance was once popular in Europe and the United States in the 1980s. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, this dance, which was originally loved by many teenagers, has only become a skill for picking up girls occasionally. The white guy dances very beautifully and imitates everything from cleaning the glass, passing electricity, and Mike's moonwalk vividly. However, director Feiyang's target is not him, but Mike under the stage. As the camera rotated, it occasionally gave Mike a close-up. He touched his chin, frowned, and looked at the stage with his eyes sparkling. In a moment, the dance ended, the stairs on the stage slowly rose, and a dark shadow walked up. The lights turned on, and a black dancer appeared in front of everyone. If there were outsiders at this time, they would definitely recognize the actor who played the guest dancer. He was tall, bald, big-handed, and looked like a natural basketball player. Yes, he was Michael Jordan. Originally, Feiyang invited Jordan to star in this play with the help of Michael Jackson's relationship, and cleverly arranged him to appear in the last scene. On the stage, Jordan began to dance the native dance of Africa. Yes, our great basketball star danced the native dance. There was no way. Jordan was a genius in playing basketball, but he was very frustrated in dancing. In the previous life, there was a Michael Jackson song MV, in which Jordan played himself. He taught Mike how to play basketball, and Mike taught him how to dance the moonwalk. Our big man Jordan practiced sliding, but he couldn't slide out of the sense. This shows how poor his dancing talent is. Although Jordan is a big star, Feiyang is unwilling to waste all the camera shots on his weird indigenous dance, so after switching a few shots, he moved the camera to the back of the stage. Start filming the behind the scenes story. What's the story behind the scenes? Exclamation mark. Of course, the camera is used to show the expressions and emotions of each of Anne Hathaway and others who are about to participate in the competition. Feiyang's storytelling skills have long been perfect. According to the script requirements, Anne and her friends choreographed a very good dance under the guidance of their teacher Mike, but the despicable Cage, played by Nicolas Cage, bribed their friends and plagiarized the idea of this dance. During the filming, Feiyang used two cameras and a method of fast lens switching to switch between Mike's discovery of the plagiarism of his dance, Anne Hathaway and others' discovery of the plagiarism of their dance, and Cage's smug expression. This series of switching really tested the photographer's shooting skills. Fortunately, photographer Cindy had worked with Feiyang for a long time and knew his temperament in filming. His own shooting skills were also first class, so the lens switching was very smooth. Cut. Feiyang shouted to stop. "Boss, is it over?" Fatty Jack turned to ask Feiyang. "It's done. And it's great," Feiyang said. "That's exactly the feeling I want. Mike, you have to show surprise, but surprise implies indifference. Cage hurt you again, but for you, what you care about now is only dance, not hatred. Annie, Jessica, and Paz, your expression should be mixed with resentment in surprise. Yes, resentment for Cage copying you. Show the resentment that you girls are good at. Let me see the anger in your eyes." Feiyang waved his arms and shouted loudly. Mike, Annie and others stopped to rest. Naturally, someone handed them water, put on makeup, and helped them get ready. Here, Feiyang, Fatty Jack and photographer Cindy studied the shooting method of the last set of shots. Seeing that everyone was almost done, Feiyang clapped his hands and said, "Okay, everyone, get ready to shoot the last set of singing and dancing shots. You must cheer up, and don't let down at the last moment. Don't worry, director, we will do it well. Just watch, we are the best. Come on. Work hard." Suddenly, "Boss, I heard there will be a cocktail party after the filming is finished, right?" A very discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked at the person who spoke, and a closer look revealed that it was a little actor who played the supporting role of the dancer in the play, but this little actor was very depressed during this period. Feiyang nodded and laughed. "Yes, after the filming is finished, you can all go and have fun. Woola." Everyone was like chicken blood, and they were excited. This set of shots had to be shot in 3 dimensions from high altitude, so a crane was needed. Feiyang and Fatty Jack climbed on the crane. This last shot was a long shot that was shot in one go for about 5 minutes. "Mike, Annie, come on, you have to perform well for me." Feiyang greeted Michael Jackson and his girlfriend Anne Hathaway, and then raised his right hand high on the crane. The whole crew fell silent. The last shot of dancing on the floor. "Start shooting." Feiyang raised his hand and waved it vigorously, and the shooting began. The camera slowly pulled away after discovering that the dance they choreographed was plagiarized. Annie and others lost their fighting spirit and confidence. As a dance instructor, Mike began to encourage them and told them, "Dance is everywhere. You have to remember that you are not dancing with your legs, but dancing with your heart. If you can do this, then any element can be used to become a dance." With Mike's encouragement, Annie and others began to regain their confidence. The camera switched, and Mike walked over and borrowed a guitar. Then he played it freely, and Annie, Jessica and Paz went on stage and began to sing and dance. I don't want anyone else. If it's not you, I don't want nobody I don't like why push me out." Feiyang changed the tune of this song, and the lyrics were changed to English. The whole song sounded much brighter and more compact than before. With the charming dance of the 3 beautiful girls, the whole live broadcast was full of youth and vitality. In terms of the camera, it was mainly a medium shot from above. Feiyang deliberately increased the speed of the nobody dance. It was supplemented by the coordination of the upper body, so in the medium shot from above, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton showed their beautiful dance postures. This song and dance was not very long, only 2 minutes in total, but it was still quite difficult. Then, the music gradually faded, Anne Hathaway stopped, and the music suddenly changed to ballet music, and then Anne was seen looking calmly at the stage below. In the subjective lens, Michael Jackson was encouraging her to jump with his eyes. Anne finally danced ballet on the stage, with Jessica and Paz cooperating beside her. However, when it was their turn, they and the masked dancers danced fast-paced street dance. It can be said that Feiyang borrowed the creativity from the scene of song youth and cleverly integrated classical ballet and street dance. In the close-up, the villain Cage was shocked, and then was moved by the dance and felt ashamed. The audience was shocked and applauded. Mike smiled comfortingly. The camera continued to pull away, revealing a panoramic view of the entire competition scene, and finally lost focus. Cut. When Feiyang called for a stop, the crew was silent. They looked at the director Feiyang, and stared at his mouth. "Boss, did you pass?" Cindy, the photographer, stood behind the camera, her face flushed. Feiyang turned around and looked at everyone, then nodded heavily. "Ho ho. Oh yeah." Cheers rang out like a tide, not only from the crew, but also from the extras on the scene. After such a long period of hard work, the film was finally successfully completed a dozen days before Christmas. "Call it a day. Go back and have a drink." Feiyang waved his hands vigorously at Fatty Jack. Fatty Jack and Cindy were almost going crazy, and they cleaned up the set in less than half an hour with their men like a whirlwind. A group of people retreated to the company amid singing. In the social hall of Dream Pictures, when Feiyang and his friends arrived, as the company's chief financial officer, Fatty Gao Jiabao was directing a group of people in the company to prepare food and drinks for the banquet. All the people of Dream Pictures were moving back and forth in the hall, as if it was a holiday. Seeing that everyone had picked up their glasses, Feiyang stood on the stage with a glass in his hand, then raised his glass and said, "Thank you." He drank it all in one gulp. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They thought Feiyang was going to say some inspiring words, but just this one sentence. However, this one sentence showed Feiyang's sincerity without any disguise. After a moment of silence, everyone raised their glasses. "Congratulations on the completion. Long live. Long live." The roar was like thunder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. The War is Coming. After the filming of Dancing on the Floor was completed, the next biggest thing Feiyang had to do was naturally to edit and submit the film for review. As a musical, the perspective and method of editing are different from those of ordinary movies. If the editing of ordinary movies focuses on the development, rhythm and sequence of the story, then the key to editing a musical lies in the grasp of the dance scenes. In other words, the dance effect you edit must be shocking and powerful, not as understated as in ordinary movies. This is the key in the selling point of your film. In fact, when shooting this film, Feiyang deliberately introduced some special effects shots, mainly to highlight the magnificence and thrillingness of the entire dance scene. The audience will be shocked when watching the play, instead of feeling like they are watching a street performance, which is very ordinary and ordinary. Of course, there will not be too many special effects shots, so as not to turn the musical into a science fiction film. They are just used as embellishments and occasionally mixed in. Feiyang is very satisfied with some of the dance scenes edited in the early stage. Every dancer in the shot looks dynamic and perfectly integrated with the stage, scene, etc., forming a real dance scene. The effect is just like watching a live performance, giving you a strong sense of immersion. In addition to these thrilling dance scenes, Feiyang is most concerned about the control of the emotions of the characters. As mentioned earlier, Michael Jackson and Paris Hilton are all new to the big screen. It is inevitable that they will be a little nervous and immature for the first time acting, and the emotional expression of the characters is not in place. For this reason, Feiyang has to carefully identify their roles and modify or reshoot some shots that are too poor. Only in this way can the play be perfectly created. For Feiyang's almost harsh identification method, does, who has always advocated carefulness and seriousness, side to abnormal. The release date is approaching day by day, and the editing work is almost ready. The current workload of Dancing on the Floor is indeed very large and tense. First of all, the theatrical version needs to be edited, and then the music, color, and post-dubbing need to be done. These must be done before December, and then the copy will be submitted for review, and then it will be released as scheduled. But in terms of the soundtrack, the famous soundtrack master John Williams has almost perfectly combined the songs he created with the shots edited by Feiyang. But he and Feiyang still have some differences in some scenes. As mentioned earlier, the soundtrack of general movies is different from the soundtrack of musicals. For musicals, the soundtrack can be said to be its condiment. Pleasant and memorable music can not only improve the overall quality of the musical, but also make the characters and dances in the play come alive. As a big name in the film soundtrack industry, the biggest disagreement between John Williams and Feiyang is whether to use the soundtrack to promote the story process, or the story process to promote the change of the soundtrack. According to Williams' usual practice, or Hollywood's usual practice, the soundtrack is just a child's play, serving the story of the movie. Admittedly, the soundtrack plays an important role in the movie, and there is an Oscar, but in the eyes of traditional Hollywood people, it does not occupy a very important position. But Feiyang told Williams that the soundtrack is the soul of the movie. A movie may be in different languages, such as English, Russian or French, but music has no such boundaries. Good music can cleanse people's souls and allow people to communicate with movies better and without obstacles. Among them, Feiyang gave an example, saying that the most famous Hollywood musical The Sound of Music, its interlude Edelweiss moved audiences all over the world. Williams was deeply moved after listening to Feiyang's words. Williams has always been proud of being a film composer, but many filmmakers still look down on his profession. On the surface, they smile at you, but in fact they are extremely contemptuous. When composing music for many movies, the director likes to give you instructions, saying what kind of music he wants, and what kind of emotions he wants to express, and he doesn't care about the feelings and suggestions of a professional composer. But Feiyang is different. He respects you from the bottom of his heart and puts the music in an extremely important position. This touched Williams very much. Don't worry. I will make the soundtrack of your play a classic among classics no matter what. This was the last sentence Williams said to Feiyang. At that moment, the famous Hollywood soundtrack master glowed with the fighting spirit of a young man. At the same time, the promotion of Dancing Soccer has never stopped. With the enthusiastic progress of the third round of Dancing Soccer talent show on TV, the name Dancing Soccer has begun to take root in the hearts of North American audiences like a seed, and as the competition progresses, it continues to grow and spread. So much so that many interviewed audiences, when mentioning the show Dancing Soccer, will involuntarily mention Feiyang's play. It can be said that the shadow marketing strategy created by Feiyang has been a great success. Dancing Soccer? Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Now we are looking forward to the early release of the movie version. You all know that the movie of the same name by from China is about to be released. Yes, I will definitely go to support it when the time comes. Oh my god, I can't wait. Dancing Soccer, whether it is a movie or a TV show, I will definitely watch it. In fact, this publicity strategy created by Feiyang is somewhat similar to a program in the past, Dad, Where Are We Going? After this variety show became popular in the mainland, a certain film company took the opportunity to launch the movie version of Dad, Where Are We Going? During the Spring Festival. In just less than a month, it earned 200 million yuan. This shows how powerful this shadow marketing is. As for whether this movie version of Dancing Soccer is better than the talent show, the answer can only be found in the cinema, which is shadow marketing. In addition, Feiyang also used a second marketing method, celebrity effect marketing. At the right time, Feiyang played the trump card of Michael Jackson and launched a carpet bombing on major websites and Michael's personal page. What are you waiting for? Michael's first play, See You on Christmas. Are you a diehard fan of Michael? If so, come and watch Dancing. Michael's first screen debut, Michael's first bold attack, Change the Image, I'm Michael Jackson. Along with these continuous and updated promotional slogans, Feiyang also posted some of Michael Jackson's shooting footage on the website. Yes, some of Michael's funny and weird shooting footage, and some of them were shots that were no longer needed after editing, and were placed here for everyone to appreciate. As expected, this kind of promotion based on Michael attracted countless Michael fans in a very short time, making them flock to these promotional websites like moths to a flame, clicking, watching, and commenting. Don't worry, Mike, we will support you. Ha, I didn't expect Mike to be so good at filming. Oh my god, Mike, I love you so much. I will definitely support this movie. The feedback from the public was positive and enthusiastic, touching and tearful. As Feiyang's cannonball, Mike forgave Feiyang for treating himself as a magic weapon without saying hello. Seeing so many fans supporting him, he was extremely excited. His grandmother. How long has it been since she was so favored? Look, the charm of brothers is still infinite. Seeing that the online publicity has achieved very good results, according to the new plan formulated by Feiyang, the third step, large-scale poster marketing, should be carried out next. Nowadays, in major North American cities such as Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and Toronto, passers-by can often see promotional posters for dancing on the floor at bus stops, subway stations, real estate, and even in elevators and toilets of some famous buildings. But these posters are not serious pictures of actors, but printed with a black shadow doing the moonwalk, and then a line of big words looking of dancers back. In addition, there is no information about the movie except the official website. Only at the bottom of the poster are there various slogans and ticket booking phone numbers. The slogans vary from place to place, such as direct to dancing on the floor station at bus stops, selling the latest movie tickets at shopping malls, direct to the ticket office at phone booths, and if you want to see the coolest street dance, please contact us. If you want to win the movie viewing award and mic hug, please go to the cinema on December 23rd. The purpose of these means is not only to arouse curiosity, but also to establish a sense of substitution for movie fans and audiences. When they see these movie posters on the street, they will subconsciously have a feeling that this movie must be watched, and they will feel sorry for themselves if they don't watch it. And these alternative poster labels will be spread to more cities and more public places in the next few days, until the movie is released. Sometimes, this simplest and most primitive way of publicity can also have a good publicity effect. In addition to the above three promotional methods, shadow marketing, network marketing, and poster marketing, as a partner of Dream Pictures, Fox TV also gave Feiyang very friendly help, at least in the rolling playback of movie trailers, and did not intend to charge him more fees. This is a man who loves dancing. His dream is to build a dance academy and pass on his dream like a torch. However, his dream was shattered by the betrayal of his friend. With the narration in the trailer, Michael Jackson turned into the male protagonist on the TV screen and grabbed Nicolas Cage's clothes. "You deceived me, and I still regarded you as my best friend." Cage: "Yes, I deceived you, but it's because you are too stupid. Now, the dance academy is mine, and the dance team you founded is also mine. You have no choice but to get out." Narration: the betrayal of friendship made him decadent. He no longer believed in any miracles or anyone, and even prepared to give up his beloved dance. But at this moment, he met Michael Jackson, with a decadent face and messy hair, walked frustratedly on the streets of the city, looking around at the surrounding street scenes with a melancholy face. There were young people everywhere enthusiastically doing street dance, skateboarding, parkour. The camera switched and saw three beautiful girls dancing a beautiful dance on the street. Mike's eyes lit up immediately. In the huge abandoned steel plant, Mike said to the three girls very seriously, "Would you like to learn to dance with me?" "What? Are you kidding? Learn from you." Got narration. But in the end they still formed a new rookie team. But the screen quickly switched. Hathaway screamed "ah," and when she was practicing dancing, she was tripped by her own feet and fell to the ground. Jessica screamed "oh." She and her dance teammate walked on the street in a cool way, and her head hit the lamppost and fell to the ground, and Paz was dancing and wrestling with the girl next to him. "You are garbage. You are not worthy of learning to dance." As Mike yelled at them, the three beautiful girls were awakened by the roar. Hathaway, Jessica and Paz put their hands together and then shouted loudly with a determined look, "From now on, we have to change ourselves." As the brisk narration said the names of the leading actors, their shots were played on the TV screen. Michael Jackson, on the TV screen, in a dim dirty smoke-filled small room. Michael Jackson, with a pale face and bloodshot eyes, smoked a cigarette and said decadently, "I won't dance anymore." Anne Hathaway, on TV, Anne opened her mouth exaggeratedly and said in fear and excitement, "What? We are going to participate in a dance competition? I can't do it." Jessica Alba, in the picture, Jessica was wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, looking like a super cool girl. She sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "Why, what do you mean I should join? Because we want to take away the championship." Following Anne's shout, some story scenes were played on the screen, as well as wonderful dances, masked dancers and other supporting roles. The narrator said louder and louder. Feiyang wrote and directed it himself, and the superstar Michael Jackson is the leading actor. On May 23rd, the dancing whirlwind is about to rise again, and dancing battle is on the stage. The scene was quiet, and in the dance practice warehouse, basketball star Michael Jordan smiled and said, "Hey, guys, look at my new dance steps." As he spoke, he danced an African native dance clumsily. Michael Jackson, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton all looked at him with strange expressions. After a moment, Anne asked, "I want to kick him out of the team. Does anyone agree?" Everyone raised their hands. Haha. After watching the trailer on TV, Feiyang, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed and said, "Annie, the role you play is very interesting and cute." Jessica next to her smiled crisply and said, "Just cute." Feiyang looked at her and smiled. "No, not only cute, but also charming." Jessica smiled and rested her head against his shoulder, and suddenly asked, "Yi, do you think I will mess up?" "Mess up what?" Feiyang asked back puzzledly. Anne Hathaway shook her head and said, "Nothing, I'm just a little nervous." Feiyang smiled, lowered his head and kissed her, saying, "If you screw up, I screw up, but I don't think so. I definitely won't screw up. This movie has all the element of success. Believe me, miracles will happen again in the future." The production cost of Dancing on the Floor is $38 million, $30 million of which is the salary of Michael Jackson, the big star. According to his meaning, since he took the $30 million, he would not participate in the box office dividend. In addition, the cost of publicity, copies and other costs also reached an astonishing $3 million for the first time, which means that, if only the box office is counted, it needs to exceed $100 million worldwide to make money. Of course, the original soundtrack CD, DVD and other peripheral income has always been an indispensable part. As long as the movie can get most of the praise from young people, there will be no screw up. Don't worry, we will definitely get off to a good start. Feiyang's right hand hugged her waist tightly, his eyes burning. "Yi, I believe you, but I hope you can accompany me to a place," Anne Hathaway suddenly said. "A place? Where is it?" Feiyang couldn't help but be curious. "You'll know when you get there," Annie said. In a moment, Annie and Feiyang got in the car together. Feiyang looked at the dark night sky and then looked at the watch on his wrist, which showed the time was 9 o'clock in the evening. "It's so late, where are we going?" Feiyang asked again. "I won't tell you, just drive, keep going." "Really? Then you better sit tight. I'm going very fast." "Oh, damn, don't go so fast." The car started suddenly, and Annie shook her body. "I told you to sit tight," Feiyang said innocently. Annie's answer to him was a roll of her eyes. The car drove on the road for about 10 minutes, and according to Anne Hathaway's intention, it turned a corner and saw a huge church. This church is really big, and the gate alone reminded Feiyang of the Warcraft castle in The Lord of the Rings. Of course, Feiyang is not a short hobbit, but he was also surprised. The reason was not because of the huge church in front of him, but because he didn't understand why Anne Hathaway suddenly brought him to the church. Exclamation mark. Could it be for? Feiyang's mind was spinning fast, and his imagination was full of thoughts. In many love movies, the heroine often likes to make a surprise attack, and then directly drag the hero to the church, to swear an oath of love, or even secretly get married. What? Secretly get married? Feiyang was suddenly shocked. He hadn't thought about getting married yet. What if Anne Hathaway really dragged him to put on a wedding dress and a ring for her? Feiyang was panicked. As an unmarried man, his fear of marriage was obvious. Anne Hathaway didn't understand Feiyang's thoughts at all, seeing that he was in a daze. In fact, his face was pale. She smiled and said, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you come in with me? Together, go in." Feiyang could be said to have been pulled by Anne, and he half-heartedly walked into the church. Pushing open the door of the church, Feiyang wondered, why are American churches still open so late? And the lights are bright, aren't they afraid of wasting electricity? Exclamation mark. The interior of the church is extremely neat and bright, with white candles lit and swaying shadows, and Jesus, the savior of the world, stands in front with a compassionate face. "Look, Yi, this is it. How about it? Do you feel peaceful?" Anne Hathaway said happily. You came here just to make me feel peaceful? Feiyang was surprised. Yeah, what else did you think I was going to do? Oh, nothing. Feiyang shut up immediately. After a moment, Anne suddenly said softly, well, what's the matter? Let's close our eyes and pray together. Pray for what? Feiyang thought he was going to pray for love, but he was wrong. Hathaway said, let's pray together for the success of dancing on the floor. Feiyang was completely confused. She brought him to the church, so late at night, just to pray for her movie, and he was still petty, and suspected that she was going to make a surprise attack, and make him swear forever. Shame on him, shame on him. Feiyang closed his eyes, knelt in front of the statue of Jesus, clasped his hands together, and prayed silently like Anne Hathaway. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. May your kingdom come, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Anne Hathaway prayed softly. The whole church was silent, with only Hathaway's silent prayer coming out slowly. May you show mercy, and bless our new play to be a success. We are willing to be your loyal people. Feiyang didn't move. He just closed his eyes, and listened silently with his ears erect. Suddenly, Anne Hathaway touched Feiyang's shoulder and said, why don't you pray? Feiyang, am I not praying? This counts as praying. Why don't you recite the prayer? Prayers? Are they what you just said? Feiyang cleared his throat, and then said like Anne, Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. May your kingdom come, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. May you bestow your mercy, and bless our new play to be a success. We are willing to be your loyal people. And when Annie saw him praying devoutly like her, she smiled and said, that's right. Then she closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and said to the holy statue of Jesus, thank you, Father God, for the gift of my Lord. Amen. Feiyang dared not be careless anymore, and imitated her. Thank you, Father God, for the gift of my Lord. Amen. Originally, he thought that, after reciting these prayers, he was done. When Feiyang was about to stand up, he saw Annie still kneeling there very devoutly, but just now she was praying softly, but now she closed her mouth and eyes, and no one knew what she was doing. Feiyang felt uncomfortable kneeling or standing up, especially as a man, kneeling for a long time, and felt very uncomfortable. Just when Feiyang was hesitating about what to do, and suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. Why, are you bored? Feiyang shook his head, not really, but you know me, I feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable when I come to this kind of place. As soon as Feiyang finished speaking, Anne Hathaway suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. So now, are you comfortable? Feiyang. He looked at the holy Jesus. Never mind. He held Anne's cheek and kissed her fiercely, and moaned, struggled a little, and softened in Feiyang's hot kiss. For a moment, the whole church was warm as spring. Chapter 204. Big wealthy family. In the United States, every Christmas, many big companies or big families will hold some unique Christmas banquets. At this time, whether the banquet is well held, how many guests are invited, and whether the guests are up to standard, have become the capital for many companies and individuals to show off. For example, many big stars like to hold private parties in Beverly Hills, Hollywood, and many film companies like to organize song and dance performances in their own cinemas. As for some big families, they like to hold open-air parties in private villas and private manors. In short, all kinds of wonderful dinners emerge in an endless stream. After the film was submitted for review, Feiyang, who was busy preparing for the premiere, received a very special invitation during this period. The invitation clearly stated that Feiyang was invited to attend the Christmas dinner held in a private villa tomorrow night, and the one who invited Feiyang to attend this Christmas party was none other than Paris Hilton, who played the leading role in Dancing on the Floor. Yes, it was her. It was this rich lady who invited Feiyang to attend the Christmas banquet held by her family. Speaking of the Hilton family, its founder is Conrad Hilton, a giant in the American hotel industry, known as the Hotel Emperor. Born in New Mexico, USA in 1887, he was one of the top 10 chaebols that controlled the American economy. During the First World War, he served in the military and was sent to the European battlefield. After the war, he retired and then ran the hotel industry. Hilton's motto for running the hotel industry is, "Have you smiled at your guests today?" This is also the core content of his book Feel at Home. Today, Hilton's hotel empire has extended to the whole world, with assets of billions of dollars. In the United States, the Hilton family is ranked among the top 10 industrial chaebols, and is an absolute big family. Therefore, whenever the Hilton family holds a Christmas party, almost all of the most influential political, business and entertainment figures in the United States are invited. As a newcomer who has been in Hollywood for less than 2 years, Feiyang can have this honor because of the light of the daughter of Paris Hilton. In the United States, unlike other places, beauties here will laugh at you for climbing up the dragon and attaching to the phoenix. On the contrary, if you can climb up the dragon and attach to the phoenix, it proves that you have ability. For example, a very good business story explains everything. A poor man wanted to marry the daughter of a bank tycoon, so he found the mayor and said that he was the son-in-law of the tycoon and hoped to invite the mayor to be the master of ceremonies at the wedding. The mayor was very happy. The man took the opportunity to say that he and the mayor got along very well and hoped that the relationship could be further developed, so the mayor accepted him as his adopted son. Then, the man found the tycoon again and said that he was the adopted son of the current mayor, and he admired and liked the tycoon's beloved daughter very much and hoped to marry her. When the tycoon heard that he was the mayor's adopted son and liked his daughter so much, he agreed to his request after a little consideration. In this way, this man married his beloved person just by relying on his ability to climb up the dragon and attach to the phoenix, and he had a double harvest in career and love. Looking back, when Feiyang received the invitation from the Hilton family, the Oriental's face-saving mentality made him a little undecided whether to go or not. It was Durs who pushed him and said, "Only a fool would not pick up such a pie." At about 6 o'clock that evening, Feiyang first greeted Hathaway, hoping that she could accompany him to the banquet. Hathaway said that Miss Hilton invited you, and I was not invited, so it was nothing to go, so she did not agree to Feiyang's request. Feiyang knew that this girl had a grudge in her heart, but he had no choice. Fatty Gao Jiabao was rubbing his nose and cheek to follow him, but Feiyang was in no mood. He left this live treasure and drove alone to the Hilton family's private villa in Los Angeles. As soon as he parked the car, Paris Hilton ran over from the room. Paris Hilton used to be proud of her long golden hair. Blonde and blue-eyed beauty seemed to be her byword. But maybe because she was tired of her unchanging hairstyle and was trying to show a new image, Paris dyed her long hair black tonight and only dyed a little red on the top and ends of her hair, making her hair look black and shiny. Dear Yi. Hilton was wearing a sexy evening dress, waving her hands while running, and was out of breath when she ran to Feiyang. "Hey, Yi, I thought you were not coming." Hilton looked at Feiyang embarrassedly. "There are food and drinks, why shouldn't I come?" Feiyang smiled. Paris Hilton pouted her mouth and showed a little unhappiness on her face. "What's wrong? Then you come here, just for food and drink?" This girl is arrogant and has a bad temper since she was a child, and it's the same when facing Feiyang. Then what else can it be for? Feiyang deliberately asked back. "I'm ignoring you. You really don't know how to be grateful." Paris Hilton turned around and led Feiyang into the room angrily. As soon as he stepped into the hall, the heat wave inside hit him in the face. A group of people were dancing to Strauss's walls, having a lot of fun. "Yi, let's dance." Paris Hilton raised her pretty face and showed a sexy and charming smile. "Haha, I only know how to dance street dance. As for this kind of noble dance, I'd better forget it. I'm not a noble gentleman myself." Feiyang was telling the truth. In his opinion, dancing is to dance as you like. If there are too many constraints, such as walls, tango, and national standard dance, it will be boring to dance. To put it more bluntly, if Feiyang is compared to a master of dancing, he is a wild master, belonging to the folk street school, similar to Ling Hu-chan, who doesn't like to be constrained, and likes to be free and easy. Paris Hilton was amused by Feiyang, and she grabbed Feiyang's arm and ran to the dance floor. "I won't dance that shit with you. 3 steps and 4 steps. 3 steps and 4 steps. Exclamation mark. Feiyang smiled. "Isn't this too simple?" Exclamation mark. Can't show his profound skills? Exclamation mark. The two of them walked into the dance floor hand in hand, and among a group of well-dressed gentlemen and ladies, they danced the 3 steps and 4 steps in a very discordant way, which was so simple that even an idiot could do it. At the beginning, Hilton was still dancing with Feiyang, talking and laughing, and gradually the girl actually leaned her head on Feiyang's shoulder, breathing like orchid. Feiyang felt a little uncomfortable. What the hell was going on? Others saw it and thought that you and I were a couple. Of course, Feiyang didn't say this so as not to hurt the little girl's self-esteem. Hilton was fine and asked Feiyang casually, when will our movie be released? In a few days. This Christmas season is too terrible. If 18 movies are released together, it will be a big hit. Feiyang said. So do you think our movie can win? I mean, aren't you competing with the Wachowski brothers? This movie won't lose, right? Do you really want me to lose? Feiyang joked. No, of course not. But even if you lose, it doesn't matter. I can ask my dad to find you a new job, such as working as a waiter in a big hotel, or as a waiter. You are so handsome that you will definitely get a lot of tips. Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect that the little girl would be more cruel than him when making jokes. Thank you very much. If there is such a day, I will bring all the employees of our dream pictures to your house. If you give us a good meal, we will be satisfied. The two of them kept joking back and forth, which made the originally subtle atmosphere harmonious. Feiyang even felt like chatting with the girl next door. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he couldn't help but want to spank the girl. Hey, tell me the truth. Have you ever secretly liked a girl like me who is both beautiful and rich? Suddenly, Hilton asked softly. What? Feiyang was stunned for a moment. What kind of joke is this? This is not a joke. I'm serious. Have you ever been moved by me? The little girl asked him with her pretty face raised. Haha, this question is difficult for me to answer. Feiyang laughed. If I say I'm not moved, I'm afraid of hurting your self-esteem, but if I say I'm moved, I'm afraid of hurting my self-esteem. You bad guy. After hearing this, Hilton took advantage of Feiyang's inattention and stretched out his hand to pinch his waist. Ah! Feiyang screamed, and many eyes were cast at him in the dance floor. What are you doing? Do you want to strangle me to death? Feiyang looked at Hilton angrily. Hilton smiled mischievously, raised his face and said angrily, what do you think? Am I really not worthy of you? Looking at this delicate and charming face, Feiyang, as a normal man, couldn't help but feel moved, and then he took advantage of others' inattention and quickly lowered his head and kissed her, like a bird pecking at rice and a dragonfly skimming the water. Rogue. Hilton was kissed secretly in public, and his cheeks flushed immediately, looking at Feiyang angrily. Feiyang's hidden seed of amorous young man was completely seduced by the little girl. Let me ask, which man is not amorous? Which man is not lustful? What's more, facing Hilton, who keeps flirting and asking you to visit her daughter? Exclamation mark. Just now I gave you a new answer. What do you think? Feiyang whispered. Hilton looked at Feiyang and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, you've been fooled. I knew you would like me. No man has ever been able to resist the charm of Miss Hilton, China Yi, and neither can you. Faced with the sudden change, Feiyang couldn't help but smile, and then without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and slapped the little girl's buttocks hard, saying, this is a lesson for your parents. Don't test men again in the future. Ah, it hurts. The little slut let out a blushing moan, looking at Feiyang with seductive eyes. Her expression was extremely charming. Faced with such a superb little beauty, Feiyang was completely helpless. To be continued, chapter 205. Entering the upper class society. Soon after the dance started, a song ended and everyone left. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was bustling. In a moment, the lights of the dance party shone on the stage, and a middle-aged man in a dark grey suit walked onto the stage with a champagne glass. Hilton next to Feiyang said, see, this is my dad. How handsome, isn't he? Feiyang then realized that the man holding the champagne glass and speaking on the stage was the heir of the Hilton family, the now famous hotel tycoon Richard Hilton. Looking closely, this famous hotel tycoon was about 50 years old, with a strong body, neither tall nor short. Unlike many American tycoons, who were either short and fat or bald, he had a pair of sharp eyes. When he smiled, his eyes would change from sharp blades to kind crescents. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome to the banquet tonight. As the host, I'm honored. Yes, on this rare Christmas day, I would like to wish you all a happy Christmas, in advance on behalf of the Hilton Group. For a long time, the development of the Hilton Group has been inseparable from your help and support, and from your recognition and encouragement. The Hilton Group can be what it is today, which is closely related to your care. It must be said that Richard Hilton's eloquence is very good, at least he has the skills of a politician. In just 3 minutes, he almost touched on all aspects of his speech, showing his broad mind and face-saving project. Finally, I would like to introduce 2 friends to you here. Yes, I'm very grateful that they can attend this banquet. The first friend is our dear Los Angeles Mayor Whitman. As he spoke, the beam of light hit the bottom of the stage, and a tall black man stood up. He was the parent official of Los Angeles, Mayor Jack Whitman. Amid the applause, Whitman politely held a champagne glass to salute Richard Hilton on the stage. It seemed that they were old acquaintances and had a tacit understanding with each other. The lady I'm going to introduce next is even more important. She is the wife of the president who was able to take time out of her busy schedule to come here, Miss Hillary Clinton. As the words were spoken, the beam of light turned and shone on a thin white woman who was wearing a red evening dress and looked elegant and noble. Amid the warm applause, Hillary did not raise her glass, but just smiled slightly at the people around her. As expected of the mother of a country, her whole attitude was very friendly and easygoing. Okay, I thank them both. Now the party officially begins. I hope everyone can have a pleasant evening. Richard Hilton said this, and walked off the stage. Then the music sounded again, and the whole banquet became lively. Feiyang did not expect to meet so many American politicians here, especially Hillary Clinton, who was not simple. Her political skills were even better than her husband's. In the future, after Clinton stepped down from the presidency, Hillary was elected as the Secretary of State of the United States with a gesture that was as good as that of a man. It can be said that her political skills and momentum made many men ashamed. In fact, when Clinton was in charge of the United States, many people had already noticed that Hillary behind Clinton could even influence the entire political situation in the United States. Some of her pillow talk even made Clinton listen to her, mainly because this woman made sense. Clinton once said in public, "She is my wife, and even more so my ally." This statement is self-evident, explaining Hillary's superficial gentleness and her strength behind the scenes. Her political stance tends to be liberal, and her influence in the political world is also good. So much so that public opinion generally believes that she is the most powerful first lady in American history. Just when Feiyang was daydreaming, Paris Hilton beside him suddenly pulled his arm and said, "Come on, dear Yi, go meet my dad, maybe you will like each other." Feiyang knew that this kind of communication was indispensable in the United States, especially if you want to get in touch with such a big shot in the upper class. Many people are trying their best. Since the little girl was so willing to help, Feiyang didn't refuse it and followed past to her father. At this time, Richard Hilton was chatting and laughing with Mrs. Hillary and Mayor Whitman. He heard his beloved daughter interrupt and say, "Hey, Dad, look who I brought here. He is the director of the movie I shot." Feiyang didn't expect that Paz would interrupt the other party's conversation to introduce himself, which was inevitably embarrassing. You know, in the West, interrupting others' conversation is very rude. But obviously, Paz was spoiled by her father. Richard was not angry, but laughed and said, "Girl, it's rare for you to introduce someone to me." Then he turned to look at Feiyang with a warm smile on his face. Feiyang saw him looking at him, so he extended his hand politely and said, "Hello, Mr. Richard, I'm Feiyang. Oh, I've heard of you, young man." Richard smiled even more happily. "Although I don't watch movies much, there are news about you in many newspapers and magazines. Yes, you are very good at training my naughty daughter to be an actor. You know, she doesn't listen to anyone at home." "Dad, why are you saying bad things about me again?" Paz shook Richard's arm relentlessly. "Richard, see, this is what I look like, a devil. Yi Feiyang, Hillary and others all laughed. Ha, look at me, I forgot to introduce you. I guess you all know this young man. He is famous for making horror movies. Oh, by the way, he has a movie coming out this Christmas, and my baby daughter is the lead actress. You two old friends must come and support him, otherwise I won't agree with you. Richard was joking with Hillary and Whitman, but Yi Feiyang understood how strong the relationship between the Hilton family and the political circles is, which shows how powerful the Hilton family is. Los Angeles Mayor Whitman responded first. Don't worry, Richard, I will watch the movie shot by your daughter, no matter how busy I am. Yes, I will definitely go to support it. Well, but I need dear director Yi to give me a few free tickets. You know, our salary as mayor is not high. Although he knew that Whitman only said this for the Hilton family's sake, since he asked him for tickets, Yi Feiyang would certainly not be stingy. He smiled and said, don't worry, Mayor, I will send someone to deliver the tickets to your house tomorrow. Please come on the premiere day. Of course, Yi, I'm optimistic about your battle with the Wachowski brothers. After saying that, he blinked at Yi Feiyang. In fact, Mayor Whitman still likes this young man in front of him very much. He started from scratch without relying on external forces. What is particularly valuable is that he has become a new star in the film industry in just 2 years, with total assets of hundreds of millions of US dollars. This speed is absolutely terrifying. Of course, Mayor Whitman has a good impression of Yi Feiyang, and it is also related to Yi Feiyang's recent donation of $8 million US dollars. As the mayor's greatest political achievement is to do a good job in welfare, but this kind of thing is most in need of money, and Yi Feiyang's donation is simply a timely help. Hillary hadn't paid much attention to Yi Feiyang at first, thinking that he was just a slightly good young director, but seeing that Mayor Whitman valued this person so much, and Yi Feiyang was actually flirting with the daughter of Tycoon Hilton, this was very interesting. I'm sorry, I don't watch movies or horror movies very often, but I just heard from Paz that the play she starred in is a musical, and Michael Jackson also joined, so I'm also interested, Hillary said to Yi Feiyang with a smile. Yi Feiyang didn't expect the First Lady to give him so much face, and smiled. I will prepare the most suitable seat for you on the premiere day. Thank you very much, Yi. Hillary smiled, and her favorability towards the young man in front of her increased. Next, Yi Feiyang accompanied these politicians to talk about some topics about movies and other aspects. As the saying goes, politicians' stomachs are like grocery stores, with all kinds of goods. Therefore, although they talked about movies, even some very professional film techniques, Whitman and Hillary could handle it, which shows how powerful these people are. However, for Hillary and Whitman, Yi Feiyang, this young man, is even more extraordinary. What he said was often to the point. More importantly, when he occasionally involved or touched on some political and business topics, he could draw inferences from one example, or he was very far-sighted. Yes, he was very far-sighted. In some topics, Hillary and Whitman, two political masters, even felt that Yi Feiyang was deliberately hiding his shortcomings and was unwilling to show his edge. This made them more curious about Yi Feiyang. This young man is not simple. Yi Feiyang didn't know so much. When talking to these politicians, his principle was to say what he should say and hide what he shouldn't say. After all, he knew some future political trends, such as Clinton stepping down, Hillary's participation in politics, and the easing of tensions between the United States and China. As for Richard Hilton himself, the reason why he introduced Yi Feiyang to these political bigwigs was just to please his daughter, and he didn't think much of Yi Feiyang as a small director. If his daughter liked to act in movies, it would be simple. He could invest in many movies and let her be the heroine in all of them. But the girl insisted on relying on herself, and was unwilling to let the family contribute. Richard had no choice but to introduce Yi Feiyang to express his support and love for his daughter. But unexpectedly, his unintentional act made Yi Feiyang show potential, or wisdom, different from ordinary people. Gradually, even Richard himself became interested in Yi Feiyang. To be continued, Chapter 206. Celebrities. Gradually, even Richard himself began to be interested in Yi Feiyang. China Yi, what do you think about building large hotels in Asia, especially in Hong Kong and the mainland? Richard Hilton couldn't help asking. This question was no longer about movies, and it was a bit off topic, but seeing Hillary, Whitman, and the little girl Paz staring at him, Feiyang had to say, the situation over there is very good. Ah, what? Everyone was stunned. You know, the relationship between the United States and China has been very tense recently. Any smart person would not say such a thing, but Feiyang, I don't quite understand. Do you think it will be good to invest there? Richard couldn't help asking again. Feiyang nodded. Yes, sir. If you invest in Hong Kong and the mainland now, you will get 10 times the return in the future. Seeing Feiyang so sure, not only Richard, but also Hillary and Whitman were curious. I think you should understand the current situation between China and the United States. Yes, it's very bad, isn't it? That's undeniable. Feiyang smiled, but China and the United States are like old friends fighting. As world powers, the relationship between them is very delicate. It is impossible to remain deadlocked. In the future, the two countries will not only develop a strategic partnership, but also deepen their cooperative relationship. Therefore, I believe that the future tomorrow will be even better. In fact, Feiyang didn't say a few points, especially that China will host the first Olympic Games in 2008, and the hotel industry will be extremely prosperous at that time. Seeing Feiyang's words so implicitly, Richard was not satisfied with such an answer. Don't talk nonsense. Now I have several hotel projects in preparation there, but I can't see the situation there clearly. I asked you this because I think you are Chinese. Businessmen have to pay attention to the international situation. There is nothing I can do about it. Seeing them say this, Feiyang sighed and said, I wonder what you think of the 2008 Olympics. 2008. Got 2004 hasn't even passed yet. How can we know about the 2008 Olympics? Feiyang nodded. So I said this is an opportunity. In my opinion, that year will be a year that will shock the world. The Oriental Dragon will truly take off that year, and the Olympic flame will be lit there. Feiyang's words were clear enough. Richard and others were not fools, and of course they understood the meaning. However, they didn't quite understand why Feiyang was so sure that the Oriental Dragon would rise. Was it just because he was also Chinese? That's right, Feiyang is Chinese, and he also hopes that his motherland will be extremely strong, but he hopes that his motherland can win the respect of countries around the world with its real strength. 100 years of Olympics, 100 years of dreams. 2008 is a year full of miracles. Feiyang still remembers everything about that year, and is grateful and excited. He even feels overwhelmed when he recalls the grand occasion of the Olympics that year. But for Richard and others, the rise of the East is just a slogan used by the West to mislead the people. The Eastern Threat Theory and the Red Storm are all public opinion reports for external propaganda, which cannot be taken seriously. However, facing Feiyang's confident speculation, they can't help but doubt. Will the future Oriental Dragon really usher in the Olympics? Exclamation mark. Dear Mr. Richard, whether you believe it or not, my country will definitely be rich and strong, and it will be strong. This is something that no country can stop, so investing in the East is definitely the best choice. I suggest you do it. Feiyang looked at Richard with a burning gaze and said. For the first time in history, Richard felt such strong self-confidence from a young man, as if what the other party said to him was an unchangeable historical fact, and he had to believe him. Feiyang's aura suppressed everyone at once, including the future American Iron Lady Hilton. And Paz Hilton, who was originally smiling, looked at Feiyang in an extremely strange way, with a strange color in her eyes. All along, Paz was full of curiosity and admiration for Feiyang. She thought this guy was quite powerful. He could create such a big business in just 2 years, but that was all. She didn't have any love for him. Just like she and Feiyang joked before, she just thought it was fun, and didn't take it seriously. But now, Paz suddenly found that she seemed to like this strange Oriental man, especially his self-confidence, which even made people have an impulse to blindly worship him. What is the greatest charm of man? It's self-confidence. Undoubtedly, Feiyang did this, which made Paz, who had always disdained men, a little confused. Haha, dear Yi, since you are so optimistic about the situation over there, are you interested in cooperating? Richard suddenly said. Cooperation? Yi Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, I'm still short of some funds for several major projects. I wonder if you're willing to invest a little? Short of funds? You must be kidding. If you say the Hilton family is short of money, no one will believe it. But Yi Feiyang knew very well that this was a euphemism. In fact, they were asking if he was interested in working together. Nonsense. Of course I'm interested. The hotel industry is a sunrise industry in the East, especially in China. It's clean and pollution free, and the country strongly supports it. Moreover, as long as it reaches 2008, this industry will usher in the biggest profit. Yi Feiyang's mind was moving quickly. Of course, he also understood that this Richard Hilton would not be so good to him for no reason and let him take advantage of him. 8 or 9 times, he was attracted to something in him. In fact, Yi Feiyang guessed correctly. Richard did have a crush on Yi Feiyang, that is, fame. Richard was a business savvy. He knew that the Orientals, especially the Chinese, were wary of foreign companies. Don't think that the Chinese are easy to fool. They keep saying reform and opening up, attracting foreign investment, but in fact they are on guard against all foreign companies. Therefore, Richard thought of Yi Feiyang, a young Chinese man with wisdom that was not quite in line with his age. Most importantly, Yi Feiyang was an entertainer. He had a very strong appeal in Hong Kong and China, even stronger than many Hollywood stars. With this living board, not to mention saving a lot of advertising costs, he could even have unimpeded cooperation with China. Richard's calculations were very loud, but it was a rare opportunity for Yi Feiyang. Many large companies wanted to get a share of the Hilton hotel industry, but they couldn't get it. Today, he encountered it so easily. How could he miss it? So Yi Feiyang smiled and said, since Mr. Richard invited me so kindly, I will not refuse it. To be honest, I don't know much about the hotel industry, but I'm relieved to cooperate with your group. Richard was very happy with what Yi Feiyang said. He laughed and raised his champagne glass and said, well, dear Yi, I wish us a happy cooperation. Yi Feiyang raised his glass and drank it all. From that moment on, Yi Feiyang knew that he had truly entered the upper class of the United States. The American upper class is a very restrictive circle. Most people can only wander around outside, but cannot find the door to enter. Birds of a feather flock together. The upper class is just a very small aristocratic circle. It does not mean that you can enter openly if you are a social elite, nor does it mean that you can squeeze in all at once if you are rich and are now vorish. The upper class has very high requirements for those who enter, whether it is money or status, but these are not the most important. The key is that you have someone to recommend you, and after being recommended, you are recognized. Only then can you be considered to have truly integrated into this circle. What are the benefits of integrating into this circle? Think about it. What kind of people are socializing in this circle? Stars, tycoons, politicians, or some bigwigs with real power. As long as you have a good relationship with these people, it will definitely be of great benefit to you to expand your network and develop your career in the future. So much so that a great success expert in the future once said, what is success equal to? 30% knowledge plus 70% network. This shows the importance of network. As a Chinese who ventured into the United States, Yi Feiyang's social network was the weakest. Even though he was talented and could see the future, his social network would not fall from the sky. He needed to create and build it himself. Now, this accidental opportunity made Yi Feiyang a partner of the Hilton Group, and he met the future Iron Lady Hillary and the current Los Angeles Mayor Whitman. For Yi Feiyang, this was undoubtedly a pie in the sky. The grand ball was still going on. As a partner, Yi Feiyang was introduced to many American celebrities by Mr. Richard. Among them, to left the deepest impression on Yi Feiyang. One was the world-famous fashion designer, Karl Lagerfeld, who was known as the Caesar and Kaiser of the fashion industry. That was the white-haired old man who liked to wear a small suit and tight pants, with a ponytail tied at the back and sunglasses, which made him look very trendy. Yi Feiyang chatted with him briefly for a few words, and then found that this white-haired old man was as energetic as a ginseng full, and from time to time he spoke some German, French, and even Chinese. Karl Lagerfeld seemed to like talking about film art with Yi Feiyang, because film art can be directly transformed into clothing art. Don't forget that those actors have to wear clothes. Karl Lagerfeld was very angry about many stars not paying attention to their own image and getting fat. He said that God gave these guys a good clothes rack, but they didn't know how to cherish it. They ate McDonald's high-fat junk food, making them like inflated balloons. He also said that he was the most famous dieter in the fashion circle. He was originally a fat man, but because he wanted to wear vampire-style men's clothing, he lost 42 kilograms in 13 months. Karl Lagerfeld also said that his surefire way to lose weight was that, even if he loved Nutella chocolate very much, he would only lick it and spit it out, satisfying his appetite and stopping at a light taste. Finally, he told Yi Feiyang that when choosing actors, especially actresses, you must choose those who have lost weight, because they are pleasing to the eye and make fashionable clothes look more tasteful. Yi Feiyang didn't understand why this old Buddha in the fashion industry would nag him so much, but he didn't know that the old man saw Yi Feiyang and the little girl Paz walking very close, and he was introduced by the old man Richard, so he looked up to Yi Feiyang. If it was someone else, let alone listening to his nagging, he probably wouldn't even bother to look at him a few more times. Facing the chatterbox of old Buddha, Yi Feiyang could only answer him in a few words. Occasionally, when it came to topics about clothing design or popular element, Yi Feiyang racked his brains to use some articles in really and bizarre fashion magazines that he had seen in his previous life to prevaricate. Often, when he opened his mouth, the old man was stunned. Looking at his expression, Yi Feiyang thought he had said something wrong. It was not until the old man woke up that he realized that he had said too ahead of time. In short, when talking to the old man, Yi Feiyang was sweating. After finally dealing with him, Yi Feiyang was relieved. The second person who impressed Yi Feiyang was the New York real estate tycoon introduced to him by Richard, Donald Trump. If you ask what the first impression of this real estate tycoon was to Yi Feiyang, it was a face of bitterness and deep hatred. Yes, this super upstart who is called the most annoying and the best at showing off in North America is born with a bitter face, and that face seems to tell you that you owe him 800 yuan. In fact, it is true. As a super rich man, there are high-rise buildings and yachts named after him scattered all over the United States. Trump has become a hot figure in the American media, and many magazines claim that Trump is a shallow and vulgar upstart. But compared with his swagger, Trump's ups and downs are more exciting. In the early 1990s, Trump's real estate empire worth $1.5 billion suffered a huge Waterloo, and he lost 23% of his wealth. In 1997, he regained his glory with his autobiography Trump, The Art of the Comeback. Now, this once fallen tycoon can stand up again and appear in such a grand banquet. It is conceivable that, although he is an unpopular upstart, his interpersonal relationships are still extraordinary. However, during the introduction, Yi Feiyang still keenly felt Richard Hilton's disdain for this upstart. Of course, this was just a feeling, but it also let Yi Feiyang know that the upper-class society like the United States does not refuse the nouveau-riche to join, but the nouveau-riche will not be liked by most people. After all, the upper class has its own rules, that is, to be as low-key as possible. Even if you want to be high profile, you have to pretend to be low-key, make a fortune quietly, and don't show off your wealth and power, because truly powerful wealth and wealth do not need you to show off. In fact, it is common for a family like Hilton with a history of 70 years to look down on upstarts like Trump. Conversely, a large family like Rockefeller with a history of 100 years would probably look down on a small family like Hilton, and the Rothschild family would look down on the Rockefeller family. In short, there is always a mountain higher than the other. There are so many wealthy families in the United States. If you really want to compare them one by one, I'm afraid it will be endless. However, Yi Feiyang had a good impression of Trump. Although his face was a little ugly, he was very humorous when he spoke. He occasionally told a few dirty jokes, which made this originally elegant place immediately warm and friendly. Of course, for some people, these dirty jokes lowered the level of the banquet. After a short conversation, Feiyang had already determined that Trump was a lover, and our real estate tycoon also took Feiyang's hand and called him brother. The vulgarity of his body was very suitable for Feiyang's taste. Until the end, Tepula said that he had a good conversation with Feiyang and felt that he was a beautiful friend. In the future, he must introduce his beloved daughter Ivanka Trump to him. In Tepula's words, brother, please train her to be a star, like Paz, so that the whole United States knows that I have such a beautiful baby daughter, Ivanka Trump! Feiyang was stunned when he heard the name, because in his previous life, many bored men had named the richest beauty and rich woman in the world, and Ivanka Trump beat the Paris Hilton sisters to win the first place. The reason is that Ivanka Trump is the only legal heir of the upstart in front of him, and she will inherit all his wealth in the future, which is about 2.1 billion. Unlike Paris Hilton, although the entire Hilton family has 6.4 billion wealth, she needs to share it with her sister and two brothers. The legendary Ivanka Trump is also different from the Hilton sisters. Although Ivanka's net worth is more than Fizz, she is very restrained and cautious. She rarely appears in various bars and nightclubs of unknown origin, and never wears clothes with very little fabric like the Hilton sisters. Although her father is a famous upstart, people generally believe that she looks more like a princess than a real princess. It is precisely because of this that Feiyang is curious about this princess and may really want to get to know her in the future. No matter what, Feiyang gained a lot from the banquet this time and met many North American tycoons and people in power, which will definitely be good for his future development. As time passed, the banquet was about to end. Before leaving the banquet, Paz suddenly leaned into Feiyang's ear and said, I want to be your female companion on the day of our movie premiere. Feiyang was about to refuse, because Anne Hathaway had already reserved the female companion position, but Paz didn't give Feiyang a chance to speak. She suddenly kissed him on the cheek, then jumped away like a sparrow, leaving Feiyang standing there in a daze. Chapter 207. The Final Battle. Time flies, and the Christmas season in North America has arrived. Columbia Pictures The Fake Dad, Universal Pictures The Green Mile, and MGM's Notting Hill have all been released in North America. Now the entire film market is full of war and smoke, and major film companies are going all out, hoping to become the biggest winner of this year's Christmas season with their excellent films. In fact, these Hollywood blockbusters that are currently being released and are about to be released have not yet formed a real shockwave because they have just been released. In contrast, Warner's blockbuster The Matrix 2, which has been released for several days, has won very good box office and reputation in North America because it was released earlier. The movie The Matrix 2, directed by the Wachowski brothers from Hollywood, grossed $5 million on its premiere day. It is roughly estimated that the minimum box office will reach about $10 million in its first week. The word of mouth of this movie is even more one-sided. Almost every audience who has seen this movie will give a thumbs up without hesitation and say, it's really great. The mainstream entertainment newspapers and magazines in the United States also hyped up this movie, and of course, almost all of them were praising and saying good things about it. The Hollywood Journal, the sequel to The Matrix, did not disappoint the fans. The rigorous storyline, rich sci-fi design, and fierce action scenes of the leading actors can all give this movie a score of 90. Entertainment Weekly, the Wachowski brothers used their special shooting techniques to recreate a sci-fi feast, which made the fans who like them ecstatic. Entertainment New Era, genius. Only such words can be used to describe the Wachowski brothers. The two of them use their incomparable dazzling talents to make this Matrix to shine brightly. Except for this pair of brothers who can shoot such a great film, no one else can. In addition to the mainstream media's praise for this movie, some media who like to make trouble have pulled out Feiyang's upcoming Dancing on the Dance Floor and compared it with the sci-fi movie Matrix 2, which has both good reputation and box office. Although China Yi's new film has not yet been released, the situation is very serious. We see that the wonderful The Matrix 2 is now sweeping across North America. The high box office and high reputation have already said it all. It seems that it will not be easy for China Yi to defeat the Wachowski brothers. The above comment is relatively pertinent, but some comments are a bit too outrageous. See, The Matrix 2 will bring great miracles to Warner Brothers and the Wachowski brothers. This pair of talented American brothers, who have attracted the attention of the audience since their debut, have proved with their strength who is the real winner. As for the Chinese director China Yi, who has always liked to hype, I'm afraid he will be ashamed in front of the high box office of The Matrix 2 this time. Yes, he will definitely feel very embarrassed and want to find a hole to crawl into. Alas, poor guy. In fact, as The Matrix 2 continues to achieve box office success, not to mention that these media are not optimistic about Yi Feiyang's new play, even some Hollywood directors and filmmakers are not optimistic about Yi Feiyang. The reason is very simple. Whether it is the shooting technique or the science fiction concept, The Matrix 2 has far surpassed the first one and has become the invincible battleship of this Christmas war. Faced with the situation of powerful enemies, the arrogance of The Matrix 2, and the upcoming Christmas season, Dream Pictures held a collective mobilization meeting the day before the premiere of Dancing on the Dance Floor. The purpose of this mobilization meeting was very simple, which was to encourage and cheer everyone up. Unfortunately, the beginning of this meeting was a bit depressing. At the mobilization meeting of Dream Pictures, the publicity director, told everyone about the current situation of the Christmas blockbusters. Then the whole conference room was silent. The opponent is too strong. There are too many masters. Especially that The Matrix 2 is so popular. Silence. Continue to be silent. In a moment, the fat man Gao Jiabao suddenly jumped up and said loudly, "What are you afraid of? We have Mike, street dance, and the publicity is also very popular. With Feiyang's filming skills, we will definitely win a great victory. Yes, we are not afraid of those guys. Let the storm of blockbusters come more violently." Rabbit Bill also stood up and roared, "That's right, as long as Boss Yi is here, we are not afraid of anything." Jack Black vowed. Although Fatty Gao Jiabao, Bill the Rabbit, Jack Black, James Wan and others were very confident in the film Dancing on the Floor shot by Yi Feiyang, Yi Feiyang's mood became heavier and heavier. They didn't know how brilliant the films produced by those companies had achieved in history, both in art and in box office. For example, The Green Mile and Notting Hill have won numerous awards and even aimed at Oscars, and The Matrix 2, which is competing with Yi Feiyang, is not a good match. It has won many Oscar nominations. It can be said that this Christmas war will be the most tragic in history. It is not an easy thing to fight a bloody road from these movies, not to mention that it is not just these movies. Yi Feiyang asked someone to count. There will be 18 movies meeting the audience in December. For these movies, the attitude of major theaters is very tolerant. It is natural to support the movies produced by their own companies. In addition, they are also open-minded to other movies. Whoever's movie can make money, they will show his movie. So later on, no matter what kind of movie it is, no matter which director it is, the only thing they have to compete for is the box office. To be honest, in history, whether it is Warner, Universal, or Columbia, the box office of these Christmas movies they shot almost exceeded 100 million. But the problem is that now everyone is flocking here. North American theaters are limited, and the screening time period is limited. In the end, who will stand out from the crowd and become the box office king is hard to predict. Let's talk about Dancing on the Floor, directed by Yi Feiyang himself. At that time and space, this play was a top-notch movie in Bollywood, India, and it was well received when it was released in Hollywood. But the problem is that he almost completely Americanized the story of this play, and the actors were also replaced. I don't know what the effect will be after such a modification. The main reason is that now is not the era of hip-hop. It is conceivable how difficult it is to win in the Christmas season with a new thing like hip-hop. After all, the first person who dares to eat crabs is not necessarily a warrior, but a martyr. Compared to the noise of Fatty and others, Durr seemed very calm. He glanced at everyone present, then turned his eyes to Yi Feiyang and said, "Yi, it can be said that almost all the big companies in Hollywood have launched their own movies during this period. This will be an unprecedented battle. Whether you can break through depends on whether your Dancing on the Floor will be as popular at the box office as those movies that created miracles." Ders looked at Yi Feiyang and sighed. The information Ders said was relatively confidential information. Hearing that dancing on the floor had so many opponents, and they were all among the top big companies in Hollywood today, Yi Feiyang's pressure can be imagined. If dancing on the floor cannot break through the siege, then this year's Christmas period, Dream Pictures will be in trouble. Ders, what movies are there in the later period of the Christmas period? Yi Feiyang asked. When it comes to the post-production, Ders' expression becomes relaxed. There are fewer movies in the post-production. There are the action movie Black Killer produced by Dimension Films, the horror movie The Telltale Heart produced by Lionsgate, the thriller Strange Town produced by New Line Studios, and there seem to be movies from other small companies. They are basically low-cost productions, mainly horror and thriller movies. Although there are not many movies in the post-production, Dimension Films, Lionsgate Films and Dream Films follow the same route. They basically started with horror movies. The works produced by these companies are also very excellent, especially Lionsgate Films. For Yi Feiyang, although it is an ally and an opponent, Gustav's ability to strategize is definitely not weaker than his own. What's more, the reason why Lionsgate Films did not join this Christmas brawl is to avoid the edge and hide its strength. Unlike me, I have already boasted that I will compete with the Wachowski brothers, and now I'm in a dilemma. Especially now, facing the extremely fierce offensive of The Matrix 2, what should I do? Should I learn from Lionsgate to hide my sword in its sheath, or should I draw my sword and shine it? Exclamation mark. If Yi Feiyang had to choose, of course he would shine his sword. Shining a sword shows one's aura, courage, and the spirit of a filmmaker. In any case, this year's Christmas season will be an unprecedented movie competition. Who will live? Who will die? It depends not only on luck, but also on strength. Ders looked at Yi Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Dear Yi, I have to remind you that the competition in this Christmas season is too fierce. If we at Dream Pictures want to get a piece of the big pie, we must plan carefully, otherwise we will be swallowed up by the rush of movies." To be honest, although Yi Feiyang had anticipated the hot situation during the Christmas season, the situation Ders described was far beyond Yi Feiyang's expectations. The situation is severe, but it is also exciting enough. Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dream Pictures will definitely have a piece of the pie this time, and it's a big piece of the pie." Ders, Rabbit Bill, and all of you, listen to me. From now on, all of you must be ready for the battle. Our slogan is, it's better to die standing than to live on your knees. It's better to die standing than to live on your knees. Ders, Rabbit Bill, and everyone in the conference room, their blood is boiling. Come on, fight. Damn it. Chapter 108. Hot Premiere. When the calendar on the wall turned to December 23rd, Dancing on the Floor, produced by Dream Pictures, directed by Yi Feiyang, and starring Michael Jackson, will officially premiere tonight. Many filmmakers have different opinions on this highly anticipated musical. Some say that this movie may create a new miracle. Some say that this time China's Yi may have a Waterloo. Some say that God will not only be fond of one person. In short, all kinds of discussions and speculations have emerged. People all over Los Angeles and North America are focusing on the premiere of this movie. In this regard, many entertainment media have focused their cameras on the Wachowski brothers, who are competing with Yi Feiyang. During this period, the box office success of The Matrix 2 made this pair of white brothers in high spirits and proud. Many newspapers and magazines praise them as unparalleled science fiction genius, super new star in the director world, rare talented brothers in Hollywood, etc. It can be said that all kinds of compliments are beyond words. Facing this pair of talented brothers who have achieved great success overnight, the media reporter asked them, "Excuse me, what do you think of the musical film that China Yi will premiere tonight?" The eldest of the Wachowski brothers pretended not to hear clearly. "Hey, man, what did you say? A musical film? Are you kidding me? Who would watch such a childish movie now? Can you say that inviting a big star who can dance and filming a movie of twisting and dancing be called a blockbuster? Then the Hollywood film industry is too failed. Disdain, contempt, and ridicule for musicals. Yes, who in Hollywood would make musicals now? Who would watch musicals? Those were things that were popular in the 1920s and 1930s, and they were old-fashioned things hidden in the dust of history. Now China Yi is showing this kind of film to everyone and competing with the Wachowski brothers science fiction blockbuster. Isn't that humiliating itself? But the publicity of the play Dancing on the Dance Floor is very good. The cast is also very attractive, and their pre-sale box office has exceeded 10 million. What do you think of this? The reporter asked very cunningly. At this time, the second of the Wachowski brothers replied, "There used to be a very good fried chicken shop near our hometown. One day, a new Chinese fried chicken shop opened opposite. They advertised very well, saying how delicious their fried chicken was, how big the portion was, how wonderful the taste was, and that there were famous superstars advertising for them. So many small town residents flocked to it, holding a happy mood, hoping to eat a very good fried chicken leg. But what was the result? Do you know the result?" He paused deliberately. "The result is that the chicken legs in this fried chicken shop are rubbish. Not only are they very expensive, but the color, aroma, and taste are also very bad. Poor residents who have reserved fried chicken legs, they want to return them but can't, want to eat them but can't. Do you think they are pitiful?" Faced with such a story full of imagination, the reporter didn't waste any more words and wrote directly in his notebook, "The Wachowski brothers look down on China. How can Chinese chicken legs resist American fried chicken?" In fact, many Hollywood movie companies are not as underestimating as the Wachowski brothers. They have seen the pressure brought to them by Dream Pictures, especially Yi Feiyang's three-pronged publicity method, which has muddied the entire Christmas season. If you have to describe the feelings of these movie tycoons, it is that undercurrents are surging. In Hollywood, when a new movie is released, many guests are often invited to walk the red carpet to show the strength of their company and the popularity of the movie. For example, The Matrix 2, shot by the Wachowski brothers, invited Hollywood stars from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to support them, so that after the movie was released, people were still talking about the premiere of the movie for 3 days. Other major movie companies, such as Universal, Columbia, MGM, Fox and Sony, also relied on the golden signboards and hard power of their own movie companies to invite people from all walks of life to come to help. In comparison, Dream Pictures, which was established just over a year ago, is the weakest, and director Yi Feiyang's social circle is not very extensive, so many people are waiting to see the cold scene on the red carpet of the premiere in the evening. See how this Chinese director, who has always been very lucky, started to have bad luck. Yi Feiyang didn't know what these guys were thinking, and he didn't have time to pay attention to them, because he was busy attending the premiere tonight. In the afternoon, which was not too cold, the red carpet had already been laid out outside the theater of the Superstar Cinema under Dream Pictures in Los Angeles, and countless fans and media reporters had already crowded the originally spacious theater door. This was the premiere of Dancing on the Floor. Time passed little by little, and the originally beautiful red carpet was still deserted. No star came or appeared. Compared with the periphery of the red carpet, there were more and more audiences and reporters waiting to watch the excitement. Everyone was chattering, speculating, and discussing. "Hey, man, do you think Mike will show up tonight? He's the lead actor, so he should. But why is there no sign of him now? Alas, there's nothing we can do. Discount Films doesn't seem to have enough confidence. Tom, my back and waist are sore from standing here. Why don't we go over there and take a break?" "Okay, man, there's not even a ghost here anyway. Damn, is this still a premiere?" Just when everyone was bored and felt that this premiere was a bit unworthy of its name, look, there's no star, only the cold wind blowing, making the crotch of the pants chilly. Time passed again, and night was about to fall. Finally, the first superstar appeared on the red carpet. Many people believe that the order of walking on the red carpet is generally that the less famous ones go first, open the show, ask for directions, and then the big stars come out as the finale. In fact, this is also the usual order and habit of Hollywood people walking on the red carpet. But this time was different. When the yawning, tired audiences and reporters turned their heads, a superstar appeared. He was Michael Jackson. Yes, it was him. Our pop king Michael Jackson. He was wearing a bright red suit and a tie in this cold weather. He appeared on the red carpet first with a radiant look. In his arms, He was holding his 1-year-old little princess Paris. Paris was wearing a beautiful red Chinese-style cotton jacket and nestled in her father's arms, looking particularly warm. Mike. Am I dazzled? It turned out to be Michael Jackson. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. Mike actually appeared first. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, I love you, Mike. When the audiences who suddenly woke up found that the first star to appear on the red carpet was the pop king Michael Jackson, they couldn't help but exclaim and shout, "Crazy, all crazy." The scene was out of control in an instant. Michael Jackson's unusual appearance disturbed everyone's mind, just like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, and the whole scene was rolling and boiling in an instant. Besides, it would be fine if Mike showed up alone, but he was holding his little princess Paris in his arms. You know, since Paris was born, Mike and his wife have kept her well hidden from the media and the outside world, so that many newspapers and magazines have been asking for photos of little Paris at high prices, but they can't get them. But now, it's the first time for everyone to see this rumored little princess. Do you think they can't be excited? Exclamation mark. Hi, Mike, is this your rumored baby daughter Paris? As soon as Mike walked onto the red carpet, countless cameras and cannons came to greet him. Facing the questions from the media, Mike smiled and tightened his hands holding his beloved daughter, fearing that the flashlights of the media would scare his good daughter. But little Paris seemed to like this atmosphere very much, and she laughed with her milk teeth showing. Yes, she is my baby, little Paris, Mike said afterwards. After hearing Mike's answer, the media reporters confirmed the news thoroughly this time. So, Mike, what do you think of this musical? After all, it's your first time as a leading actor, right? I think it's great. What about director Yi? What do you think of him? He's great too. Mike said, I learned a lot from him during the filming. Yes, he's a very good director. But I heard that he likes to lose his temper during filming and is called a tyrant among directors. I wonder if that's true. Mike nodded without comment. Before he could say anything, the reporter asked, when the trailer was released, China Yi once said on his blog that he had a conflict with you during the filming of this movie. Can you tell me the specific reason? Hearing this question, Mike smiled. This was the highlight, and Mike didn't mind. He said directly to the microphone, well, actually it's not a big deal. When I first got this role, I didn't understand the character's personality well enough, so I didn't get along very well with China Yi during the filming. But I thank him for waking me up at the critical moment and teaching me how to act and how to complete this role. He let me know that being a singer is not easy and being an actor is even more difficult. After a pause, Mike continued, finally, under his guidance, I finally completed the transformation from a singer to an actor. Although there were twists and turns in the middle, in the end, I succeeded. So I'm very grateful to him. So, the movie Dancing Battle is actually a process of mutual understanding and cooperation between China Yi and me. Friends who like us can come and have a look. So in your opinion, how would you rate yourself as the protagonist for the first time? Is it a pass or a fail? After a short pause, the reporter asked him another question. I will give him full marks. Yes, full marks. This time it was not Mike himself who answered the question, but Feiyang, who had just got out of the car and walked next to Mike. To be continued, chapter 209. Stars support the moon. Facing the questions from the media reporters, Feiyang just smiled slightly and then said, when filming the movie, Mike was still a singer, but when the movie was finished, he had become an actor. The reason why I gave him full marks is very simple. He acted very well. Very wonderful. It completely exceeded my expectations. Yes, if you don't believe it, you can take a look later to see if he has really changed. Our dancing king Mike has become the dancing god Mike in the movie. I believe that by then, people who have seen this movie will agree with me. Full marks. Absolutely. Only then did other media notice that China Yi, the big boss and ace director of Dream Pictures, had gotten out of the car and took the initiative to rescue Michael Jackson. Next to China Yi, there were three beauties accompanying him. They were the pure and invincible Anne Hathaway, the youthful and fiery Jessica Alba, and the sexy and charming Paris Hilton. Seeing this scene, many fans and media reporters were attracted. These are all female stars who have had scandals with China Yi. Look how beautiful they are. China Yi is really lucky in love. This time, the old Chinese saying, 3 women make a drama, really came true. The 3 beauties around Yi Feiyang alone are enough for the reporters to imagine. In fact, Yi Feiyang was originally very distressed about who to take to the red carpet. He liked his girlfriend Anne Hathaway, but the rich girl Paris Hilton was relentless and insisted on dragging him along. In the end, Yi Feiyang gritted his teeth and decided to make a big hodgepodge and drag Jessica in, making 3 beauties to support him. In this way, no one would make a fuss. Yi Feiyang's trick was very effective. The 3 beauties were good friends behind the screen. Now facing the media and fans, they naturally looked happy. In addition to the crew members, there were many guests present, including Lionsgate boss Gustav in a suit, Nicolas Cage who played the villain in the film, Johnny Depp who played the bad boy, Yi Feiyang's mentor and friend Steven Spielberg, pop queen Madonna, and basketball player Michael Jordan who made his debut in the film and claimed to give Yi Feiyang his first screen debut, all of whom came to support enthusiastically. Those who originally thought that the red carpet would be very deserted this time were completely stunned. Seeing so many superstars and big names appearing one after another like dumplings, they all went crazy. Oh, that's Madonna. Oh god, that's Spielberg. No way, I must have seen it wrong. It's Michael Jordan. Various exclamations broke out from the crowd from time to time. It seemed that what was held here was not a premiere, but an exclamation meeting, and the exclamations were higher and higher. The reporters who had been surrounding Yi Feiyang and asking him questions were like bees seeing flowers and hungry men seeing fat meat. They swarmed over and rushed towards their favorite targets. Mr. Gustav, what movie will Lionsgate release? Cage, are you and Depp gay friends? Spielberg, what do you think of this movie? Madonna, is it true that you had breast augmentation? Jordan, I heard that you are about to retire. Is this true? There were all kinds of questions. There was nothing they couldn't ask, only what you couldn't think of. In an instant, the entire red carpet was surrounded by a sea of people, and all the major stars were surrounded by such a large crowd that a senior executive of Warner who came to inspect the premiere and waited to see the joke had to sigh, "Oh my god, what magic did China perform this time?" So many people came to support him. In fact, the magic that Yi Feiyang performed was very simple. He asked his ultimate missile Michael Jackson to call Jordan, Madonna and others, and he called Depp, Cage, Spielberg and Gustav. The cards he played were nothing more than friendship cards. At most, he said, you have made a cameo appearance in this play, so why do you need to come and support and walk the red carpet? We Chinese have a saying that goes, do your best to be a good person and send the Buddha to the West. Just when all the audience and media were confused and shocked by such a grand premiere, something even more shocking happened. A luxurious and elegant extended Lincoln sedan squeaked and parked in front of the red carpet. Just when everyone was wondering who was coming, the car door opened and 3 people walked down, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were Richard Hilton, the head of the Hilton family, and Whitman, the current mayor of Los Angeles, and the woman was Hillary, the wife of the current US President Clinton, the First Lady. Crazy. Everyone at the scene was crazy. The audience was crazy. The media was crazy. Everyone was crazy. No one could have imagined that Yi Feiyang had a trick up his sleeve and actually invited these 3 great gods. Who is Richard Hilton? The hotel tycoon with a net worth of $6.4 billion. Who is Whitman? The mayor who now controls Los Angeles. And our beloved First Lady of the United States. Those who sighed that Yi Feiyang could perform magic this time no longer knew what language to use to express their surprise. In fact, Yi Feiyang himself was almost as surprised as them. That's right, at the banquet held at the Hilton Hotel last time, Yi Feiyang invited these 3 great gods to attend his premiere, but that was just a polite remark, and the other party's statement that they would attend should also be a polite response. Therefore, although Yi Feiyang hoped that they could spare some time to come and support him, and he also had some fantasies in his heart, but now, crackle. When Yi Feiyang walked over to shake hands with Richard Hilton, Mayor Whitman, and First Lady Hillary, countless cameras were pointed at them at the same time, and the spotlights flashed and took pictures. The night that had originally become dark was instantly flashed into daytime by these lights. Witness the moment of history. China Yi shakes hands with the First Lady. Dream and the government have a relationship, and the mayor supports the new play. China Yi and the Hilton family have a deep friendship. Seeing that the audience and media reporters were getting more and more excited, Yi Feiyang had to send someone to protect the three guests, and went straight into the cinema without any speech. Looking back, the media was even more relentless. There was no way. Facing the huge crowd, Yi Feiyang had to simply answer a few questions from the media and reporters on behalf of the crew. This time, the reporters' questions were more uniform, and they were basically asking, Yi, how did you invite Mr. Hilton? What is your relationship with Mayor Whitman? How did you know Mrs. Hillary? Do you have any contact with the president? Faced with many questions, Yi Feiyang's answers were all very simple. Mr. Hilton's daughter is one of the heroines of this play, so of course he has to come to support us. Mayor Whitman is very busy with official duties, and it is my honor to invite him to the premiere. Haha, the president and I don't know each other. As for how I know the president's wife, sorry, this is a secret. Yi Feiyang's constant suspense made the reporters even more questionable, and they wanted to get into Yi Feiyang's belly to find out the truth. It must be said that the red carpet show organized by Dream Pictures this time was unexpected and surprised everyone, especially the big stars and business and political celebrities invited by Yi Feiyang. Almost all of them are topical figures, and the reporters present can make a big article by just picking one of them. What's hateful is that so many people appeared here at the same time. What's even more hateful is that China Yi didn't even give them the opportunity to interview these VIPs. Seeing that the appetite of these reporters had been whetted, Yi Feiyang smiled gracefully, then stood on the red carpet and took a group photo with all the members of his crew, including the leading actor Michael Jackson, the leading actress Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton. When the spotlights froze, the entire red carpet show reached its final climax. As time went on, it was already 7:45 in the evening. In Los Angeles in December, the temperature slowly dropped at night, and along with the temperature, the enthusiasm of the fans and reporters outside the Superstar Cinema also dropped. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "Okay, I think everyone is looking forward to this moment, so now, let's go watch this movie together. Believe me, you will never be disappointed." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Feiyang personally cut the red ribbon blocking the main entrance of the theater, and at the same time, more than 2,000 theaters across the United States began to simultaneously screen Dancing on the Floor. In New York, countless audiences poured into the cinema. In Philadelphia, countless audiences rushed into the movie theater. In Chicago, countless audiences. In short, at that moment, all the audiences in North America who were looking forward to Dancing on the Floor were like possessed, rushing into the theater to see it. At this moment, although not every screening room was full, it was still not easy to find a seat. No matter what the final box office results are, or how much Yi Feiyang expects in his heart, he must do what he should do, and what he should work hard for. In the Superstar Cinema, Yi Feiyang also took fans and reporters to prepare to watch the premiere. Mike held popcorn and coke in one hand and held the toddling little Paris in the other hand as they walked into the theater. Mike now looked like a good father. The Superstar Cinema was naturally crowded with people because of Yi Feiyang and a group of celebrities. After all, many people came to see the celebrities instead of watching the movies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. We are all good at acting. At the same time, in another big movie theater in Los Angeles, a senior executive of Dream Pictures, was watching Yi Feiyang's new work in the theater with another senior executive, Bill Rabbit. Of course, the two had already had a sneak peek when they were in the company. This time, they participated in the theater just to feel the atmosphere on the spot and observe the attendance rate of Dancing on the Floor. Yi Feiyang can generously say that he doesn't care about the box office results and be a hands-off boss, but can't. As the publicity director of Dream Pictures, Durs pays attention to the use effect of every publicity fund. If you throw money into the water, you will hear a plop. Not to mention that this time Dream has invested millions in publicity. Before, when many newspapers and magazines reported that film critics were not optimistic about Dancing on the Floor, Durs, as the publicity director, was calm on the surface, but in fact, he was sweating for his boss in his heart. But rumors are just rumors after all. When Durs himself came to the theater, he found that among the people queuing behind him, 8 to 9 out of 10 people came to watch Dancing on the Floor. What does that mean? Durs, who has studied market economics, naturally knows it very well. It represents an 80% to 90% market share. Although it is, because it is released at a different time from other box office monsters, it has to be said that this result is very gratifying. Compared to Durs' inner fluctuations and calm appearance, Rabbit Bill beside him seemed to be unable to contain himself. He said to Durs with a smile on his face, "Hey, man, did you see that? So many people came to watch the premiere. God, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming." Rabbit Bill was overjoyed, and finally he couldn't help but add, "I really don't understand why those guys who wrote nonsense in newspapers and magazines predicted that the boss's movie would fail miserably." Durs' mouth curled up slightly, a smile appeared on his cold face, and he said, "This is normal. They think so about every movie of the boss. In fact, they don't want to show how bad the boss's movie is, but to prove how stupid they are." Hearing this, Rabbit Bill could only shake his head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. This is Hollywood, jealous of talented people, and very xenophobic. If the boss was a blonde and blue-eyed white man, I don't think anyone would be so aggressive. Yeah, if the boss was a white American, then the situation would probably be different now." Durs couldn't help but daydream. Maybe he would fly higher. While they were talking, the fans were whispering beside them, "Hey, man, you know, I'm a loyal fan of Yi from China. I've seen every one of his movies, and this one is no exception. Have you seen the trailer? I feel so touched just by watching the trailer. I can't wait to see the full version now. Your wish will come true soon." As soon as the last person's voice fell, the entire screening room became dark, and a white light began to appear on the big screen. The audiences in more than 2,000 theaters quieted down at the same time. The screening was about to begin. Durs and Rabbit Bill adjusted their sitting positions and prepared to start watching the movie. On the other side of the superstar cinema, Feiyang and his group, who were sitting in the front row, were also looking at the big screen with expectation. Among them, the one who was most looking forward to this movie was our pop king Michael Jackson, because he was not in Los Angeles during the post-production. Although he participated in the filming process, he had not seen the complete version after editing, so he was naturally looking forward to this movie. After the opening, the first figure to appear is Michael Jackson. At the high-level meeting of the dance school, he was wearing a formal suit and sitting upright. Next to him was Nicolas Cage, who was playing with a pen. They were waiting for the shareholders meeting to announce who would be the principal of the dance academy. Needless to say, Cage secretly colluded with others and betrayed Mike. Mike not only lost the throne of the principal, but also lost his friendship. On the big screen, Cage said to Mike with a sneer on his face, "Now, you should see the reality clearly, dear Mike. It's not enough to just dance. You are very stupid in power struggles. Yes, very stupid. As a friend, I have reminded you many times not to block our way to wealth. The dance academy should be built into a high-end institution and charge high fees, but you just don't listen. You just want to realize some low-level dream. Man, do you know what a dream is? A dream is to keep you away from money and become poor." Close up shot, facing the ridicule and sarcasm of his friends, Mike on the screen has a sad face. "Have you forgotten the oath we made in the past? We must pass on the best dance, no matter how hard and difficult it is." Oath. To hell with that damn oath. Cage sneered. "I used to be as stupid as you, but now, I've woken up. Yes, I've completely woken up. Now I can sit high up and serve as the president of this college, respected everywhere, and you can only pack up and get out. You, damn it." An angry Mike rushed over and grabbed Cage's collar. The camera switched, and Cage shouted, "Security! Security!" The camera switched again, and two burly security guards rushed in from the door and carried Mike away. In the close-up shot, Mike struggled desperately, kicked his legs, and cursed, "You are a bastard, Cage. I trusted you so much. Haha." In the close-up shot, Cage sneered, "That only shows that you are a big fool. Well, goodbye, friend. I hope I will never see you in Hollywood again." Yes, never. The camera gradually turned black as Mike struggled and cursed. The first prelude of the movie ended. After watching the previous movie clips, the audience in the cinema couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, in the cinema, Michael Jackson was concentrating on watching the big screen. What was shown inside was not a movie, but his life. The shots on the screen kept switching, and soon, the heroine in the film, that is, the role played by Anne Hathaway, officially appeared. The rebellious images of her friends Jessica and Paz made the audience shine. In this movie, the three of them changed their usual behavior and transformed into girls with dancing talents, but living at the bottom of the American society. The next scene is when Mike meets three people and thinks they have the potential to learn dancing, so he invites them to dinner. The highlight is still Mike, and the audience stares at him intently. Michael Jackson, who is sitting next to Feiyang, is also watching seriously. In the picture, he and Anne are arguing. Anne thinks dancing is a game, but Mike thinks it is a sacred cause. Having said that, Michael Jackson is the first actor to be filmed. Although the role he plays in the play is not much different from his own performance. In fact, Mike has successfully completed the interpretation of the role in terms of grasp and judgment. At least as a loser, he perfectly embodies the kind of desolation and loneliness. As for Anne Hathaway, this girl is born to act, especially the role assigned to her by Feiyang. Although the personality is very different from her own, Anne Hathaway can perfectly present this role in a very short time. For Feiyang, an actor who can perfectly interpret a role is a good actor, not to mention that Anne Alba was promoted by him. Anne Hathaway was a little unsure about her role on the screen. Seeing Feiyang holding his chin and looking at the screen silently, she couldn't help but say, "Hey, Yi, did I act badly? The image of this Annie is really different from me. I'm not like this usually. Yes, I'm a very gentle girl." Facing Anne's gentle words, Feiyang couldn't help but smile. "You acted very well, Anne. Don't worry too much. Yes, you have grasped the soul of the role, so there is no need to worry so much." Feiyang comforted her. "You are not comforting me by saying this, are you?" Anne asked with her pretty face raised. "How could that be? I'm the director and you're the actor. I'm just judging your acting from the director's perspective." "You mean I acted very well?" "Of course, you acted very tough." "Ah, tough." Anne opened her mouth wide. Feiyang said jokingly, "Yes, you are very tough. I guess many men are not as tough as you. Look at your conversation with Mike on the screen. You are just like a big sister." "Oh, really? I have always been a fierce image in your eyes?" Anne Hathaway said with a blush. Feiyang felt overwhelmed and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Just kidding. Anyway, it's really hard for you to play such a role." Anne Hathaway smiled but said nothing. Jessica on the other side of Feiyang said jealously, "Actually, I can play this role too." Before Feiyang could speak, Paz, who was sitting next to Jessica, turned around and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, I think Jessica is particularly suitable for this role. She usually looks like a big sister." "People say you are a tyrant on the set, but in my opinion, you only dare not yell at Jessica. Okay, the three of you, unite to deal with me?" Feiyang said unhappily, which immediately caused a burst of laughter from the people around him. "Okay, this is a public place. We need to pay attention to our image. We cannot make loud noises." Thinking this in his heart, Feiyang posed and continued to watch the movie seriously. The three beauties stuck out their tongues mischievously, looking extremely cute. Chapter 211. The Effect of Training. On the big screen, the movie How to Dance was still playing. The entire cinema was silent, and everyone was watching the movie carefully and feeling the plot. Next, the plot developed to the failed dance king played by Michael Jackson, who lived a decadent life. On the screen, in a dirty and messy room, Mike was disheveled and drank beer with dull eyes, watching the commentator on the TV screen reporting the status of the future dance competition. Suddenly, he grabbed a beer can, which was deformed by his grip. His originally dull eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at the TV, and then smashed the beer can hard. Close up shot. Beer can hits the TV screen and bounces to the ground. Mike is panting. On the screen, Mike's mortal enemy Cage is smiling in an interview. Yes, I firmly believe that my team will definitely win the championship of this dance competition, because they are the best. The camera switches to a close-up shot. Mike has a bitter smile on his face. Asshole, liar, a big bad guy who betrays his loyalty. It can be said that in this scene, Michael Jackson, the king of pop who has never acted before, portrayed the image of a loser to the core, especially his hatred for the betrayer Cage, which is interpreted with body language and eyes. You have to know that acting like this is not easy at all. For example, when Hong Kong's acting god Chow Yun-fat was filming God of Gamblers, he was able to change his eyes from a mentally retarded person to the god of gamblers Gao Jiabao in an instant. This skill cannot be cultivated overnight, but Mike has proved with his acting skills that in addition to singing and dancing, he is also a great actor. Yes, his acting is so good that there are countless comments in the cinema. Oh my god, am I dazzled? Is this still Mike? How did he change? I can't believe my eyes. The acting of the superstar Mike is so good. Yes, at this moment, I'm conquered by his acting. Mike, is this still the Mike I know? When did he become so good at acting? Could it be that he was all trained by Yi in China? It can be said that most of the audience expressed doubts and uncertainty about Mike's acting skills. They find it difficult to accept the fact that the Mike on the screen is the Mike they know. The Mike they know is arrogant, unattainable, and a person living in the wonderland of Hollywood. But the Mike on the screen is so alive, with flesh and blood, and most importantly, he is like ordinary people, with joy and hatred. He is a real person, not a dancing god living in the misty nothingness. From another perspective, director Yi Feiyang's ability to train actors is absolutely extraordinary. This is the conclusion drawn by all the audience. On the big screen, a very cool red BMW car appeared in everyone's sight, and then, the Queen Madonna, wearing Chinese clothes and a gorgeous hairstyle, appeared in people's eyes. Wow. This was the same reaction of the audience in more than 2,000 theaters. The style of the Queen Madonna is beyond doubt. At this moment, on the big screen, Madonna showed her most dazzling side. Sexy, charming, trendy and beautiful. That unique and charming temperament made many fans moved. In fact, Yi Feiyang had to thank Michael Jackson for shooting such a scene. It was he who invited Madonna to guest star as Mike's girlfriend in the play, in brackets, ex-girlfriend. The story goes on, and it was this ex-girlfriend who encouraged Mike to cheer up and face difficulties. In her words in the play, I hope to see a Mike who is upright, not a Mike who is drunk as mud. As for the development and layout of this scene, Liansgard Gustafsson, a good friend of Yi Feiyang, later gave this opinion. Many people think that China Yi is very good at taking shortcuts and using various means to promote and package its own movies, but they just ignore China Yi's control over the characters. Yes, it is control. In China Yi's mind, each role has actually been selected before filming. For example, Madonna in the play. Who can imagine that a goddess who originally sang very well can be so good at filming? As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. The guest stars invited by Yi Feiyang are not just as simple as showing their faces on the screen, but they are required to be able to combine their own temperament to play the characters in the play. As a director, Yi Feiyang will not waste an actor, even if it is a guest appearance. It must be meticulous and to the core. Therefore, during the filming, Yi Feiyang played the nature of a tyrant and trained these people appropriately so that the acting skills of Madonna and others improved by leaps and bounds, and after showing them on the screen, it made people feel bright. At this moment, Madonna, who was watching the movie, also felt the audience's praise for her supporting role, because the moment she appeared on the screen, the audience in the cinema were all excited, and all eyes were focused on her. It is said that people's eyes also contain energy, so you can feel that others are staring at you, and Madonna felt this way at the moment. So many people's eyes were focused on her at the same time, and even if she didn't look back, she knew that everyone was looking at her at the moment. I didn't expect that the pop queen can act so well. An audience member couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's hard to believe, this is our Madonna. Mike's acting is not bad, especially his decadent look, which makes people feel so sad. Not to mention the ordinary audiences who were talking about the superb acting skills of Michael Jackson and Madonna, and the First Lady Hillary, Los Angeles Mayor Whitman, and hotel tycoon Richard Hilton, who were sitting in the VIP seats. They never thought that Feiyang, as a director, could actually make the characters and the play so vivid and wonderful. I didn't expect this Chinese Yi to be so capable, that he could train Hollywood superstars, to have first-rate acting skills. Hillary couldn't help but say, yes, it's not easy to control these big stars, and make them act as they please. Mayor Whitman said, so, this Chinese Yi is not simple. I feel relieved to hand my baby daughter to him. Richard Hilton said. As the plot of the movie progresses, the down-and-out dance king played by Mike meets Anne, Jessica and Paz, who are full of youth and vitality, and love dancing very much. Mike believes that they have a high talent for dancing. As long as he gives them a little guidance, he can turn them into the best dancers, and show their talents in future dance competitions. According to the development of the movie plot, contradictions arise. Although Anne, Jessica, Paz and others were recruited by Mike, the Great Liar, to learn the latest and trendiest dance techniques from him, they had constant friction during the training process. First of all, in terms of ideology, the dancers that Mike wants to train are all professional dancers, while Annie and others are street vendors who just think dancing is fun or their interest. There is no way Mike, as a dance teacher, has to fundamentally change their thinking and plant the seeds of dancing as dancing life. Conflict and contradiction are always necessary element of movie stories, especially for the shaping and fullness of characters. At this moment, Michael Jackson on the big screen, the male protagonist Mike he created, wearing a shabby suit, is naturally different from him in real life. If you have to compare the two images together, it is the gap between the poor, fans and the rich second generation. But it is such a fan, but people gradually like him and feel his joys and sorrows as the story develops. It's hard to believe, isn't it, my friend? This story is great. Wow, the plot is getting more and more tense, and I don't know if the dance team organized by Mike can succeed. Some viewers couldn't help but whisper, and the story of the movie had deeply attracted them. The subsequent story development is similar to the Upgrade game. Hathaway, Jessica and Paz dance team, under Mike's guidance, made rapid progress in dancing skills. Then, just like the traditional Oriental martial arts movies, after the protagonist successfully trained in Shaolin Temple, he had to fight in the Wooden Man Alley, the 18 Arhats, etc., and then go out and venture into the world alone. However, Feiyang turned these processes into a wonderful dance battle story between Annie and other dance teams. First, Annie had to compete with the best dance group on the streets of Los Angeles, the Lightning Group. Only if the dance battle succeeded could she represent the neighborhood to participate in the qualification for the national dance competition. The leader of the Lightning Group is the bad boy played by Johnny Depp. It must be said that Johnny Depp's role as the bad street scoundrel is really vivid, especially his posture of talking with a cigarette in his mouth, which is completely like a scoundrel. Moreover, the words he used in his speech were also often used by those bad boys on the streets of Los Angeles, such as his mother, dog shit, what kind, and kick your ass, etc. Of course, most of these words are swear words, but they are also indispensable. In fact, when shaping this role, the lines were not originally like this. It was Johnny Depp himself who asked to change the lines. In his words, the original lines were too feminine, too gentle, too unfashionable, and to put it bluntly, they just didn't have any street flavor. As the director and screenwriter, Feiyang, after careful consideration, took Johnny Depp's advice and changed the lines according to Depp's own wishes. Now it seems that Depp is worthy of being a bad boy. The changed lines make the role he plays more vivid and lively. Chapter 212. A kiss shocks the world. However, at this time, the careful audience is no longer surprised at how vivid and lifelike Johnny Depp's acting skills are as a bad boy on the street, nor are they surprised at how rubbish and ridiculous his dancing skills are, because everyone's attention is attracted by a small role on the big screen, or more precisely, a trivial little extra. Of course, the audience who can find this little extra is definitely the most careful audience watching the movie. Because at this moment, use your sharp eyes to find it on the big screen, and you will be surprised to find that, in Depp's lightning combination team on the screen, there is a Chinese youth with an unprepossessing appearance and a baseball cap tilted on his head. He is tall and handsome, although he chews gum in his mouth, and deliberately pretends to be a sloppy street ruffian. You can recognize him at a glance. Yes, he is the director of this play, the one who has caused heated discussions throughout Hollywood. China Yi. Yes, the guest actor in this dancing extra is China Yi Feiyang. In fact, when filming this scene, a dancer who was selected from a talent show had diarrhea and withdrew from the filming site due to illness. Helplessly, in order to successfully film this scene, Yi Feiyang had to do it himself and played a cameo role in this inconspicuous little extra. On the screen, Yi Feiyang deliberately hid behind the dance team, wearing a baseball cap and a denim jacket, which was very different from his usual suits and leather shoes. As long as the audience is not serious and does not watch carefully, they will never be able to tell that he is a big name director mixed in with the extras. But the audience's eyes are sharp. What's more, Yi Feiyang is a Chinese, hiding behind a large group of extras composed of whites and blacks. No matter how much he disguises himself and hides, he is still like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding, which makes people sigh. What a pitfall. Oh my god, did you see that? That's my favorite China Yi. Look how young and handsome he is. I must find him to be my boyfriend in the future. Next to Johnny Depp, a fanboy spotted China Yi, who was pretending to be a supporting actor, and couldn't help but laugh. It's a pity that he already has a girlfriend. Look at that handsome guy who plays the bad guy. He is also very attractive. Don't you find that he has a very unique temperament? Depp didn't expect that people around him would not recognize him as a big star. He had no choice but to promote himself. Unfortunately, Depp's promotion was not successful and instead attracted a round of eye rolls from the female fan. However, after the eye rolls, the female fan said in a daze, "This gentleman, you actually look like an actor. Oh, is that director called Johnny Depp? And he also made a movie called Edward Scissorhands?" Depp's bad friend Nicolas Cage said with a smile. Yes, huh. "This gentleman next to you, you look familiar too," said the female fan. Before he finished speaking, Depp took over and said, "Doesn't he look like Nicolas Cage in Wild at Heart, who has a horse face, but claims to be a great lover?" Cage rolled his eyes at Depp, but the female fan said seriously, No, I think this gentleman has a horse face, but he is very handsome." Hearing this, Nicolas Cage laughed heartily, while Depp was helpless. This is just a small episode. In short, now everyone in the cinema in the United States is watching the movie seriously, but what is more exciting is that the scene of Michael Jordan and Madonna kissing appeared on the screen. As a singer, coupled with her sexy appearance, Madonna won a lot of die-hard fans when she first debuted, so that when she really became popular, she was even described as the most powerful sexy goddess in Hollywood. Especially Madonna's image of a queen with two peaks in the clouds, wearing leather clothes and leather pants, and holding a whip, is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Because of this, Madonna, who has an invincible sex appeal, has been involved in constant scandals in Hollywood. Many gossip newspapers say that she is dating someone, and that she has a close relationship with someone. But among these many boyfriends with many scandals, the only one who is most closely related to her is Michael Jackson, the king of pop. Why is this so? Michael Jackson has always been demonized by many media with ulterior motives, who think that he is very sexual, so even if many men have scandals with Madonna, he is the only one who is fine. But now, watching Michael and Madonna kissing passionately on the big screen, everyone is stunned, as if they were slapped hard. Oh god, I didn't expect Mike to be so manly. Yes, you see he kissed Madonna. Oh, I can't stand it. The king and queen kissing. I guess even Jesus will be resurrected. No one could have thought that Mike, who has always been slandered and defamed for his sexual orientation, would be so powerful and perform such a passionate scene with Madonna on the screen. The whole cinema was dumbfounded, drunk, and crazy. To be honest, Feiyang did not shoot this scene for gimmicks or sensationalism, but because of the needs of the story itself. As mentioned earlier, in the play, Madonna plays a role of Mike's ex-girlfriend. The two broke up due to some misunderstandings, but they still couldn't let go of each other's friendship. Therefore, after Mike was betrayed and frustrated, Madonna's girlfriend took the initiative to encourage him, inspire him, and let him cheer up and fight for the song and dance competition. Now, Mike on the screen has finally stood up again, and the dance team he organized has won continuously in the promotion competition. Madonna, as Mike's ex-girlfriend, is very happy, and Mike himself is extremely grateful for her help. In the movie, the story serves the characters, and the characters are created to enrich the story. Now, in order to express Mike's gratitude to Madonna, he took the initiative to hug and kiss this dear girlfriend on the balcony. Therefore, this scene is the sublimation of emotions and is necessary to promote the development of the plot. Therefore, during the filming, Feiyang said to Michael and Madonna, "You must kiss." Now the audience is enjoying it in the cinema, but in fact, during the filming, Michael and Madonna made Feiyang many times. The reason is simple. Michael and Madonna are too familiar with each other and can't brew that kind of passion. When I think about kissing Michael, I want to laugh. These are Madonna's original words. "I can't do it. Yes, I can't kiss her. She and I are like brothers. What? We have to kiss for 6 seconds. Oh God, you might as well kill me." These are Michael Jackson's original words during the filming. Faced with such a situation, Feiyang, as a director, was helpless. In the end, he had to use his best trick. He said to Mike and Madonna, "Hey guys, just kiss. At worst, I'll treat you to pig's trotters after the shooting. I'll cook for you myself." Pig's trotters? For Mike and Madonna, the temptation of Chinese food is absolutely infinite, not to mention that Feiyang's cooking skills are extremely sophisticated. Nonsense. Feiyang rarely cooks in his life, and his only trick is cooking spiced pig's trotters. Mike and Madonna had tried it once before, but unfortunately, Feiyang cherished his own food and never cooked for others easily. Damn, after all, we are people of status. How can we cook every time? But this time there was no other way. Someone had to use this to seduce two big names. In the end, it was proved that his method was very effective. Mike and Madonna kissed on the spot. I just don't know if they thought of each other as spiced pig's trotters chewing each other when they kissed. In short, Feiyang filmed this scene, which made many audiences feel very excited. It is estimated that this is the only time in their lives that they can see the King Mike and the Queen Madonna play passionately. Time passed slowly. The play dancing on the floor gave the audience too many surprises and highlights. Not to mention the guest stars who appeared on the big screen one after another like dumplings, and the fascinating storyline made people unable to stop. Some people even resisted the desire to go to the bathroom and stared at the big screen without blinking, for fear of missing any wonderful shots. Oh my god, look, Cage, the bad guy, is coming out. Oh yeah, Anna's dance is great. Look, Mike's new dance. The audience stared with wide eyes, and the whole theater was full of laughter and no peeing. Just like many movies, after the climax just now, the audience's attention was focused again, and the originally noisy theater began to quiet down. As Anne Hathaway and her partner participated in a dance competition to learn dancing, they quarreled with their father, and everyone was infected by the plot in the play. You have your ideal, and I have mine. Yes, you want me to go to college well, and then graduate to become a doctor or lawyer, but that is not my ideal. Anne said loudly to her father on the screen, "My ideal is to dance, and to show myself on the stage. Yes, I'm so unambitious, so depraved, and I like to hang out with those people on the street, but I like it. I really like it." With a snap. On the screen, the father slapped Anne Hathaway hard. In the close-up, Anne Hathaway bit her lips tightly, and the image of tears and red eyes appeared in front of the audience. This scene completely moved everyone, and the quiet movie was finally broken. From time to time, the choking sound of fans came out, and even Anne herself, who was sitting in the cinema, was no exception at this moment. Red eyes. It's so touching. I think I've come to the right place. Yi, you played the emotional card again, and I was defeated by you once again. Hearing these whispers, Feiyang knew that he had at least succeeded halfway. Chapter 213. Everyone goes crazy. On the screen, the movie So You Think You Can Dance is still being shown. In the pouring rain, in order to show her dancing style to her father and make him agree to learn street dance, the heroine Annie, played by Anne Hathaway, danced wildly in the rain. Seeing Anne's persistence, Jessica, Paz and others in the same team were also moved. In the heavy rain, they silently joined Anne's dance one by one. Close up shot, the heavy rain was pouring down, and a group of children were dancing in the heavy rain. The explosive music and cool dance skills attracted many people to come from all directions to watch in the rain. Anne's father was also in it. He silently looked at his daughter, watching her and her friends dancing attentively, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. When Anne finally won her father's support through her love and persistence for dance, and the father and daughter hugged each other, Anne Hathaway on the screen cried again with red eyes. Not only her, but also the audience in the cinema cried again. The cinema has always been a quiet place, but this time, everyone broke this convention. I don't know which audience in which cinema started to applaud first, and then, cinemas all over the United States, there was a huge applause. Deafening applause. In the superstar cinema, where Feiyang was, the applause was unprecedentedly fierce. The audience was paying tribute to the heroine Anne Hathaway. This girl, who had only filmed one movie and left a deep impression on people, moved everyone's heart with her sincere acting skills. The picture was still playing, but the applause did not stop. On the screen, the next day, after Anne knew that she could really dance, the first thing she did was to run out of the house, and then ran all the way to the dance practice place, found Jessica and Paz, and hugged them tightly. The applause rang out again. Oh my god. China Yi is a genius. From the horror and supernatural of paranormal activity, to the erotic passion of saving soldier Rachel, to the horror and thrill of Saw, this time dancing on the soccer floor is so touching. I really don't know what kind of movie China Yi can't make. China Yi is worthy of being born for movies. Yi, we love you. It's so touching. I have never seen such a touching movie. China Yi, you once again made me, a hard-hearted person, shed tears. Yi, you are the greatest and most talented director in the world. All kinds of cheers, all kinds of screams, the jubilation in the cinema, and the passionate confessions of many boys and girls almost made Feiyang overwhelmed. The red-eyed girls and boys were so excited that they stood up, clapped wildly, and screamed loudly, like crazy. As a young person, what kind of movie do you like most? The answer is, of course, the most youthful and passionate movies. Undoubtedly, dancing on the soccer floor fully interprets these two elements, the youth of dance and the passion of dreams. Let me ask, who doesn't have youth, and who doesn't have dreams? For their dreams, many people shed sweat in their youth. Just like Anne Hathaway on the screen, she persistently pursued her dream of dancing. Even if she was opposed, scolded, ridiculed, insulted, and even slapped, she still refused to give up her dream. Hey, Cage, did you notice that in 80 minutes, everyone went to the bathroom in the middle? In fact, I want to say that I really want to go, but no one went. I'm embarrassed. At this moment, Johnny Depp, who was also in the cinema, applauded and said to Cage next to him. Nicolas Cage also said with a bitter face, yes, it is said that Chinese movies are like this. No matter how long it is, almost no one will leave in the middle. I didn't believe it at first, but this time I believe it completely. In fact, I also want to go to the bathroom. Hold it, it's almost over. Depp was also helpless. In fact, deep in their hearts, they have already developed infinite admiration for Feiyang. Depp is better. After all, he is already filming Pirates of the Caribbean, co-invested by Dream and Lionsgate. As for Cage, he is a little envious of his friend. It is really great to be able to work with such an excellent director as Yi from China. After a passionate embrace, the screen went black. When it appeared again, the story had developed to the final stage, which was the national dance competition. Mike led in Hathaway and others, and finally entered the finals, after going through thousands of hardships. This time, what surprised everyone was not Michael Jackson's acting skills, nor Anne Hathaway's emotional drama, but the appearance of a guest star. He is the basketball flying man Jordan. Yes, it is our dear Jordan. This time he guest starred in a very funny dancer role in the play. He is tall and big-handed. He danced the African native dance in the dance finals, so that his appearance caused bursts of laughter from the audience. Oh my god, I didn't expect Jordan to be so cute. My idol's dancing skills are too bad. This kind of dance can also enter the finals? The audience began to discuss with laughter, and the dance competition officially reached its climax. The villain Cage plagiarized the dance originally choreographed by Annie and her team. After the performance of Cage's team, it received a high score, but Annie and her team were stuck in the dilemma of what dance to save the situation. Close up shot, Mike said to them, any dance is fine, yes, as long as you dance with your heart, you can choreograph the most beautiful and excellent dance program. Come on, try to relax, and tap your potential. You are not here to compete for the trophy, you are here just because you love dancing. Annie, Jessica and Paz were inspired by Mike's guidance. The best dance should be danced with your heart. On the big screen, the final moment of the decisive battle. Now we invite the dance team Dream Team founded by Mr. Mike to bring you their latest dance. Oh, sorry, this dance actually has no name, so let's call it Nameless Dance. Please enjoy this nameless dance. Long shot, on the stage, Annie and others stood under the lights. The music sounded, they followed the music, and released their emotions to the fullest, dancing. They danced gracefully and beautifully, especially when the three beautiful girls danced the Nobody dance together to the rhythm of the song Nobody. The audience in the cinema were all enthusiastic. Oh my god, this song is so beautiful. Yes, especially this song with their dance, it's amazing. I haven't seen such a sexy and charming dance for a long time. The song is also very nice. I have to say, the song I don't want anyone else. If it's not you, I don't want it. That swept the world in the previous life. Three hot girls sang and danced on the screen, and many audiences couldn't help but sing along. Some girls who like to chase trends and fashion even couldn't help but stand up and learn from Annie on the screen and danced the simple and easy to learn Nobody dance together. And then, the camera suddenly changed from the passionate Nobody dance to Annie's personal ballet, the kind of elegant and profound ballet. The audience was stunned by this change, because Annie's ballet was so beautiful, like a butterfly dancing. But before the audience could get used to this elegant dance, the music took another big turn, and then a medium shot appeared on the screen, and Jessica, Paz and others began to dance street dance. That's right, at this moment, the entire screen is filled with the newly choreographed dance by Annie and her friends. They dance with their hearts, and pursue their dance dreams. Passionate, powerful, elegant, cool. This unusual dance combination appeared brilliantly on the screen, dazzling all the audience in the cinema. Oh my god, what a spectacular scene. Yes, what an incredible dance. I'm deeply shocked by this dance. It can be said that Feiyang moved not only the audience in the movie, but also the audience in reality with this dance. There is no doubt that on the big screen, Annie and her friends' dance won the final victory and took home the trophy of the national dance competition. When Anne and Jessica handed the trophy in their hands to their teacher Mike, Mike's eyes were filled with tears, and then he raised the trophy high and shouted, "We won." The happy shouts on the big screen resounded in 2,700 North American theaters. The lively and leisurely soundtrack and the laughter of the winners were perfectly integrated. This image of the integration of scenery, people, feelings, and sounds penetrated the hearts of the audience. At the same time, countless audiences in the cinema stood up spontaneously and applauded enthusiastically with emotion. Yes, the applause swept through all the theaters that premiered this movie like a storm. Then, the lights turned on, the screen began to dim, and subtitles began to appear. At the same time, the ending song of the movie, Michael Jackson's emotional voice accompanied by a pleasant melody began to sound, but the applause of the audience almost covered the song. Everyone applauded hard and cheered in admiration. Great. This is the best movie of the year. Praise you. China easy. The people in the entire cinema were crazy. They all clapped and cheered involuntarily, as if only applause and cheers could express their feelings. Chapter 214. Famous throughout the world. In the cinema, people clapped and cheered crazily for the ending of How to Dance. It can be said that at that moment, all the expectant fans and audiences got what they wanted, and what they didn't want from How to Dance. When seeing Mike and his team holding up the hard-earned trophy, countless audiences' eyes were warm, and some emotional female audiences even choked up. Youth, dreams, who hasn't had them? But who can stick to it like the protagonist in the play? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's really great. My dream was to be a baseball star, but unfortunately I didn't stick to it. Now I'm just an ordinary construction worker. A white audience member grumbled to his friend. If I had insisted a little bit more at that time, man, just a little bit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He cursed again. Maybe I would have survived, and would be playing for a star team now. Dreams exist in your heart. It's never too late, and it's never too late. As long as you insist, one day they will come true. This was the last sentence that appeared on the big screen. Signed, China Yi. A female audience member pondered Yi Feiyang's words and associated it with the fact that she was in her 30s, but rashly quit her well-paid insurance job and started to engage in the beauty business she had long dreamed of. Since last year, she finally created her own brand, and her business began to flourish. This sentence is simply a true portrayal of herself. She immediately clapped and screamed excitedly, "Oh my god. This is great." Other audiences who like to think and have studied philosophy also gradually figured out the philosophy of this short sentence. It actually became a destined classic scene in film history in this way. Pa pa pa. The warm applause in the screening room has lasted for 3 minutes. Regardless of whether the audience knows each other or not, they praise each other loudly and talk about the content of the movie just now. This situation is rare and only happens in the theater of classic movies. The great director Spielberg in the audience was also applauding. This is indeed a great song and dance masterpiece, exciting and meaningful. Thinking of how he could not find inspiration to shoot movies during this period, while China Yi has produced one masterpiece after another, the great director suddenly felt that he was better than his master. Maybe in a few years, he can retire and go back to USC to teach. As for the hotel tycoon Richard Hilton, who appeared as a guest of the movie this time, he originally came here to show his support, but it was just a formality. In addition to the fact that the young man Yi Feiyang made him curious, he mainly came here to show his support for his baby daughter. After all, this is the first play that Paris Hilton has participated in, isn't it? As for the First Lady Hillary and the Mayor of Los Angeles Whitman, the reason they came was mainly to give face to the Hilton family, but they didn't expect Yi Feiyang to bring them such a huge surprise. As Americans, there is no one who doesn't like watching movies. After watching a lot, the level of their movie watching has also improved. Especially as the mainstream of the upper class, their ability to identify movies has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Only classics like Gone with the Wind, Casablanca, and the recent Schindler's List and Titanic are in their eyes. But today, they saw a movie that they will never forget, with wonderful songs and dances, and a touching story. The whole movie almost moved you to a mess. Everything is so shocking. From the beginning to the end, especially the song and dance competition is unparalleled. Lionsgate CEO Gustav applauded silently. "Great job, Yi." He even thought, "This is a musical movie." As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the unforgettable classic scenes from the movie. Not to mention the cool dances that dazzled and amazed people. Just the soundtrack of the whole movie was amazing, especially the song Nobody, which many people still remember vividly, and they can even hum it softly. What surprised everyone was that in the ending credits, the lyrics and music of this song were also written by Yi Feiyang. China Yi has shocked people too much. Could it be that in addition to his first-class directing skills and superb dancing skills, he also has unknown talent in music? Gustav thought so, and so did others. After all, the song Nobody seemed to be echoing in their ears. As a successful musical, pictures and music are the key points of all element. Some musicals, with their wonderful scenes and beautiful melodies, make people feel that they are grand, beautiful, pleasant and moving when watching them, but they are forgotten before they leave the cinema. Others will be remembered for a long time and can be recalled from time to time. Every time they recall them, they are touched and recall the shock and emotion at that time. Because those scenes are emotionally infused, rather than simply piling up special effects and magnifying vision. Dancing on the Floor is undoubtedly a perfect example. Emotions, pictures, and music are integrated into one, with passion and sadness until the last scene of the film enters the credits. This makes the film very artistic, but also very commercially entertaining and visually enjoyable. In another large movie theater in Los Angeles, Bill Rabbit smiled and clapped crazily with everyone else. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was moved by dancing. So you think you can dance, and proud of his boss and idol Feiyang. Tonight, he gave those bastards a fatal blow. This is the strength of a Hollywood genius. Beside Bill Rabbit, who always behaved very calmly, couldn't help but applaud with the audience. Feiyang had always given him great surprises, but none of them was as strong as this time. Yes, the shock Feiyang gave him was really too great. A director who can control the tastes and emotions of the audience is no longer an ordinary director, he is a god. Because only God can manipulate everything, including everyone's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Let's return our camera to the superstar cinema, where Feiyang is. At this moment, the spacious screening room was drowned in applause, and all the audience stood up and applauded. The crew members of Dancing, So You Think You Can Dance in the front row gathered together, hugged each other to celebrate their victory, and accepted everyone's praise and awards. Thank you. Thank you. As a director, Feiyang kept expressing his gratitude to his colleagues, audiences, and friends, his heart beating wildly. He was so happy from the applause and cheers that he was a little overwhelmed. Was it not a polite applause because of the premiere? They really liked it, right? Hey, I can't believe we did it. Michael Jackson came over and punched him hard. Feiyang came to his senses. Yes, we did it. Suddenly, hey director, I found that you are the most handsome person in the whole film. Wow. The beautiful Paris Hilton hugged Feiyang directly, and under the gaze of Anne Hathaway and Jessica Alba, she kissed Feiyang very coquettishly. Feiyang was overwhelmed by the passion of this little girl. He saw Anne Hathaway's face changing from the corner of his eye, and Jessica next to him seemed to be surprised. Feiyang had to break free from Pars's embrace, but before he could stand firm, another beauty rushed up to him. This time it was Jessica who was still surprised just now. The little cool girl Jessica hugged Feiyang and kissed him mercilessly, imitating Pars's appearance. Feiyang was completely stunned this time. What was going on? When did he become so lovable? Anne Hathaway didn't expect that even her good sister Jessica would do this. As Feiyang's official girlfriend, she felt that if she didn't take action, she would lose a lot. So without waiting for Feiyang to explain anything, she stepped forward, tiptoed and kissed Feiyang on the lips. But unlike Pars and Jessica, she actually played with tongue kiss. That's right. Our always reserved and noble Anne Hathaway actually kissed with her beloved man in public. Faced with such a sexy shot, everyone was stunned, including Pars and Jessica who had just finished the show, and seemed to be announcing to the world that this lady was the real girlfriend of China Yi. So she kissed very attentively and passionately. So much so that the media reporters were stunned for a long time, and then they woke up and quickly pressed the shutter of the camera, crackling, and took a lot of photos of this pair of golden boy and girl. Anne Hathaway waited until the reporters had almost finished taking pictures. Then she let go of Feiyang, and then glanced at Pars and Jessica with a proud look. Seeing that they still had an unbelievable expression, Anne was so happy in her heart. Of course, acting is a full performance, so when everyone was speculating about her and Feiyang's ambiguous relationship, she said very elegantly, "Congratulations, dear Yi, our play is finally a success." This sentence is very intriguing, which can explain the reason why she kissed Feiyang just now, and also explain that her relationship with Feiyang is unusual. All the reporters who experienced the scene just now have begun to use their amazing imagination. China Yi's peach blossoms are blooming, playing ambiguous with the three beauties in the play. The story that China Yi and the three beauties must be told. Director Dong Fang won the favor of the three beauties. We have seen moths flying into the flame, but we have never seen a beauty take the initiative to throw herself into his arms, and not just one, but three. Who is the great lover? The three kisses of the beauties to China Yi can explain everything. I envy God China Yi's luck with beauties. Besides, as the person involved, Yi Feiyang did not expect that the three girls would do this to him. He was the target of public criticism, but he could do nothing about it. He wanted to escape quickly before the reporters asked questions, but there were too many people surrounding him, especially when he finally escaped to the door of the cinema and was about to go out. He was shocked when he looked outside, but he saw that the outside was full of people, and almost all the fans were shouting wildly, asking Yi Feiyang to sign. Some even asked to sign on clothes, faces, and buttocks without paper. The madness of the fans almost prevented Yi Feiyang from going home. Fortunately, with the help of these crazy fans, Yi Feiyang completely got rid of the interviews of those media. At least, he didn't have to answer the question of why three beauties kissed him together. So far, the premiere of Dancing on the Floor has completely ended, but the storm it caused has not yet ended, because Yi Feiyang will be famous all over the world because of it. Chapter 215. Great momentum. Just came back from the Hollywood superstar cinema and finally understood why this movie has attracted so much attention. A white audience member typed this line of words while sitting in front of a computer after returning from the premiere. Miracle. I can only use miracle to describe my feelings at this moment. Yes, I saw a new song and dance miracle, a black audience member wrote on the Road forum. You ask me why I'm not sleeping yet? Because I just watched a song and dance movie that was shocking enough to keep me awake all night. In front of me, their dance is still spinning in my mind, and their song and dance are still occupying my heart. How can I sleep? A Chinese movie fan excitedly typed this line of words on the keyboard. In this Christmas blockbuster season with many blockbusters, whether it is the prospective audience who lined up all night to watch the movie, or the audience who have watched the movie and are entangled in various emotions, and tossing and turning, and unable to fall asleep, Dancing on the Floor brought shock, and also brought a night that seemed particularly long. Like the three super fans mentioned above, many fans have logged onto the internet and flocked to various rating sites, blog forums, etc. to rate So You Think You Can Dance and share their first-hand viewing experience. On IMDb, the most authoritative movie rating site in the United States, fan user O. Henry just watched the premiere of So You Think You Can Dance and shared his comments. Let's not talk about anything else. The shock of the red carpet at the premiere alone will leave you stunned. If you are not mentally prepared, you will think that it is not a premiere, but an Oscars ceremony. Got so many big names gathered. I can only use such words to describe the grandeur of the scene. Yes, let's not talk about anything else. Just the red carpet show has left many film companies behind. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about my feelings about this movie. Who said that musicals are dead? Dancing on the Floor will completely change your view. Here, I just want to say that it really exceeds all imagination and expectations. At the last moment of the movie, all the audience shouted with joy, and the whole spacious theater was filled with complex feelings. Everyone was completely moved by China Yi's play. This is the most touching scene in film history and the most beautiful scene. People taste and feel excited together. This is a cultural phenomenon. Very well done, China Yi. Dancing on the Floor is much more amazing than I expected. It contains too many incredible elements: dance, music, story, emotion. It is a perfect fusion, just like the propaganda. What is rare is that it shows thought-provoking artistic characteristics, which will undoubtedly make it more potentially influential. It will have its critics. Just because some people slap it in the face, because the director is Chinese Yi, they should be ashamed of it. Yes, extremely ashamed. They are the ones who hinder the operation of the beautiful world. On the contrary, people will be willing to go to the theater to watch this movie over and over again because it is so great. The movie has given us too many shocks that linger in our minds. Especially I remember that sentence, as long as you stick to your dreams, the future will always come true. This sentence is unforgettable, and I think others must be the same as me. Movie fan user Alan's commented, I watched the premiere, but I definitely want to watch it again. I think So You Think You Can Dance is a classic musical that you won't be satisfied with just one watch, but will want to watch it a second time. Apart from anything else, the lingering singing and dancing performances are worth the price of the ticket, not to mention the story that has touched countless fans. He also posted a topic to praise the actors' performances. It is really hard to imagine that our pop king Michael Jackson would have such amazing acting skills. Yes, his acting skills shocked me, especially when he was betrayed, lost everything, was disheveled, drank decadently, and lay on a garbage dump in pain. My heart ached so much. It can be said that dear Mike has overturned my previous understanding of him. Under the training of the great China Yi, he has become a real actor. In addition to Mike, the acting skills of Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton are also remarkable. It can be said that these three newcomers, with their acting skills that are all but touching, have proved how beautiful this play is. By the way, there are many hot guest actors, such as Nicolas Cage, Johnny Depp, our Queen Madonna, and the big star among big names, Michael Jordan. Oh my god. In short, this play is a great play. You must go and see it. Just came back from the premiere. Very excited. It's great. Female fan Rosemary wrote, first of all, what makes me most happy is that Dancing on the Floor is a musical that is very suitable for teenagers to watch, but it is also suitable for all ages. Secondly, for director Zhang Guoyi, his transformation did not affect the quality of the film. In the past, he was famous in Hollywood because of his terrifying and exciting horror films, but now, his musical is even more eye-catching and feels extremely wonderful. I can say that I was really shocked tonight, especially after the movie ended. I have never seen a movie that can make the audience spontaneously applaud for up to 3 minutes after the movie ended, and then gather together to discuss the movie. It just made some exciting discussions and praises, which made me very happy. They all said that the emergence of how to dance marks the birth of a new culture of singing and dancing. I quite agree. Like the fans mentioned above who have watched the movie, many people couldn't help but express their views and comments on the movie on the internet and their mobile phones at the first time. Before, they walked into the theater with interest and expectation, and now they all praise the beauty of the movie. God bless, God bless. In the dimly lit bedroom, Anne Hathaway's prayers were not so soft at all. After attending the premiere, she was exhausted, but she couldn't help turning on the computer to see the comments on the movie on various websites. God, please bless us, and bless this movie. She kissed the cross on her neck, then clicked on the IMDb page with trembling fingers. Although Anne Hathaway is not a fan of chasing trends, she also knows that IMDb is a main battlefield for die-hard fans. If So You Think You Can Dance does not score high there, the situation can be imagined. Unlike in the past, Anne Hathaway knows how important this play is to Feiyang, especially in the face of the arrogant provocation of The Matrix 2 by the Wachowski brothers and the covetous eyes of various Hollywood blockbusters. If Feiyang loses this time, he will face a lot of sarcasm. Of course, this is not the worst. The worst thing is that Dream Pictures will have a hard time because of this defeat. Yes, the company will suffer a heavy blow and may even be unable to recover. Anne Hathaway was afraid of such a situation, and she was even more afraid that Feiyang would be hurt because of the failure of this play. She even imagined how Feiyang would be after the failure, stumbling on the street in the cold winter, drinking with an unshaven beard, being beaten up because of being unhappy, and then hiding in the dirty alley with a bruised face, and hiding with the stray cats and dogs there. Oh god, she was afraid of such a situation, afraid that Feiyang would be hit and hurt. The page slowly opened. Anne Hathaway silently prayed to the respected god again, drank a sip of warm water to calm herself, and then opened the IMDb page of Dancing on the Floor, and looked at the rating. Puff, cough cough. Oh my god, cough. The computer screen was full of watermarks, and it was because Hathaway saw the score that she spit out a mouthful of water and then choked and coughed non-stop. Her face was full of incredible and shocked expressions. Oh my god. Ahem. Such a loud noise immediately woke up Mrs. Lawrence, the grandmother on the bed on the right. She opened her sleepy eyes and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, dear Annie? Did you see any bad things like rats or cockroaches again?" Hathaway didn't say anything, but stood there stupidly, looking at the computer screen. Just when Mrs. Lawrence thought something had happened, she suddenly turned around, danced with joy, smiled with her teeth showing, and shouted with ecstasy on her face, 9.1 points. 9.1 points. Oh, Grandma, we won. Seeing her granddaughter's crazy look, Mrs. Lawrence was puzzled and muttered, "Is this girl possessed by evil spirits?" Overnight, a classic musical film was added to the history of North American films, and a number of classic characters were added to the screen, including the down and out, but dream persistent dancing god Mike, the elegant and beautiful ballet beauty Hathaway, the youthful and lively Jessica, the hot and sexy Paz, Cage, who defeated the great evil but turned back, the funny boy Depp, and the rookie dancer Michael Jordan. There were many more unforgettable and moving classic scenes, and movie fans also had more controversial discussions. Also overnight, the first musical film with a score of over 9.0 in the past 10 years, no, in the past 20 years on IMDb Movies was born. A musical film with a score of over 9.0. Unbelievable. Hollywood musicals have been silent for so many years. From the 1920s and 1930s, when they were showing their age and there were many excellent films, to the 1950s and 1960s, when they were flourishing, and there were many blockbusters, to now, when they are silent and no one cares about them. It can be said that the development of musicals has encountered ups and downs. But now, the appearance of dancing on the floor has made everyone's eyes light up. The novel and unique, cool and eye-catching street dance. The wonderful and tortuous, sincere and touching story, and the leading actors and guest stars who show their unique skills have created the miracle of this new musical together. And this will not only not die down with the end of the premiere day, but on the contrary, it will become more and more powerful. To be continued, chapter 216. Oh my god, it's all red. Right square bracket. As Christmas approaches in the United States, the temperature is getting lower and lower. Heavy snow has already fallen in many areas. In areas such as Texas and California, the temperature has dropped to freezing point. Many people would rather stay at home around the warm fireplace to celebrate Christmas than go out for a party, or have any party. However, although the weather is cold, it cannot stop the enthusiasm of movie fans to go to the cinema to watch movies. Holding popcorn, sitting in a warm cinema with family and friends, enjoying a rich movie feast is definitely a very good choice. Therefore, during the entire Christmas period, almost all cinemas are full every day. However, among so many wonderful Christmas blockbusters, the most eye-catching one is a new movie that has only been released for 2 or 3 days. That is, the musical blockbuster Dancing on the Floor produced by Dream Pictures. In the past 2 days, Dancing on the Floor has become the most popular, coolest, and most dazzling musical movie. Not only American teenagers who like to keep up with trends and fashion like to watch it, but even many older adults like to watch it. The reason is simple. The lineup, cast, cool songs, energetic dances, and touching story plot. Who doesn't like it? Exclamation mark. Who hasn't had a youth? Who hasn't dreamed of dancing miracles? Unless this guy is born not to like dancing, doesn't like dancing, and likes to lie down in the sun like a turtle. In short, Sing and Dance is a big hit, even more popular than The Matrix 2, which is the most popular now. 3 days later, in the Dream Manor, early in the morning, our great pop king Michael Jackson was lying on his round bed, hugging Mickey Mouse pillow and sleeping. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mike turned over, ignored it, and continued to sleep. The knock on the door rang a few more times, and then it was the voice of his agent Peter, who said, "Mike, it's me, can I come in?" Mike stuck his butt up and muttered, "Come in." He was still in a dream state. When manager Peter opened the door and came in, he saw Mike, who was drooling and snoring with his pillow in his arms, and couldn't help laughing. "Mike," Sony called. "Ah, what?" Mike jumped up, as if someone had stuck him in the ass with a needle. "Are they asking for payment again? Oh my god, they are driving me crazy. Tell them that I need to think about the world tour. Well, just say that I'm not in good health. Otherwise, these guys will not let me go." Seeing Michael Jackson so nervous, manager Peter couldn't help sighing and explained, "Relax, Mike. They are not asking for payment this time. On the contrary, they want to have a good talk with you about cooperation." Cooperation? What do you mean? Mike was scared when he thought of the harsh conditions that Sony had put forward for him to go on a global tour. He was a human being, not a machine. Wouldn't he be exhausted to death if he went on a global tour for 50 shows? Well, they said that you can release a new album to pay off the debt, and even. Peter hesitated. Even their company can advance part of your remuneration. Michael Jackson was stunned. You know, when he was at his most powerful, Sony Records signed a $100 million contract with him. This matter was even widely reported by various media around the world, calling him the most expensive king, and the king who is best at making money. Unfortunately, this king who is best at making money does not know how to save money, let alone invest. He only spends money recklessly, so that he is now heavily in debt, and has to verbally agree to help Sony to go on a world tour to pay off the debt. The most depressing thing is that the sales of his most profitable albums are getting worse and worse. A group of new generation idol singers, such as Backstreet Boys and Westlife, have diverted many of his fans. When Michael Jackson spent money, he never thought that one day it would be so difficult for him to make money. Even his old employer Sony refused to invest huge sums of money to make a new album for him. Instead, he had to show his face and go on the most difficult and tiring world tour. But now, Sony is actually opening a new album for him? Exclamation mark. Mike simply didn't believe his ears. The sleepiness that was originally 3 points was immediately swept away. He stared at his agent Peter with shining eyes. "Peter, are you telling the truth?" "Yes, Mike. Everything I said is true. Ever since the release of the movie, So You Think You Can Dance, your popularity has skyrocketed. Yes, it's almost an incredible skyrocketing, so much so that the originally stingy Sony company not only agreed to let you release a record, but was also willing to advance you some cash. Fuck that shitty cash." Mike suddenly cursed. "Do you think I'm a fool? After I take their money and spend it all, I'm going to be coerced by them? I'm never going to be fooled by these bastards again." Seeing that Mike seemed to have really grown up, his agent Peter felt a lot of comfort. He originally wanted to dissuade him from taking over the reservation money, but he didn't expect that Mike had already understood Sony's old tricks. Besides, Mike, many TV stations want to do an exclusive interview with you about your filming of So You Think You Can Dance. Each of them has offered a very high price. What do you think? An exclusive interview? Of course. Help me find out which one offers the highest price, and we'll go to that one. We still have to make the money," Mike said happily. "But, Peter, do you know what the most important thing I want to do now?" Peter smiled slightly. "Is it to call my dear Yi?" "Correct." Mike snapped his fingers, and then said with great emotion, "He is my benefactor. Anne Hathaway is used to coming to church to worship early in the morning, but today, when she just walked into the church, she found that the atmosphere around her was a little wrong. Yes, it was very wrong. All the worshippers in the church looked at her with a weird look, and some even pointed at her and whispered, 'Look, my friend, is she in? So You Think You Can Dance? Wow, she looks like Anne, just as beautiful. Maybe she is. Ask her.' Then someone couldn't help asking, 'Excuse me, are you Miss Anne Hathaway, who starred in the movie, So You Think You Can Dance?' Although Anne felt confused, she nodded and said, 'Yes, I am.' 'Oh God, it's you.' The man suddenly shouted, 'She is Anne Hathaway. She is Anne baby in the movie.' This shouting was not a big deal. The whole church was in chaos. Those who had come to worship swarmed up. 'Annie, I like your movie. Can you please sign an autograph for me? Right here, on my chest. Oh God, I love you so much. Annie, you are my son's idol. I like you too. Your dance is so great. Annie, I love you. Annie, Annie.' Facing the sudden surge of fans, Anne was stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Before she could run away, she was surrounded by people in the church. Jessica Alba and Paris Hilton had the same experience as Anne Hathaway. They were also caught off guard by their sudden popularity. In the morning, when Jessica made an appointment to go to a hair salon to get her hair done, she had to wait in line for a long time. After she was found to be the heroine of Dancing on the Floor, she was immediately invited to the front and included in the VIP reception list. This made Jessica a little flattered, but what surprised her even more was the fans who followed her. After knowing the news, they blocked the entrance of the entire hair salon and asked her to give her an autograph. In this regard, Jessica discovered for the first time that being an ordinary person is actually quite happy. Although you need to wait to get your hair done, you don't have to sign autographs until your wrists are numb and your whole body is weak. As for Paris Hilton, the daughter of a rich family who likes to hang out at nightclubs, she has been receiving calls since the early morning, almost all of which are from her friends. The first sentence is, "Paz, you are a star. There are many sexy photos of you on the website." In response, the slightly drunk Paz replied, "Of course, I have been a star since I was born, and I don't need you to flatter me like this." But when Paris Hilton came out of the bar at 9 o'clock in the morning, before she could see the sun and the cold wind and feel its warmth, she was surrounded by a group of people. The drunk Paris thought she was robbed, but those robbers held flowers and teddy bears in their hands and shouted, "Paris, give me an autograph." Faced with this, Paris was completely sober. In fact, the popularity of the play Dancing on the Floor was praised and paid attention to not only the leading actors Michael Jackson and Anne Hathaway, but also the director and screenwriter of the play, Feiyang. In Hollywood, Los Angeles, countless film companies are located on this street. However, the popular Dream Pictures is not located here, but in the nearby Chinatown, which is much more shabby. At this moment, the entire building of Dream Pictures is full of laughter, and the employees are working enthusiastically. In the director's office specially opened by the company, Feiyang has a faint smile on his face and smokes a cigarette leisurely. On the desk, there is a newspaper at this moment. You can see a few big words at the beginning. Dancing on the Floor has set off a box office miracle, earning $50 million in 3 days. The cover of the Los Angeles Daily News indicated the box office performance of Dancing on the Floor, which broke $50 million in 3 days. This box office performance is almost unbelievable for people in the industry! Exclamation mark. A musical film that should have been euthanized at the box office actually created such a miracle. Who dares to believe it? Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Becoming a big director. At the same time, in the entertainment sections of Hollywood newspapers such as Entertainment New World and Entertainment Online, various comments were overwhelming, and Feiyang was patiently reading these comments at the moment. Entertainment New World. When I first saw this movie, I knew the ending. When I saw the beginning, yes, I really guessed the ending. Since it is Christmas, it must have a happy ending, unless the director is very unconventional and has to make a tragedy. But these are not the most important. What is important is not the beginning or the end, but the process. In my eyes, the most touching thing is not that Mike organized the team to win the National Dance Competition Championship, but the difficulties and setbacks that the entire team suffered in the effort to form it, the lack of support from the family, the distrust of friends, the conflicts between each other, and all the emotional problems are not unfamiliar to us. Therefore, as an audience who is easily emotional, being moved is more important to me than inspiration. Entertainment Online. Those who have seen the movie Dancing on the Floor may easily regard this movie as a simple youth musical, but it is not. It is a type of inspirational movie. In fact, it is not important whether it is inspirational or not. What is important is that my friends and I were moved when we saw the end of the movie. On the screen, when the male protagonist played by Michael Jackson led the team to hold up the trophy with tears in their eyes, we saw not only the victory of their dreams, but also the memories of our own pursuit of dreams. As the narration at the end of the movie, dreams exist in your heart. It is never too late, and it is never too late. As long as you persist, it will come true one day. So now, my friend, I have to think carefully about what my dreams were, whether they have been lost or irretrievable. Hollywood entertainment. The filming and editing of this movie are very good. The overall rhythm is neither fast nor slow. There are no unnecessary plots and exaggerations, and everything is just right. Especially the gorgeous dance scenes, the beautiful movie interludes, and the moving storyline, which provide people with unparalleled audiovisual enjoyment. Yes, if you close your eyes, you might think this is a unique concert. If you open your eyes, you will think this is a shocking dance competition. In addition to the comments from these mainstream entertainment newspapers and magazines, some financial newspapers that have never reported entertainment news could not help but follow suit and make small reports this time. The Wall Street Journal in the United States. From an economic point of view, musicals belong to the bear market, and they have shortcomings and cannot be long-term investments. Even if they are revitalized by the musical this time, the future trend is not optimistic. But what interests us is that one person can heat up this long-dormant bear market by his own strength. His directorial skills should not be underestimated. Therefore, I suggest that the majority of stockholders may wish to grasp the direction of this director and cast a long line to catch big fish. In the future, he will definitely bring you new miracles. You know, the Wall Street Journal is an economics newspaper that the entire world pays attention to. There are very few directors who are praised by it. Directors like Spielberg and Lucas, who have created countless blockbusters and covered the entire economics of the film world, are occasionally published and praised by everyone. Feiyang is just a Chinese director from Hong Kong, but this time he received such a high standard treatment from the newspaper by reviving musicals. Such a miracle can be said to be unique. After reading these comments, Feiyang smiled knowingly. Just as he expected, although Dancing on the Floor was defined as a musical inspirational film, the family part was what really touched the audience, so most of the comments were about this aspect. Of course, all this was thanks to the tacit cooperation between Michael Jackson and Anne Hathaway. If they didn't act seriously enough, the effect would definitely be discounted. Moreover, the box office performance of this movie also greatly exceeded Feiyang's expectations. The budget of Dancing on the Floor was $38 million. Feiyang originally planned to reach $50 million in the global box office within 2 weeks, and he would be satisfied. However, the actual data shocked him. It broke $50 million in 3 days. This is only the box office for 3 days. What if it is a week? Then the first week box office can reach $100 million at the worst. According to this momentum, this movie can at least make twice as much money for the company on the basis of recovering the cost. It is no wonder that the entire Dream Pictures company is so enthusiastic. The good trend of box office performance tells employees that they are about to receive a generous bonus. Is there anything more exciting than this? Even the famous film critic Bob Newman, who has always appeared on TV in a provocative manner, did not hesitate to praise How to Dance. He said in the New York Tribune Herald, "The most surprising thing about the film is Michael Jackson's acting skills." Yes, it is his acting skills. His performance is so bright that we can't help but distinguish him on the stage from him on the screen. Especially when he was down and out, it was enough to make everyone cry for him. Of course, there are also the performances of the three little beauties. I can only say that, although they are immature, they are very pleasing to the eye. As for director Feiyang, I don't know what words to use to describe him. Magician, miracle maker, or rising great director. Such a professional film can also add a strong color to How to Dance. After this comment was circulated, more people began to pay attention to this movie. However, many people do not know that there is a very sensitive word in this comment, that is, big director. In Hollywood, where all kinds of directors are everywhere, and small and medium-sized directors are worse than dogs, only big directors have absolute right to speak, and only big directors can become the pillars and golden signs of Hollywood. But is it easy to become a big director? Exclamation mark. Not easy. Very difficult. First of all, the box office of the movie you shoot must exceed 100 million. 100 million or 200 million is the starting point. 300 million or 400 million is not good enough. 500 million or 600 million is enough. Secondly, the movie you shoot must become a classic. It must have a good reputation and saliva, so that everyone can still talk about it many years later. Finally, the movie you shoot must be a big production. The concept of big production is either huge investment or cooperation with big names, because only big production can be worthy of your big director. According to the above three conditions, Feiyang is undoubtedly striving for the title of big director. Regardless of whether the box office of this play can exceed 400 million or 500 million in the future, it is only said that according to the current situation, this play is definitely a heavyweight mothership built by Feiyang, and it has lived up to expectations, and is heading towards the finish line at full speed. Feiyang never thought that he would be called a big director by someone, or a guy who often finds fault with him. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Fortunately, a phone call woke him up and brought him back to reality. When he answered the phone, it was Mike who called. Michael Jackson expressed his infinite gratitude and thanks to Feiyang on the phone, saying that Feiyang was his noble man in his life and the lucky star in his acting career. He was so successful now, and no longer as miserable as before. All of this was thanks to the play, filmed by Feiyang. Yes, thanks to him, he finally stood up again. Mike's series of thanks made Feiyang laugh and cry. It seemed that he had been using his fame to film the play all along, and he should be the one who should be thanked. This Mike is too real. Mike just hung up the phone when another call came in. This time it was from Anne Hathaway. The little girl was very distressed on the phone, complaining about her fame, saying that she didn't even dare to go out on the street now and could only stay at home with her grandmother. She also said that she hated those reporters who were chasing her around like flies. Feiyang finally comforted her, saying that these were things that celebrities had to face, and that the price of fame was the reduction of freedom, and she would get used to it in the future. Just after comforting Anne Hathaway, the phone rang again. It was Jessica Alba and Paz who called together. They said that they were together now, and they felt very excited. Yes, very excited, because they became stars, and there were many fans chasing them for autographs, and many reporters asked to interview them. That feeling was like becoming the princess of the world. After listening to the two girls nagging, Feiyang couldn't help but smile. Why are people so different? They are both famous, but some are very distressed, while others are overjoyed. But in the end, Feiyang still told them earnestly that people should be modest and prudent, and stars should not be arrogant or impatient, and should always stay awake, and not be blinded by the scene in front of them. The two little girls said yes to Feiyang's teaching, but they secretly said in their hearts, old-fashioned. Here, Feiyang taught others to stay calm earnestly, but he immediately found that it was difficult to do so because those reporters were too crazy. In fact, since the release of the play song and dance contest, Feiyang has consciously or unconsciously begun to avoid these damn reporters. But these American reporters seemed to have been trained by the CIA, and they could find Feiyang, no matter where he hid. At the door of Dream Pictures, they lurked. At the door of Feiyang's house, they surrounded him. On the road where Feiyang passed, they intercepted him. When Feiyang went to the toilet, they raided him, so that someone who had just become a big director had to wet several pairs of pants. In short, facing this kind of harassment, Feiyang could no longer remain calm, so he took a very decisive measure, which was to hire a bodyguard. Chapter 218. Father of Song and Dance. In the past, when Feiyang watched TV and movies, he saw Hollywood celebrities surrounded by countless bodyguards as soon as they appeared. He thought it was very funny and ridiculous. He thought these people were pretending to be big names and putting on airs. But now Feiyang knows the importance of having a few important bodyguards around him. First, he can use them as shields to stop the harassment of those reporters. Second, he can use them as human shields to stop the personal attacks of those bad guys. Third, he can use them as his own brand. When people see them, they will know that the big director Feiyang is out. Occasionally, he can also play a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In short, hiring a few capable bodyguards is a must and necessary. After all, he has some money in his hands now, so he can't be too shabby when he appears. When Feiyang told this idea, he first got the approval of Toy in Chinatown. Then Toy began to introduce his mistress's aunt's nephew, saying that this boy was called Tang Long, who had been eating night porridge and learning kung fu since he was a child. He was very skilled and wanted to come to the United States to develop. Feiyang looked at the photo, which showed a very thin young man. Toy said, "Don't look at his thinness, he is full of muscles, and he is best at the mantis boxing with strong attack." Feiyang smiled bitterly. "The problem is, I need someone now. When can he come to the United States?" Toy, "It's hard to say, just these 7 or 8 days. Feiyang said helplessly, "Well, I'll see when he comes to the United States." Feiyang finally managed to get Toy to pass it over. After all, the old man's enthusiasm was still commendable, but that skinny Tanglong didn't look like a bodyguard. He was too thin. If he was taken out, he would think he was abusing his men and not giving them food. The matter of hiring a bodyguard was temporarily put aside. Another week passed in a hurry. Within a week, the craze of "So you think you can dance" has not subsided. On the contrary, as the movie was released more and more, many people joined the crowd. Especially those teenagers who love street dancing. They made watching "So You Think You Can Dance" their compulsory homework. If you haven't seen this movie, you can't say that you are a dancer. Of course, they not only watched it, but also put it into practice, learning from Annie and the masked dancers in the movie, and dancing cool street dance. Street dance, this originally inconspicuous word, instantly became a fanatical code that swept North America. As long as you turn it on, you will dance with the trend involuntarily. Mike, Annie and others who triggered this trend were extremely respected, and the Chinese Feiyang, who concocted this drama and launched street dance stars such as Mike and Annie, was even respected as the father of street dance. Yes, Feiyang added another title to his title of father of chainsaw, which is father of street dance. At the same time, the much anticipated North American weekly box office rankings finally came out. The first place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the sci-fi blockbuster The Matrix 2, produced by Warner Bros. Pictures, with a weekly box office of $43.55 million. In the previous life, the budget of The Matrix 2 totaled $200 million, and the global box office of the film exceeded $735 million, becoming the most successful R-rated film in film history, and winning the Oscar for Best Special Effects. The second place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the musical Dancing on the Dance Floor, produced by Dream Pictures, with a weekly box office of $43.23 million. If the overseas box office is included, it is similar to Feiyang's estimate, and the total box office this week has reached an astonishing $117 million. The third place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the animated blockbuster Stuart Little, produced by Disney Pictures, with a weekly box office of $31.38 million. In the previous life, the film swept the American film market, since it was officially released in the United States on December 17th, and remained the champion of the American film box office ranking for several consecutive weeks. In less than a month, the box office exceeded $100 million, surpassing the new film Notting Hill starring Julia Roberts. Fourth place in the North American weekly box office ranking, Universal Pictures produced a drama film The Green Mile, with a weekly box office of $23.1 million. In the previous life, this film had a production cost of $60 million, and exchanged for a box office of $280 million worldwide. It was nominated for 4 honors at the Oscars that year, including Best Supporting Actor, Best Film, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Sound. Unfortunately, it lost to the popular work American Beauty in the competition for the Best Film. No wonder The Green Mile ranked first in the film history ranking with a vote rate of more than 86,000 and a high score of 8.1 in the IMDb rating system. Fifth place in the North American weekly box office ranking, MGM Films produced a romantic film Notting Hill, with a weekly box office of $17.95 million. In the previous life, the total box office of this play exceeded $200 million, becoming one of the most popular love films of the year. The sixth place in the North American weekly box office rankings, Columbia Pictures produced the comedy Fake Dad, with a weekly box office of $10.55 million. In the previous life, this comedy with a low production Cost became a Christmas dark horse, and the global box office eventually reached $200 million. The 7th place in the North American weekly box office rankings, Sony Pictures produced the Black Law film American Beauty, with a weekly box office of $7.5 million. In the previous life, this play was delayed due to restricted reasons, and the total box office was $78 million. The box office was not good, but it defeated The Green Mile at the Oscars, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. From the above weekly box office rankings, it can be seen that almost all of the 7 major North American film companies have come out, and the quality of the films is very good. If Feiyang hadn't come up with a dancing floor to disrupt the situation, the rankings would be different. But the most jaw-dropping thing is that the movie he shot won the 2nd place in the ranking in the first week, which definitely made many big movie companies, such as Universal, MGM and Disney, very unhappy. Because this makes them look incompetent. But Hollywood is a place where box office speaks, and if your box office is lower than others, you will have no confidence to speak. Therefore, those big movie companies are in pain, depressed and anxious, but they can't say anything. Those guys who laughed at the Dream movie before were blocked by the title of the 2nd place in the box office, and they couldn't breathe. But this is not over yet, it's just the beginning, and the exciting battle is still to come. Those guys who were blocked said unconvincedly, "Let's see who can laugh last." The Wachowski brothers, who felt a lot of pressure, felt that The Matrix 2 was chased by Feiyang's dancing on the floor, and they felt smoky and uncomfortable. Maybe his movie can't catch up at all. After all, it's a big production that cost hundreds of millions. The audience won't be so stupid to support him, right? We Americans should support Americans and not be defeated by the Chinese. In fact, like the Wachowski brothers, in the eyes of many people, the box office success of Feiyang's film is entirely due to the participation and guest appearance of Michael Jackson and other big names, which attracted people's attention. When people get tired of these top seasonings, they will turn their heads and run into their own cinemas to watch their own films. But their ideas are beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Feiyang once again shattered their dreams with the box office of How to Dance on Tuesday. The 1st place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the musical How to Dance produced by Dream Pictures, with a weekly box office of $46.53 million. The 2nd place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the science fiction film The Matrix 2 produced by Warner Brothers, with a weekly box office of $41.3 million. The 3rd place in the North American weekly box office rankings is the animated blockbuster Stuart Little produced by Disney Pictures, with a weekly box office of $880,000. 4th place in the North American weekly box office rankings, Universal Pictures produced the drama film The Green Mile, with a weekly box office of $24 million. 5th place in the North American weekly box office rankings, MGM produced the romantic film Notting Hill, with a weekly box office of $15.8 million. 6th place in the North American weekly box office rankings, Columbia Pictures produced the comedy film Fake Dad, with a weekly box office of $9.88 million. 7th place in the North American weekly box office rankings, Sony Pictures produced the black crime film American Beauty, with a weekly box office of $8.3 million. From the box office results of the above rankings, it can be seen that You Can Dance, which was originally ranked 2nd, unexpectedly pulled down the 1st place The Matrix 2 from the throne, and became the champion of the week. It is said that when the Wachowski brothers saw the first moment of the list, they hugged each other and cried, and then ran to the toilet, not knowing whether they were going to wash their faces, pee, or pray. In addition, it is obvious from this week's list that the box office of most film companies is declining, which shows the audience's picky and tested behavior of the film. Only 3 film companies' box office increased, namely Sony's American Beauty, which increased a little, Universal's The Green Mile, which increased a little, and How to Dance, which increased a lot. Of course, the war is not over for all the films released here, because there is still 1 week left in the Christmas season. In the last week, the one who can hold on to the end and have the highest global box office in the future will be the real winner. This time, all film companies are preparing for war, hoping to turn the tide and save the situation in this last battle. For the Wachowski brothers who compete with Feiyang, although they lost in the last weekly box office battle, they won more than 100 million yuan in total box office over Feiyang. After all, it is the hard truth that they were released early. It is definitely not easy for this Chinese Yi to catch up. Yes, as long as they keep their rationality and work harder on the film, they will definitely win. With this belief and persistence, the two brothers said to the camera interviewing them, "Oh yeah, we will definitely win. Yes, we will win, because we are the Wachowski brothers who cannot be defeated, knocked down, or crushed." Facing the camera, they raised their fists. Regarding the Wachowski brothers' battled oath, some media reporters who like to hype gossip and de-gossip couldn't help but find Feiyang, hoping that he could express his opinion on the matter. Feiyang was forced to be impatient and raised his middle finger to the camera. The problem is that the reporter didn't know whether the camera was pointed at him or at the pair of Bear brothers. Chapter 219. Sword pointing to Oscar. 1 week has passed in the blink of an eye. Now it is the year 2000. Many people in Hollywood, many people in North America, and even many movie fans around the world have involuntarily focused their attention on the box office battle between Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers. As expected, in the third week of the box office, Sing and Dance continued to sit firmly in the first place, with a box office of more than 47.5 million, leading the last week of the Christmas season. The Matrix continued to play the role of second in command, leading the younger brothers to follow closely. So far, Sing and Dance has been released for almost 21 days, and the total box office in North America has reached an astonishing $160 million US. According to calculations, after 1 month of release, the box office will easily exceed 200 million. At this time, The Matrix 2 has been released earlier, and the total box office in North America has reached more than 300 million. In the next 2 months, the global box office will continue to increase, and no one knows how much it will eventually reach. Therefore, from a macro perspective, The Matrix 2 has an advantage in accumulating the total global box office, especially since Warner Bros. Has a stronger overseas distribution force than the small company Dream Pictures. Moreover, Hollywood science fiction films have always been very popular overseas, and The Matrix 2 is no exception. Therefore, although many critics are surprised by the box office of So You Think You Can Dance, they are pessimistic about the movie in terms of total box office. Feiyang has long stopped caring about this, because for him, his movie has made a lot of money. As for whether he can beat the Bear brothers, he no longer cares. Reputation is nothing, and cannot be eaten. Feiyang doesn't care, but fatty Gao Jiabao, Bill the Rabbit, his apprentice James Wan, and even the serious Durs can't help but care. For them, although honor cannot be eaten, it can shine around, including the brothers standing next to Feiyang. In fact, Feiyang is concerned about another topic at this time, that is, So You Think You Can Dance may be nominated for an Oscar. Feiyang has never been a daydreamer. He has ambitions, but they are very realistic. No matter how ambitious he is, there must be factors for success. But he has never thought much about Oscar, because he has always been busy doing one thing, making movies, and the purpose of making movies is not to win awards, but to make money. Now, the Oscar trophy is like a coquettish woman, waving and winking at him, which makes him feel a little itchy. Damn, Oscar is too tempting. If he doesn't get her, he will be sorry for himself. Therefore, Feiyang secretly set a goal, not to beat the Wachowski brothers at the box office, but to aim at Oscar. In fact, with the super hot viewing wave of Dancing on the Floor, Google, Angel, and Dream Pictures official website, the number of clicks on Dancing on the Floor has been constantly refreshing, almost destroying the company's host. At the same time, major North American media are also broadcasting news related to Dancing on the Floor. Strike the Oscar, Dancing on the Floor. How to Dance, a must-see movie this Christmas. Dance for dreams, dance for ideals. Create box office myths, dance on the floor. Such headlines are everywhere. Every newspaper made this movie the front page headline. How to Dance has achieved great success, which has been constantly praised by the media. The excellent quality of the film has also attracted the attention of the American Oscar Organizing Committee. After several rounds of discussions, How to Dance has been officially announced as a nominee for the Oscars with 4 nominations. Best Cinematography, Best Original Score, Best Original Music, Best Screenplay. Needless to say, the 2 most important ones are Best Screenplay and Best Original Music, and Feiyang will be responsible for the final battle. However, this time in the Oscar nomination, there are many masters. Apart from other things, The Matrix 2 has also received 4 nominations, namely Best Visual Effects, Best Cinematography, Best Editing, and Best Screenplay, and The Green Mile, American Beauty, and Notting Hill have also received Oscar nominations. It can be said that the end of February in the next 2000 will be an extremely fierce battle for Oscars, and its cruelty will definitely not be weaker than the Christmas box office battle. 2000, February 13th. In the meeting room of the president of Dream Pictures, headed by President Feiyang, the publicity director Durs, the production director Abid Bill, as well as Fatty Jack, James Wan and others, all sat upright, waiting for the great financial director Mr. Gao Jiabao to announce the final box office revenue of Dream Pictures' 2 films Saw 2 and How to Dance, and summarize the company's profitability last year, as well as future financial plan goals. Fatty stood up with the financial report in his hand, coughed twice, and scanned everyone with his self-felt incomparably sharp eyes, and then began to make a report. Dear friends, hello. I, Gao Jiabao, am here to make a profit report on behalf of the finance department, thanks to the appreciation of Mr. Feiyang, the president. Please listen carefully. If you have any questions, please ask them after I finish. In line with the principle of fulfilling my duties, I will answer your questions meticulously and fully and responsibly. Well, now the report officially begins. The fat man deliberately used official language to show off his words, and then he slowly got to the point. According to everyone's understanding of his slowness, they couldn't help but want to scold him, but when they thought of the importance of this report, they all closed their mouths, treated his nonsense as wind in their ears, filtered it out directly, and waited for the start of the main topic. First of all, let me talk about the horror film Saw 2, directed by our new director James Wan. Thanks to the script, written by Mr. Feiyang, this film is full of sadistic violence and alternative script creativity like the previous one. Saw 2 was released on Halloween in a timely manner, and it greatly satisfied the vast fans of this type of horror film with its blood and flesh flying everywhere. Its opening weekend revenue was 73 percentage points higher than the previous one, grossing $31.7 million in 2,549 theaters, not only breaking the record of the first film, but also rewriting the history of the box office plummeting of horror film sequels, since The Ring 2 and The Blair Witch Project. The fat man glanced at everyone with great pride, giving people the feeling that this movie was not shot by James, but was the credit of him. Okay, let's start the summary. However, since the production cycle of this movie is less than a month and the cost is only $4 million, it is inevitable that some parts are shoddy. So there are reactions from the audience. For example, after watching the whole movie, they can't remember what they have seen except blood. And when it comes to the bloodletting scenes, the director uses a lot of quick editing for visual impact to cover up the lack of creative tricks. Therefore, we must learn a lesson from this and make further improvements. We must bring out the service spirit of our dream pictures and serve the people wholeheartedly. We shoot what they like to watch. In short, Saw 2 gave movie fans a perfect Halloween weekend. It also brought us a total box office revenue of $187 million, excluding actor expenses, shooting costs, theater share, and that damn tax. We made a profit of $55 million on this movie. If we add in the sales of CDs at home and abroad, copyright transfers, etc., our profit will reach $78 million. $78 million. Everyone secretly swallowed their saliva. My god, this play is really great. It looks like the dividends will increase again. Haha, thank god for giving us such a good boss. Everyone couldn't help but look at Feiyang, who was sitting still, stroking his chin, and thinking about something. Seeing everyone's strong reaction, the fat man smiled and looked at him with shining eyes. In fact, everyone looked at the tall fat man, as if they were looking at a golden pig. It was too dazzling. The fat man raised his chin proudly and continued, "Okay, please be quiet and stop talking. The content I'm going to report next is about the box office revenue of our boss Mr. Feiyang's filming of Dancing Battle." The fat man's voice made everyone quiet down directly. The guys who couldn't help laughing and talking just now all became good babies. The fat man smacked his lips and began to report. In recent years, musicals have been bleak in the American film industry. Because these films are out of touch with the times, have a fixed format and a slow pace, they have been coldly received by many audiences, and even young audiences no longer like such movies. But in the Christmas season of 1999, a musical swept away the terrifying clouds of so many years. You know, most musicals are nothing more than men and women singing and dancing, and then falling in love with each other. They are basically sold on handsome men and beautiful women. The content is light and cheerful, and the ending is full of hope. In addition, most films will have a dance clip at the end where the male and female protagonists express their true feelings. Generally speaking, if the box office of such films can exceed $50 million, it should be considered a great success. However, our company's Dancing on the Dance Floor surprised the experts. This miraculous musical film actually earned $320 million in North America. Yes, you heard it right. That's $320 million. Hurrah! Everyone screamed. Excited. Everyone was overjoyed. The fat man said quickly, "Please calm down now, because I haven't finished speaking yet. The North American box office is $320 million, and the overseas box office is $400 million. The fat man revealed another shocking number. This time everyone went crazy. Yes, everyone went crazy. $400 million. What kind of terrifying number is this? Exclamation mark. Hurrah. This time everyone was shouting and clapping crazily. The entire conference room was like a mental hospital, and it was full of seriously ill patients. Chapter 220. The final box office victory. After hearing that the global box office of Dancing on the Floor will reach $720 million, everyone in the conference room of Dream Pictures is going crazy. Seeing everyone's crazy look, Feiyang was also a little surprised. He knew the total box office data. Fatty had reported it to him separately last night. Although Feiyang was prepared, he was still surprised by the North American and overseas box office reaching $720 million. But Feiyang was calm again immediately. If you look at this box office number, his play is nothing at all. You have to know that the most awesome avatar in his previous life had a global box office of $2.5 billion, and the global box office of Titanic in 1997 was as high as $1.84 billion, with more than $600 million in North America alone. James Cameron even set a historical record of winning 11 Oscars, including Best Picture, and all audiovisual products, sweeping the world with $3.5 billion. Compared with them, he is simply child's play, but he is still young and has a chance. People can be without pride, but they must have pride. $3.5 billion. I must break it in the future. Feiyang clenched his fists and made up his mind. Not to mention Feiyang's excitement, the fat man Gao Jiabao seemed to enjoy the way everyone was crazy about his report. He looked at everyone's madness in a somewhat arrogant manner. It was not until Feiyang glared at him that the fat man patted the table and said, "Be quiet. What kind of person is this? You have no self-control at all. Look at me, how calm I am." Facing such an astonishing number, I just smiled and remained calm as before. Feiyang shook his head and thought, I don't know who was roaring in the bedroom all night last night, just like a pig howling under the full moon, disturbing people's sweet dreams. Rabbit Bill and the other guys finally quieted down again. Oh my god, this number is such a huge blow to us. Yeah, it's unimaginable. I thought I heard it wrong. Ha ha ha. Feiyang urged Fatty Gao Jiabao helplessly, don't keep us in suspense, keep talking. Fatty cleared his throat. Well, let's get to the point. The global box office of Dancing on the Floor is as high as $720 million. After deducting the 40% and 60% share of the theaters, the filming expenses, and the damn movie tax, our profit is. Fatty started to keep us in suspense again. Everyone was almost driven crazy by the fat man's meanness. Bill the rabbit even roared, "Fatty, you are still dawdling. Tell me, how much is it?" It's hard to offend the public anger. Fatty Gao Jiabao had to announce the answer weirdly. "Our total profit is 225 million. Boom. Everyone's hair roots exploded. The whole person was blown up by this number, and their hearts were pounding. More than 200 million. Are we dreaming? Everyone stopped yelling and jumping around, like they did just now, because they were all numb with shock. The fat man seemed to feel that it was not good enough, and added, "As for the initial sales of the discs of this drama at home and abroad, and the sales of the interlude album have not yet come out, but according to my inference, it is about 30 million. Well, this number is definitely correct. In summary, the profits of the two dramas are added together, and our total profit has reached 303 million US. Therefore, it can be said that we have really become the biggest upstart in Hollywood this time. No, it should be an Avo-ish film company." Everyone was still numb and didn't react. Has the company become an upstart? Exclamation mark. Is it true? The fat man was very dissatisfied with their reaction. The last thing, as for everyone's bonus issue, the boss said that all the small changes in the 303 million will be taken out, plus 5.88 million, to make up our China's 3/8, that is, 8.88 million to share with everyone. I wish you all a prosperous career. 8.88 million, share with everyone. Exclamation mark. Everyone present is not a fool. A rough calculation shows that they can get at least 1 million yuan. Oh my god, I'm really rich this time. Oh yeah. Boss, I love you. Boss, I'll polish your shoes. Boss, I'll give you a back massage. Aha. Boss, I'll die even if you ask me to. Someone tried to hug Yi Feiyang in a mean way, but was kicked away by Yi Feiyang. Go away if you want to die, and get in line if you want to get the money. Ah. Now, cash or check? Queue up quickly. Don't be long-winded. Watch out for me to beat you up. Why are you so fierce? Maybe I'll get more bonus than you later. Seeing his subordinates and best friends queuing up to get their money so happily, Yi Feiyang suddenly felt like a landlord paying wages to his tenants. Oh, it feels so good to be rich. Speaking of salary, Yi Feiyang thought of Michael Jackson again. He was too conservative to ask for a movie profit sharing system. That is, he did not take the film salary first and then share the profit after the box office came out. Instead, he chose to take 30 million US dollars as a reward. If he knew that he had made more than 200 million this time, he would regret it to death. Haha. Thinking of Michael's cute look of being angry and about to hit the wall, Yi Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. Well, I still have to comfort him, so I'll give him another big red envelope of 100,000. Yi Feiyang seemed to see the silly Mike holding the red envelope and smiling. As for Anne, Jessica and Paz, these three beautiful babies are his great contributors, and they can't be treated unfairly. So I'll take out another 3 million to reward them. People, you have to win over. Don't take money too seriously. You can't bring it with you when you are born, and you can't take it with you when you die. Isn't it just to spend it? Exclamation mark. After throwing away more than 5 million at once, Yi Feiyang had to enlighten himself, lest the fat man would complain about him being a prodigal son. Anyway, he was really rich now. He would never worry about money again. More than 300 million in liquid funds. The sea was wide for fish to leap, and the sky was high for birds to fly. In short, how cool it was. But this comfortable feeling didn't last long. Yi Feiyang suddenly remembered another thing, which was also told to him by the fat man Gao Jiabao, but he didn't let Gao Jiabao talk about it at the meeting. That is, the total box office of The Matrix 2 shot by the Wachowski brothers was as high as 733 million US dollars. Although it was less than 735 million in the previous life due to the tight theater line, it was still 13 million US dollars higher than Yi Feiyang's dancing on the floor. In other words, from the total box office of this box office battle, the Wachowski brothers won Yi Feiyang. According to the previous agreement, the title of Hollywood talent in the future can only belong to the Wachowski brothers, and Yi Feiyang will stand aside. What a bullshit talent. Go to hell. I don't want these empty names. As long as I get the money, it's okay. Yi Feiyang said carelessly. The people around him were stunned. Boss, what were you mumbling just now? Yi Feiyang glared at them. Why do you care so much? Get your money. Everyone, shut up. As expected, after the box office statistics of major Christmas movies came out, many media directly grabbed the tail of Yi Feiyang, a foreigner. Haha, the biggest joke of the century. China Yi, which originally vowed to beat the Wachowski brothers, lost 13 million at the box office. China Yi fell flat. The box office is not as strong as Hackers. He sprained his tongue for bragging, and Shen Qiyang is no longer magical. In addition to these, there are some more unpleasant things, but in the face of these sarcasm and ridicule, Meng Huan remained unmoved. Meng Huan's silence does not mean that those who support them will shut up, and those fans who feel indignant stood up. A fan who signed his name as Washington Second on the internet commented, "Open your eyes and see who is the real winner." Yes, the total box office of The Matrix 2 is 13 million more than So You Think You Can Dance. This is an indisputable fact, and we do not deny it. But have you ever calculated that the production cost of The Matrix 2 is as high as 200 million, while So You Think You Can Dance is only 38 million, and the bulk of $30 million is all Mike's salary? In other words, in fact, our Chinese Yi, with 8 million, concocted this big drama with a total box office of more than 700 million. This is absolutely a miracle. Whether from the perspective of profitability or directing skills, Chinese Yi is definitely better than the Wachowski brothers. As the saying goes, a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As soon as Washington Second posted this comment on Google, it received more than 1,000 clicks, and soon, there were hundreds of replies and short comments. Confused clown, that's right. China Yi has created a miracle again this time. He is the big winner. Support him. Austin, although I'm a real white person, I still support China Yi, because he is great. Long live America. So what, if the profit is high? What we are competing for now is the box office. If the China guys lose, they should kneel on the ground and admit their mistakes. General Tom's belly. In fact, both China Yi and the Wachowski brothers are very talented. Why can't Hollywood accommodate more talents? Do we have to compete with each other? Your mother's beard. The United States is a multi-ethnic country. We must be humble and support China Yi. He is really talented. I'm Mickey Mouse. Box office is a hard indicator. It is an indisputable fact that China Yi lost to the Wachowski brothers. However, from the perspective of profit, China Yi is higher than the Wachowski brothers, so it's a tie this time. It can be said that the entire Google, Dream Officer, and other sites have expressed different opinions on who will win and who will lose between Yi Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers. Suddenly, the whole of Hollywood was in chaos, and the box office battle between Yi Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers had come to a decisive moment. To be continued, Chapter 221. It's not easy to be a director. The war of words over who wins and who loses at the box office is so intense that it is hard to tell. In contrast, Yi Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers, the parties involved, did not take any action. Especially the arrogant and conceited Wachowski brothers, who did not express their opinions much, did not act in the same way as before. As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious to kill the eunuchs, but the media reporters were really anxious to dig deep into the battle relationship between Yi Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers. These bastards who are afraid of chaos in the world, fanned the flames in newspapers and magazines, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole and let one of the two sides stand up to provoke a few words, so that they would have material to write a big feature. One day passed. Yi Feiyang and the Wachowski brothers, no one stood up. 2 days passed. Still no one stood up. 3 days passed. Suddenly, a certain media exclusively announced that the Wachowski brothers had something to say through them. Oh my god, someone finally couldn't help it. The reporters who thought they had failed to fan the flames secretly wiped their sweat. Facing the cameras of the media reporters, the eldest of the Wachowski brothers began to say, "We stand up this time and just want to say one thing." What words? Scold China Yi? Or another provocation? Exclamation mark. The reporters were waiting excitedly. One word is, "We really want to know who the friend who signed as mysterious Nia is." Huh. Everyone was stunned. dumbfounded. What kind of question is this? Exclamation mark. You may have heard that the movie The Matrix 2 we shot has been nominated for this year's Oscars, especially for a very important award, that is, the best screenwriter. Unfortunately, this movie was not written by me and my brother. The real screenwriter is someone else, and he is the mysterious man who signed as Mysterious Near. Yes, it's him. Now, we brothers hope that he can contact us after seeing the news or stand up. We are really grateful to him and hope to walk the red carpet of this year's Oscars with him. Well, I have finished what I want to say. Thank you everyone. After the Wachowski brothers finished speaking, they disappeared, leaving a large group of media reporters stunned. After all the trouble, they just used their own hands to make a missing person notice. Speechless. After a while, everyone recovered and a question popped up in their minds. Who is this Mysterious Near, the genuine screenwriter of Hacker 2? This is a large shipyard, or a huge seaport, and this is the filming location of the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. At this moment, our Mysterious Near Feiyang is watching the just filmed clip of Pirates of the Caribbean with Lionsgate boss Gustav on the set. To be honest, Feiyang never thought that the Wachowski brothers would issue a missing person notice to the news media, and even more never thought that they would be so honest and dare to face the media and boldly admit that the script of Hacker 2 was not written by them. They insisted on finding this mysterious person and walking the red carpet of the Oscars together. It was a very naive and romantic idea. From this point of view, the Wachowski brothers can be regarded as lovers instead of dead enemies. Of course, Feiyang didn't have time to pay attention to these things at the moment. He was busy shooting Pirates of the Caribbean. Although Feiyang was not the director of this movie, he was half the boss of this movie. The other half was Gustav of Lionsgate. Seeing Gustav watching the filming clip calmly, Feiyang couldn't help but secretly admire him. He was indeed a person who had experienced many ups and downs. Look at how calm and composed his expression was. In fact, at the moment, Comrade Gustav was even more nervous than him. When watching the playback, he pulled out a few strands of his beautiful beard. The scene being replayed is very interesting. It tells the story of Captain Jack, who had to cooperate with a group of guys he despised in order to recapture his pirate ship, the Black Pearl, and then prepared to go out to sea to fight. Before leaving, he said to the missionary, "Mr. Missionary, if anything happens to me on this trip, I hope you can remember. Listen carefully. I'm fully prepared to convert to any faith, so that I can follow those good people and go wherever they want after they die. Do you understand?" From this short sentence, it is clear that Captain Jack is unruly, not serious, and treats faith as a joke, which further highlights his rough characteristics as a pirate. Of course, after this scene, there is a battle on the big ship. There are more than 300 shots in total, almost all of which are battle scenes, and most of them are night scenes, such as fighting on the deck with torches, fighting on the mast, and fighting in the cabin. It can be said that there are endless wonderful scenes. Speaking of the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, the director is Hollywood's unlucky guy Gore Verbinski, and the starring role is Hollywood's bad boy Johnny Depp. Among them, director Gore has a precedent of ruining the pot when filming a movie. Depp is entangled in lawsuits and his new movie is banned. Therefore, he was named the Black Pot Combination by Feiyang. Gustav has great confidence in Feiyang, but not in this Black Pot Combination. According to Feiyang's proposal, this movie can be said to be created by the original team of the previous movie. Because it is a magic movie, the cost is also relatively high. In terms of special effects lenses alone, Industrial Light and Magic designed 500 or 600 special effects lenses. Then, in terms of shooting locations, they rented a shipyard on the coast, and there are many wide leisure resorts nearby. The money alone is already tens of millions. Do you think it can make Gustav not nervous? Gustav was born a banker. The rule for using money is that it is best to break a penny into two halves, so as to create economic benefits. Some people say that the means of getting rich in business are nothing more than four words, that is, increase income and reduce expenditure. But in Gustav's view, increasing income is far less practical than reducing expenditure, because when you save a penny, you are equivalent to earning a penny. Gustav's cautiousness made him have great hopes for this Pirates of the Caribbean. But as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. That's why he cares so much, and is so nervous. In fact, the ones who are more nervous than Gustav are director Gore and starring Depp, who are hiding behind the two, and have been paying attention to the expressions of Feiyang and Gustav. Director Gore bit the edge of the shooting script and asked Depp, who was shorter than him, nervously, "Man, do you think they will like the clips we shot?" "This is hard to say." Depp said, "You have to know that China Yi is also a director, and he is a very awesome one. Got his movie How to Dance has a box office of over 700 million. How can the appreciation level of a 700 million director be low? That's why I'm nervous. If I fail again this time, I will just jump into the sea here." Gore thought about how hard he had waited for the opportunity to direct a big movie. If he failed again, he would really be ashamed to see people. Depp knew what Gore meant, so he had to comfort him. "Okay, man, don't be nervous, relax. Look, they are watching so seriously, which means that our shooting is great. Yes, it must be like this. I hope so." Director Gore nodded. After a moment, seeing that Feiyang and Gustav still had no reaction, Gore became a little anxious, scratched his head and asked again, "Dude, tell me the truth, am I really that bad?" Depp shook his head. "No, friend, in my opinion, you are a talented director, just like me. Although I'm bohemian and suave, my inner talent is radiant, and like a pearl sunk to the bottom of the sea, it will shine brightly sooner or later. Please believe me, buddy, one day you will impress the whole Hollywood." Depp said a lot of words in one breath, which made his already pale cheeks look even paler. Gore didn't expect Depp to be so encouraging. He was so excited that he held Depp's hand tightly and said, "You are right, buddy, I shouldn't give up on myself because of bad luck. Yes, I will seize this opportunity to show my talent." Seeing the two whispering so enthusiastically behind him, Gustav, who was sitting in the front watching the sample film, could no longer hold back and frowned, saying, "Excuse me, can you two keep your voices down a bit?" "Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry." Depp stuck out his tongue. Feiyang next to him said, "It's okay, I've almost finished watching it." Upon hearing Feiyang say that he had almost finished watching it, Gore hurriedly asked, "I wonder if you have any opinions on the filming of this scene." Who is Feiyang? He is a great man who has just been promoted to the level of a great director. Gore still has to humbly ask him for advice. Gustav also wanted to know what Feiyang thought. After all, in addition to being an investor, he is also a great expert. "Yes, you designed this play and wrote the script. What do you think of their filming?" Gustav asked. Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Then I'll tell you the truth, Gore. Before I comment on your play, I have a question to ask you. What is a director?" Gore was stunned. "Is this a question? It's too simple. The director is the one who shoots the movie. He organizes the entire crew to shoot the movie. Everyone can act and complete the work according to the director's orders." "Is that all?" Feiyang asked back. "What else can it be?" Gore didn't understand. Feiyang smiled and said, "In my opinion, it's not like that. You know, film is a comprehensive art. The director is just an executor, not a soul, let alone a god. Every staff member is not at all that he calls and calls, but a creator with his own unique consciousness." Gustav, who had been listening silently beside him, nodded. Johnny Depp, who rarely calmed down, said in agreement, "I agree with this view. We actors are not tools either. We also have thoughts and souls." You said it very well. I admire you. Chapter 222. Come, take a few steps and take a look. Johnny Depp, who was rarely quiet, agreed with Feiyang's statement. We actors are not tools either. We also have thoughts and souls. What you said is really great. I admire you. Ignoring Depp's appreciation, Feiyang said to director Gore, "So I hope you can integrate the characteristics of these characters when filming, instead of planning everything as a director." After listening to Feiyang's words, Gore frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Even though he didn't say it, Feiyang knew what he wanted to say. "Yes, it seems like I'm slapping myself in the face by saying this. I know that everyone has given me a nickname called Set Tyrant. I like to do things and monopolize things during filming. In fact, I have also recognized this shortcoming of mine, and I'm working hard to correct it. Go, we are all directors. Directors should understand that being a director is not easy or simple. He does not act based on the wisdom of one person, but on the ability of the entire group. So we must work together to correct our shortcomings. Only in this way can we be more open and see further. In fact, since Feiyang became a director, he has been very asterisk. Although this asterisk is unconscious, because Feiyang believes that as a veteran, he has strong discernment and creative ability, and what he thinks is right is the best, but he ignores the fact that the essence of film is a diversified combination. Each member has his own consciousness, and their consciousness may be more novel and excellent than his own insights, but he has obliterated this point and made them his foil and tool. Go couldn't help but ponder what Feiyang said. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He soon understood what Feiyang meant, and his directing skills rose to a higher level. After thinking for a while, Go suddenly asked Feiyang, then, "Dear Yi, what do you think is the soul of a movie?" Feiyang smiled. Being able to ask this question, Feiyang knew that Go had understood what he said. In the future, he would be relieved to hand over all the Pirates of the Caribbean to him. So in response to Go's question, Feiyang smiled strangely and said, "Some people say that the soul of a movie is the director, some say it is the story, and some say it is the male and female protagonists of the play. But I think the soul of a play is the audience." "Audience?" Go asked strangely. "Yes, it's the audience," Feiyang said firmly. "A play is not made by the director for his own viewing. It is not to show off so-called art and let people appreciate it silently, nor is it to show off business, just to earn high box office. They are made to shock the audience. Only when the audience's soul is infected or shocked, the play has a soul. Before that, it is just a play, a lifeless movie. For example, the soul of Dancing on the Floor that I shot before is the hope and persistence of people's dreams, the pursuit and memories of their own lives. This is the soul of this play. As for the director, he is actually just the commander of a battle, not the main subject." Go nodded continuously, leaning forward, listening to Feiyang attentively. To some extent, cartoons are sometimes more soulful than live-action movies. Why? Because cartoons are basically innocent, full of fairy tales and fantasy. No matter how everyone grows up, they have more or less childhood dreams. These dreams settle over the years and condense in the deepest part of memory. After watching similar cartoons, these settled dreams will ferment and make you have a deep resonance. This is what is called touching your soul. Therefore, in my opinion, whether a play has soul, its indicator is not the script, not the actors, not the director, but the audience who accepts them. In fact, Feiyang didn't know why he said so much in one breath at this moment. At least he was not the kind of person who liked to spit. Facing Go, he hoped that the other party could understand all his meanings, eat it into his stomach, and remember it in his heart. More importantly, make the other party admire him. Suddenly, Feiyang understood that he was trying to convince Go so that he could recruit this great director for his own use in the future. After all, this Pirates of the Caribbean was jointly invested and created by Dream and Lionsgate. In the future, when Go makes a comeback, which company would he consider joining? Is it Lionsgate, which is stronger than himself? Or Dream, which has just started? Feiyang certainly hopes that such talents will come to him, and his only advantage is the charm of talent. Alas, it is not easy to be a person, and it is even more difficult to be a boss. You have to show off your talent all the time. Go, when he heard this, frowned and thought for a long time, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. I remember that Chaplin once had a play called City Lights. In this play, Chaplin still played a tramp who was penniless but kind-hearted, and wanted to do his best to help the flower girl regain her sight. After all kinds of funny and absurd efforts, he finally helped the blind girl regain her sight. And he himself was mistakenly arrested and imprisoned by the police. After he was released from prison, when he was hiding from the flower girl who had regained her sight on the street again, she was about to give him alms. At this time, I suddenly felt as if my heart was being pulled. Yi Feiyang raised the corners of his mouth and clapped his hands. This is what I want to tell you. This is the soul of this play. Faced with such a scene and such a plot, we will have a deep sympathy and love for the protagonist, so our hearts will throb and feel uncomfortable, as if they were being pulled. Gore nodded in agreement. A great movie, a small clip, is enough to make the entire cinema cry. This is a good sentence. Yi Feiyang gave a thumbs up and praised. Gore, I think you have understood everything I want to say. Now, I'm absolutely relieved to leave this play to you. Gore smiled, very happily. Gustav and Johnny Depp beside him didn't quite understand the ambiguity between the two, but the sensitive Gustav suddenly found that something seemed wrong, especially the look between Gore and Yi Feiyang. They admired each other, which was not a good sign. It would be a lie to say that Gustav had no intention of winning over Gore. The problem was that Gustav was always very careful in doing things. Gore had the word unlucky on his back recently, and Gustav was not sure whether he could turn things around, so he waited for the release of Pirates of the Caribbean before trying to win over his opponent. But now, Gustav found that he seemed to be one step late again. Yes, it was definitely one step late. Look at the sneaky smile of Yi Feiyang, as if he had already slept with a woman. That was a fierce smile, man. After dealing with director Gore, Yi Feiyang turned his smiling eyes to Johnny Depp. This guy should be easier to deal with. After all, he has already experienced his personal charm in dancing on the floor. As for you, Depp, I just watched your performance in the filming clip. How should I put it? There are still some imperfections. Johnny Depp thought Yi Feiyang would praise him, but who knows? Imperfections. What does this mean? Exclamation mark. You have to know, Depp, the pirate role I positioned for you is a very strange person. How should I put it? Good and evil, unruly, handsome, and brave. But I hope that the role you play can be distinguished from other pirates. Yes, it is best to have your own characteristics. This, I still don't quite understand. Depp scratched his head and said. Yi Feiyang smiled slightly and said, it's very simple. Now you take 2 steps in front of me and see. Take 2 steps! Exclamation mark. Depp was stunned for a moment, and then took 2 steps according to his image in the play. No, 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 not this kind of pace. This kind of pace is not good looking at all, and it has no characteristics. I hope you can design a walking posture that suits you. Yes, it is a posture that makes people's eyes light up. Well, how should I put it, Depp? You can look in the mirror and see how pirate you are now dressed, with small braids all over your head, deep eyeshadow, and your ballet style clothes. What kind of posture do you think looks good when you dress up like this? Catwalk? Or walk on tiptoe in ballet steps? Depp started to think. Catwalk can be considered. Ballet steps are too feminine. I just want you to become more individual, not to change your surname. Yi Feiyang pretended to hold his chin and thought for a while, then suggested, why don't you walk in the sparrow step? Sparrow step. Depp was stunned, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he followed Yi Feiyang's instructions and imitated the sparrow and walked. Next to him, Gustav, who had been paying attention to their conversation, saw Depp's walking posture and felt funny at first, and then felt very interesting. As for director Gore, he is a professional after all. When Depp started to walk in the sparrow steps, he felt his eyes light up. What is an actor? It is someone who interprets the role with eyes and body language. Undoubtedly, Depp, who walked in the sparrow steps, more vividly interpreted the characteristics of the role of Captain Jack. But what surprised director Gore even more was Yi Feiyang's finishing touch. In fact, since the filming of this play, director Gore always felt that Depp's image was not full enough, but he could not find a solution. According to the script given by Yi Feiyang, he could only make extensive modifications to the lines in order to highlight the characteristics of Captain Jack's unruly and playful characteristics. For example, Jack said to the crowd, "Gentlemen and ladies, you will always remember this day because you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow." There is also a conversation between Jack and a dog. "Come here, good dog. Now there are only 2 of us. Come here, you dirty, slimy mangy dog. Don't do this. No, don't. I didn't mean that. I'm not. These lines are humorous and interesting, and they are also in line with Captain Jack's characteristics. However, during Depp's filming, Gore still felt that something was missing. But such a complicated problem, in the hands of Feiyang, was solved with just a sparrow step. It's amazing. Chapter 223. Real Estate Tycoon. As an actor, Johnny Depp was more enlightened. After trying Feiyang's sparrow step method, he felt that he had found the right way. Yes, this step and posture were very much to his liking. I really don't understand how Yi from China came up with it. Oh man, I like this step so much. You are so great. Depp said to Feiyang gratefully. Feiyang smiled and thought, brother, you don't have to thank me. This was originally invented by you. Shame on you. Plagiarized again. So far, Feiyang has convinced Johnny Depp and director Gore. For Feiyang, the two of them really look up to him. After all, many people like to be friends with talented people, not to mention that Feiyang is the boss of Dream Company and now a famous director! Lions good Gustavo saw it all and was jealous. Who doesn't have a dream in Hollywood? One day, they can shake the tiger's body and make all the directors and stars surrender. But look at China Yi. He is too talented. No, I have to have a dinner party and invite all these Gore, Depp, and Cage to come over to build relationships. China Yi doesn't need to be invited. He is a dangerous person. Gustavo pondered in his heart. Feiyang had no idea that is speculation, and winning over director Gore and Johnny Depp made his old friend Mr. Gustavo love and hate him. At this moment, Feiyang received a very important call after watching the filming clip of Pirates of the Caribbean. The call was from real estate tycoon Donald Trump. Trump said very seriously, I have a business to discuss with you. Trump has been unlucky in recent years. His assets of more than $1 billion have shrunk by 2/3. Anyone with a little bit of brains would refuse to do business with such an unlucky guy. But Feiyang is different, because he knows that this real estate tycoon will stand up again in the future and be very prosperous. At 8 o'clock that night, Feiyang met Trump in the cafe of the Hilton Hotel as scheduled. This guy who looked like an Avo-rish was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, biting a big cigar, and laughing with a blonde woman when he saw Feiyang coming. The blonde woman had her back to Feiyang, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but she had a great figure. Her figure and upbringing could be seen from her sitting posture. The girl's hips were high, and she sat slightly on 1/3 of the chair, so her waist looked particularly slender and her upper body was particularly tall. She was elegant, without any frivolity or exaggeration, which showed that she was very well educated and had a lot of connotation. Feiyang could guess at a glance that this girl was definitely a beauty. Looking at the lewd way Trump and the woman were talking and laughing, Feiyang couldn't help but sigh that rich people just like this, but it was a pity that the cabbage was taken away by the pig. Hi, dear Yi, we are here. Trump, who was talking and laughing, saw Feiyang and waved to him loudly. Trump's rude behavior made many people who were quietly talking in the cafe look at him sideways. Feiyang was even more embarrassed, but Trump didn't care. He stood up, biting a big cigar, sticking out his belly, and waved to Feiyang vigorously. Hello, Mr. Trump, I hope I'm not late. Feiyang politely nodded and greeted this Navo-rish guy. Donald Trump laughed, but did not shake hands with Feiyang. Instead, he patted his shoulder and said, why are you late? I just arrived. But to be honest, the atmosphere here is good, very suitable for business, especially with my clothes. Feiyang noticed that Donald Trump was wearing a very coquettish floral checkered shirt tonight, a thick gold necklace around his neck, an Armani white suit, and mousse in his hair, as bright as a dog lick. The whole person gave people the feeling that this guy just won a lottery of 5 million. As for his outfit and the atmosphere of this cafe, it was completely incompatible. To be honest, Feiyang felt that Trump dressed like this, he should go to a nightclub instead of sitting here drinking coffee. Of course, these are what Feiyang thinks in his heart, but he cannot say them out loud. Not only can he not say them out loud, but he must also say politely, your clothes are very beautiful. Yes, you look like you are 10 years younger. Ha, I like what you said. I hate it most when people say I'm old, so I'm always lively and cheerful when it comes to dressing, and of course, I have a strong sense of youth. Look at me, do I look like a person in his 50s? Absolutely not. Trump praised me. For this guy who is thicker than the pyramids, Feiyang can only respond with a faint smile. While Trump was spitting, Feiyang glanced at the girl next to him. The first feeling was that she was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Generally speaking, the standard of beauty for American girls is nothing more than blonde hair, blue eyes, a straight nose and a sweet mouth. But the girl in front of him has a very elegant and noble temperament, like a quietly blooming lily, which makes you feel warm and peaceful when you look at her. The girl's deep eyes were like a sea of broken jade, blooming with a gleam of light. Seeing Feiyang looking at her, the girl couldn't help but smile politely. In an instant, the lily turned into a red rose, passionate and unrestrained. This is a very good girl, Feiyang said to himself. In fact, according to Feiyang's current aesthetic vision, he would become very picky after seeing more beauties in Hollywood, so being praised by him as very good means that this girl is quite excellent. It's just a pity that he followed the wrong person. Feiyang looked at Trump, who was still spitting, with regret. Dear Mr. Trump, I don't know who this beautiful lady is. Can you help introduce her? In order to stop Trump from spraying more, Feiyang had to use this girl as a shield. Oh god, look at me, I was only talking to you, but I forgot about this. Trump slapped his forehead and shouted. Come, let me introduce you to this beautiful lady. She is my dear daughter, Ivanka Trump. You, daughter? Feiyang knew that he had made a mistake and mistook the daughter for the other party's lover. Shame on him. Hello, Miss Ivanka, I'm Feiyang. Feiyang extended her hand politely. In the future, Ivanka Trump, who is known as the richest daughter in Hollywood and even in the United States, gently shook hands with Feiyang with her fingertips, and then smiled and said, nice to meet you. My father said you are very good, especially in filming. Although Ivanka said so, Feiyang could feel that the other party did not have much admiration or good impression of him. Although she was smiling, her emotions were very dull and her eyes were very calm, which showed that she seemed not very interested in him. Feiyang smiled. After coming to Hollywood for so long, it was the first time he met such an interesting girl. Do you think my daughter is beautiful? She inherited the genes of me and her mother. When I was young, I was definitely more handsome than Marlon Brando. And, her mother participated in a beauty pageant when she was young. With such excellent parents like us, the daughter born must be a big beauty. So, don't be surprised. Donald Trump began to spit again. Feiyang was afraid of him and hurriedly said, I don't know what you invited me for, Mr. Trump. As he spoke, he had already shifted his gaze from the beautiful Ivanka to her now rich father. Feiyang's casual move surprised Ivanka a little. You know, many men, especially young men, will be surprised by their beauty after learning their identities. Often when they see me, they either sneak a few more glances, or stare at me impolitely, or pretend to be uninterested, but their eyes flicker secretly. But the Chinese man in front of him was different. At least Ivanka could feel that the other party really didn't take me to heart. Feiyang had no idea what Ivanka was thinking. He had a firm look in his eyes and a calm expression. He just focused on talking to Trump. Donald Trump said, I'm very sorry, First of all, I want to apologize for not being able to attend your movie premiere. I really wanted to go that day, but, damn, I happened to meet a bunch of guys from the bank, so I went to socialize. You know, if you want to do business in the United States now, you have to have good relations with these people. If we businessmen are cowboys, then these bankers are wild horses. We must feed them the best grass and cultivate the best relationship with them. Only in this way can we ride them to charge into battle. Oh damn, I said it again, I have strayed off topic. Actually, I invited you here tonight for two purposes. First, I want you to see my daughter. What do you think of her? Does she have the talent to be a star? I really envy Richard Hilton. He has such a good daughter, and now you have trained her to be a big star. I hope you can help me, yes, really help me, and train my daughter well, and it would be best if she can surpass that Paris Hilton. I'm sorry, Dad, I don't want to be a star, and I don't need anyone to train me, and I don't need you to ask for help. The seemingly elegant Ivanka suddenly said. Feiyang shrugged, glanced at Ivanka, who had a cold expression, and then said to Trump, "It seems that you haven't reached an agreement yet, right?" "Oh no, please don't misunderstand, dear Yi. My baby daughter is not like this usually. She has dreamed of becoming a star since she was a child." "Who said that? She never did. Why didn't you say you wanted to be Vivienne Leigh when you were a child? And after you succeeded in playing Snow White in school, you told me that you would become a princess in the movie in the future. Are these all false?" "That was what I said when I was a child. Do you remember them all?" "Oh my baby, I remember every word you said. Yes, I like to make money and I like money the most, but compared to loving you, you will always be the only baby in my heart. So no matter what you said or did, I remember it clearly." It has to be said that Donald Trump in front of him seems to really love his daughter. Originally, Feiyang thought the conversation between the father and daughter was quite funny, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore because he felt the deep love between each other's words. This reminded Feiyang of his family in Hong Kong. Although he was rich and capable now and had sent a lot of money back home, which was enough for his parents to live comfortably, he could still feel his parents' concern and worry for him through phone calls. As the saying goes, a mother worries about her son, even when he is thousands of miles away, let alone across the ocean! Exclamation mark. Maybe I should go back to Hong Kong when I have time. Feiyang sighed secretly. "Oh, sorry, dear Yi, I made you laugh. My dear baby daughter and I are like this. We like to talk to each other whenever we have time. Well, how should I put it? In some aspects, our concepts are not the same. For example, this time, I hope you can train her into a big star, but she seems a little unhappy. Yes, I must admit that I have selfish motives." Trump took a deep puff of his cigar. "You may also know that my real estate investment failed a few years ago. It was a real failure. My wealth shrunk by more than half. But I didn't lose heart. I knew I could stand up again. I won't let anyone look down on me. Yes, never. In fact, I had no choice but to let my daughter enter the entertainment industry. I hope to use her exposure to influence my dying business. My dear baby, you won't blame me, will you? You used to be like a princess, and I always took care of you, but now I have to use you." Trump couldn't go on. He looked a little depressed and crushed the cigar fiercely. Ivanka knew that her father was doing this to take advantage of her, so she would have flatly refused, but she didn't expect her father to say it out loud. Thinking of when she rode on his neck to run when she was a child, thinking of when he held her in his arms and swung on the swing when she was a child, thinking of. Ivanka bit her lip lightly, then turned to Feiyang and said, "Okay, I'm willing to join your company, but you have to train me to be a star." Slow down. Feiyang interrupted her in a hurry. "I'm sorry, Miss Ivanka, it seems that you have misunderstood one thing. Whether to be a star or not is up to you. It's your business whether you can become a star or not. I'm just a director. My responsibility is to make movies, not to promote people. Also, the most important thing for a star is to be able to see your own identity clearly. You are not a young lady, nor a spoiled girl, but a newcomer who needs to work hard. Yes, you must start from a newcomer. As for reaching the top in one step, that's a dream. So I hope you can think it over clearly and don't act on impulse. Family affection is important, but sometimes you still have to stick to your principles." Feiyang glanced at Ivanka meaningfully. Ivanka didn't expect Feiyang to be so disrespectful to her. She had already lost face enough, but he was still finding faults. "Don't worry, I will never regret it once I make a decision," Ivanka said. "Thank you, baby," Dad, Trump said with emotion. Feiyang smiled, took out a cigarette box, flicked it lightly with his fingers, and held a cigarette in his mouth. His posture was chic and handsome, which made Ivanka stunned. "Well, I hope you won't regret it," Feiyang said. "Report to my office on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying this, Feiyang stopped looking at the beautiful Ivanka and continued to talk with the upstart Trump. Feiyang's attitude made Ivanka feel ignored or despised. Could it be that she really had no charm in this person's eyes? She couldn't help asking herself. For the first time in her life, Ivanka, who always claimed to be beautiful and invincible, began to feel unconfident. "Dear Mr. Trump, what is the second thing you want to invite me tonight?" Feiyang asked with a frown. His attitude was very experienced, which was inconsistent with his age. Trump looked at Feiyang staring at him, and for some reason he suddenly remembered the little fox he encountered in the Texas jungle many years ago. It was very cunning, and it almost made him lost in the forest. After collecting his thoughts, Trump dared not look down on this young man anymore. He said with a smile, "It's like this, dear Yi. I heard that your last movie was very popular at the box office, so I want to cooperate with you in real estate business. What do you think?" "Business real estate?" Feiyang frowned. "To be honest, dear Mr. Trump, I may be able to be a director and make movies, but I'm not good at real estate at all." Seeing that Feiyang seemed to be about to reject his proposal, Trump hurriedly said, "In fact, real estate business is similar to stock trading. Both are very simple." Afraid that Feiyang would not believe it, Trump said again, "I will tell you a story. If you still feel uneasy after listening to it, then I won't make it difficult for you." "Telling a story?" Feiyang smiled. It seems that he always likes to tell stories to others, but today he has to listen to an Avo-rish telling him a story. It's very interesting. "Well, Mr. Trump, I'm all ears." It is said that an American businessman came to a small tribe in Africa. The mountains around the tribe are full of monkeys. Trump began to tell a story. Don't say it, this guy seems vulgar, but he tells stories vividly and interestingly. The American businessman said to the villagers, "Hey, I want to buy monkeys for $100 each." The villagers didn't know whether it was true or not, so they tried to catch monkeys, and the businessman really gave them $100. So everyone in the village went to catch monkeys, which was much more profitable than farming. Soon the businessman bought more than 2,000 monkeys, and there were very few monkeys on the mountain. The businessman then offered $0 each to buy monkeys. When the villagers saw that the price of monkeys had doubled, they went to catch them again. The businessman bought more again, but monkeys were already difficult to catch. The businessman offered $300 each to buy monkeys, but monkeys were almost impossible to catch. The businessman offered $500 each, and there were no monkeys on the mountain, and more than 3,000 monkeys were with the businessman. Trump said this, smiled mysteriously, and continued, #THISDAY. The businessman went back to the city for something, and his white assistant went to the tribe and told the farmers, "I will sell you monkeys for $300 each. When the businessman comes back, you can sell them to him for $500, and you will be rich." The villagers went crazy, smashed their pots and sold iron, and raised enough money to buy back more than 3,000 monkeys. The assistant left with the money, and the businessman never came back. The villagers waited for a long time, and they firmly believed that the businessman would come back to buy their monkeys for $500. Finally, some people couldn't wait any longer and said, "Damn it, monkeys also want to eat bananas, which costs money." So they put the monkeys back on the mountain, but the mountain was still full of monkeys. At this point, Trump suddenly burst into a heroic voice and said, "Do you understand, my friend? This is the legendary stock market. This is the legendary gold market. This is the legendary real estate." Trump's voice was so loud that the whole coffee shop was buzzing, and the customers who were talking in low voices looked over here again. However, Feiyang was already immersed in Trump's story and was not embarrassed at all. Instead, Ivanka coughed softly to remind her father to pay attention to his image. A man who looked like a waiter came over and said to Trump politely, "Excuse me, sir, please speak softly. A customer just complained that you disturbed them." "Damn it, bastard. Who complained?" Exclamation mark. "Who did I disturb?" Exclamation mark. "I speak so loudly to begin with. What's the matter? Is it that you don't allow people to talk in your coffee shop?" Trump argued. Feiyang, who had begun to admire him a little after hearing the story, lost all his admiration when he saw him like this. However, he still admired Trump's barbaric and rude demeanor. At least, not every tycoon is so genuine. Some are obviously extremely rude, but they pretend to be noble, which is disgusting. Okay, dear Trump, let's keep our voices down. How should I put it? After listening to your story, I suddenly have some interest in your proposal. Can you tell me how to cooperate specifically? Hearing that Feiyang was interested, Trump was happier than anything else. Okay, for your sake, let's keep our voices down. Trump glared at the waiter unceremoniously. The waiter bowed politely and left. Trump said to his daughter again, "Dear baby, why don't you go back first?" "Yes, dear Yi, and I have some important things to discuss, and you will be very bored." Ivanka knew what her father was thinking. She glanced at Feiyang intentionally or unintentionally, and then said to Trump, "Don't get too drunk, otherwise, I won't open the door for you. Don't worry, baby, I promise I won't go home drunk." Ivanka got up, carried her purse and left. Feiyang then realized that this girl had a great model figure. Oh, by the way, it seems that this girl was a world-class supermodel in her previous life. Hey, dear Yi, look at me. I finally got my baby daughter away. Come, I'll take you to see someone. Trump suddenly said mysteriously. Before Feiyang could figure out how to be happy, Trump had already raised his voice. "Pay the bill." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Financial Tycoon. Trump is definitely an expert in nightclubs. Apart from other things, his outfit is specially designed for nightclubs. However, Feiyang did not expect that he would bring him to such a magnificent nightclub. Yes, it is magnificent. In the United States, many bars or nightclubs are not too big. This seems to be related to the high commercial rent in the United States. In addition, the truly wealthy Americans do not like to have fun in nightclubs, which are classy places for navorish. They usually go to private clubs or more upscale high-end clubs. But obviously, this night Paris with a very vulgar name made Feiyang break this concept. At the entrance of the magnificent Paris night, Tepula brought Feiyang here with ease. Then he put his hands on his waist and said to the two tall white women in uniform with a smile, "Hi, dear beauties, my friend George has booked a room here. Can you take us in?" Obviously, the one called George had greeted them. When the two girls heard it, they immediately smiled and said, "Hello, you must be Mr. Trump. Dear George has told me that I will take you there as soon as you come. But your friend." The two girls looked at Feiyang suspiciously, especially seeing that he was a Chinese. Their expressions were a little hesitant. "Oh, it's okay, he is my friend. I will introduce him to George tonight," Trump said, taking out US dollars and stuffing them into the chests of the two girls respectively. "Haha, thank you, baby." After receiving the tip, the two girls burst into laughter and said nothing more. One of them waved and led Feiyang and the others straight inside. Soon, Trump and Feiyang were led by the lady to a private room. The private room was number 13, which made Feiyang a little unbelievable. You know, in the West, a very taboo number is 13, especially for those who are taboo about this number, so people try every means to avoid it in real life. For example, it is difficult to find the 13th building and the 13th house number in the United States, so they use 1 asterisk instead. There are number 13th rows and 13th seats in British theaters. There is usually an aisle between rows 12 and 14 in France. There is even number 13th seat on the plane, and there is number 13th floor on the floor or elevator. In addition, people are also taboo about traveling on the 13th, dining with 13 people at the same table, and serving 13 dishes. Why do Westerners taboo 13? There are many legends, among which 2 are the most common. First, it originated from Norse mythology. At the banquet held in heaven, 12 gods attended. Suddenly, an uninvited guest, the fierce god Rocky, broke in. The intrusion of this 13th guest caused the death of Bert, who was favored by the gods. Second, the legend is about the murder of Jesus. Before Jesus was killed, he had dinner with the Jews. The 13th person was Judas. He killed Jesus to the Jewish authorities for $30 silver. The date of the dinner happened to be the 13th. 13 brought suffering and misfortune to Jesus. From then on, 13 was considered a symbol of misfortune and a synonym for betrayal and murder. Leonardo da Vinci's famous painting The Last Supper made this legend more popular. Therefore, 13 became the most taboo number in the Western world. But it is obvious that the private room number 13 in front of him is very special, or the person in it is very special. For a while, Feiyang couldn't help but have a strong interest in this guy named George. Gently pushing open the door of the private room, Trump took the lead and Feiyang followed in, but when he saw the scene inside, he was stunned. It's nothing else, just caught off guard. Feiyang didn't expect this place to be so open. A white-haired silver hook-nosed man and a short fat black man sat on a sofa, and next to them, there was a naked girl sitting. Looking at the two men again, it seems that their attention is mainly on the two girls next to them. Feiyang roughly looked at the two girls, one black and one white, with many differences in appearance and other aspects, but there is a very similar common point. That is, the two pieces of meat on their chests are really spectacular, and basically not affected by gravity, standing proudly. From Feiyang's angle, or from any angle, only most of their big breasts can be seen, because there is another common point, that there is a big hand covering them. Trump, who walked in first, seemed to be very familiar with the people inside. When he saw each other, he immediately laughed, and then hugged the white-haired man with a hooked nose. "Oh man, you're finally here. Hello George." The two patted each other's shoulders affectionately, and then Trump turned to introduce Feiyang. "Hi, dear Yi, let me introduce you to this. This is the famous stock god in the American stock market. Oh no, it should be said that he is a well-known stock god in the world stock market, George Soros." When he was first introduced, Feiyang didn't take it seriously, thinking that this man was just a rich man like Trump, but he didn't expect that he was actually a financial tycoon, Soros. Feiyang didn't pay much attention to the stock market, but that didn't mean he didn't know Soros's name, especially 3 years ago, in 1997, when Soros brought the financial storm to Asia, which was simply a catastrophe of the century. When Soros attacked the Thai baht, the Thai foreign exchange market immediately became turbulent and uneasy. The Thai baht fell all the way, and the Thai government used $30 billion in foreign exchange reserves and $15 billion in international loans to try to turn the tide. But this mere $45 billion in funds was like a drop in the bucket compared to the countless international hot money, and it was of no help. The Soros hurricane soon swept through Indonesia, the Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia and other countries, and the currencies of various countries depreciated, leading to factory closures, bankruptcies, rising prices and other horrible scenes. The Soros hurricane that swept Southeast Asia wiped out hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth in one fell swoop, turning decades of economic growth in these countries into ashes. All Asians remembered this terrible day and this terrible man. People began to call him a financial tycoon. In the minds of some Asians, Soros was even a guy who was unforgivable and morally corrupt. But when such a financial tycoon wanted to snipe Hong Kong in 1998, he fell into a big trap. It can be said that Hong Kong has definitely successfully resisted this international speculator. At that time, the top leaders of the mainland also said that they would be a strong backing for Hong Kong. When Soros heard the news, his teacup trembled. As he expected, he who had never been defeated returned in defeat. Whether this George Soros is a good person or a bad person, a friend or an enemy, in Feiyang's view, this guy is a legendary figure. Since he is a legendary figure, of course he must get to know him well. So after Trump introduced him to Feiyang extended his hand politely and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Soros, I have heard of your name for a long time. Ha, you are a young and great director, right? I have seen the movies you made, they are very good." Soros seemed very enthusiastic, but behind this enthusiasm, Feiyang saw the condescending look. As for this, Trump then introduced the short and fat black man. He is Bolt, the most famous financial broker on Wall Street in the United States. Bolt. Feiyang was stunned. It was the same name as a certain African flying man in his previous life, but looking at this buffalo-like body, he would definitely not be able to fly. Feiyang didn't know that many African names are basically the same, either Bolt, Babalu, or Angola, Mozambique. After introducing each other, Soros, as the host, invited Trump and Feiyang to sit down, and then gestured to the girl who led them in, meaning to make arrangements for the two of them. "Hey, you didn't expect it. I will introduce George to you," Trump said proudly, biting a big cigar. Feiyang nodded. "It's a surprise." "I'm surprised too." Soros, who was also biting a big cigar, suddenly smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, you are from Hong Kong, right?" "Yes, I am." "Then I can say frankly that I don't like Hong Kong people. It's so embarrassing." He actually said such a thing in front of people. Trump, who was still smiling just now, changed his face slightly. Just as he was about to speak to resolve the situation, Feiyang smiled calmly and said to Soros, "That's because you lost to Hong Kong, right?" Boom. Full of gunpowder. For the first time, Trump felt that introducing Feiyang to Soros might be a big mistake. Soros didn't expect Feiyang to be tit for tat and directly hit his pain point. Soros, who has always been arrogant, full of confidence, and invincible in the financial battlefield, has always regarded the failure of the Hong Kong sniper as the greatest shame in his life. "No, I didn't lose the sniper attack on Hong Kong. Yes, I didn't lose." His voice was a little roaring, like a faintly angry lion, and the ash of the cigar fell because of his trembling. "It's you Hong Kong people who don't follow the rules of the financial game. I was about to capture it, but as a financial and independent trade zone in the Far East, the Hong Kong government did not abide by the principle of financial independence and non-interference, and used its own financial reserves to save the market. So I didn't lose to you, I just lost to a shameful opponent who didn't follow the rules." "No, you did lose. You lost to us Hong Kong people who united as one, and worked together to resist financial aggression," Feiyang said in a sonorous voice. "So, no matter what you say, you can't avoid this fact." "What did you say? What are you talking about?" Soros stared at Feiyang. Feiyang would not be intimidated by him. "I'm telling the facts. At that time, our entire Hong Kong was united in facing the outside world. For the sake of Hong Kong's finance and Hong Kong's future, do you know how much effort we have made? Donating money, goods, gold, even some old ladies donated their jewelry. In the face of such a trend, let alone Soros, even if there are 10 of them, the end result is only a loss." Feiyang spoke fiercely, not giving the financial tycoon any face. Trump was stunned, and so was Bolt. Soros opened his mouth wide, and the cigar in his mouth almost fell off. "This Chinese is too bold." In an instant, the whole private room was silent. There was an indescribable atmosphere. To be continued, chapter 225. Neither humble nor arrogant. Feiyang spoke fiercely, not giving the financial tycoon Soros any face. Trump was at a loss, and loosened his tie. He was about to break the silence. It would be best if he could take China out again, so that he and Soros would not start arguing again. Feiyang did not wait for Trump to speak, and said first, "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Soros, but tonight doesn't look like a pleasant night, so I think I'd better leave first." After saying that, he turned around and left. Suddenly, pa. Applause rang out. The person who clapped was actually George Soros. "Please stay, dear Yi," Soros said. "I apologize to you for what happened just now." Feiyang stopped. There are not many people in the whole United States who can make such a famous financial tycoon say sorry. "I admire your courage and eloquence, and of course, I admire your character even more," Soros said with a smile. "Please forgive me for testing you." "There is no way. Trump always likes to introduce me to some useless guys, and I don't want to waste too much time." "Well, sit down quickly. From now on, let's get to know each other again." "Oh god, are you kidding? It almost made me crazy. George, you are so bad." Trump wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and laughed, then pulled Feiyang and said, "Please sit down quickly. It was all a misunderstanding just now." "Yes, George has said it was a misunderstanding." Feiyang was not the kind of person who would not let go of others, even if he was right, not to mention that the other party had already apologized, so he sat down under Trump's persuasion. Just at this time, a charming white young woman led several beauties of various skin colors through the door. "Hey, George, I brought the person here. Let's show it to your friends," the white young woman said with a smile. "Dear Yi, pick one, as my apology gift to you." "Trump, you pick one too." "Well, I won't tell your baby daughter," Soros said with a smile, while biting a cigar. Those beauties lined up in front of Yi Feiyang and Trump, all wearing windbreakers. After standing still, the white young woman said, "Hey, darlings, come and say hello to these two gentlemen." The beauties of various skin colors pulled the belts around their waists, spread their hands to the sides, and the windbreakers were empty. For a moment, the whole private room was full of beauty. Yi Feiyang then discovered that the hair on the bottoms of these girls was deliberately shaved, and even the most private areas could be seen clearly. "Here, isn't it great?" Trump smiled. "There are all kinds of skin colors, European, Asian, African, Indian and Brazilian. Yi, just pick one, it's okay. Many Hollywood stars like to play here, it's safe, and they won't be caught by those damn media." Yi Feiyang knew that this was just a show, and American tycoons liked this kind of tune, so he followed the local customs. He didn't want to be picky. Anyway, he wasn't here to play, so he pointed to a petite Asian girl. "This one." The Asian girl smiled at Yi Feiyang and walked towards him. At the same time, Trump picked a wheat-colored Brazilian girl. The girl's body and waist were very sexy. It seemed that this guy had a strong taste. After selecting the people, the rest of the girls followed the white young woman and turned and walked out. The Asian girl walked over to Yi Feiyang, took off her windbreaker, hung it on the hanger beside the sofa, and then sat down beside him, saying in a low voice, "Thank you, sir." Yi Feiyang nodded and asked, "Korean?" "Yes," the girl said in a very soft voice. Yi Feiyang nodded again. In fact, after being in the United States for so long, Yi Feiyang could almost tell Koreans, Japanese, and people from other Asian countries at a glance. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be merging, Soros raised his glass and said, "Come on, dear Yi, it's the first time we drink, let's have a drink." Yi Feiyang raised his glass, clinked it with him, and drank it down. After drinking, Soros laughed and said, "In fact, my dear Yi, when Trump said he wanted to introduce you to me, I was very interested in you. You have only been in the United States for 2 or 3 years, and you started from scratch and became a young movie tycoon. This can only be said to be a miracle. I'm in the stock business, and what I believe most is miracles. Just like I like the number 13, I dare to touch or play with things that others dare not touch. Because I know that the greatest capital for acquiring wealth is not whether you have money, but whether you have courage. I like courageous people, adventurous people, and you happen to be such a person. So when Trump said he wanted to introduce you to me, I didn't refuse. Now, it depends on whether you are willing to make friends with me." Soros looked at Yi Feiyang and said. Yi Feiyang took a sip of wine. "I don't know what you like about me that makes me your friend. I told you that I think you're interesting, and I like being with interesting people. It's not just that, is it? It seems that we really can't beat around the bush when talking to you." "How did I put it?" "Trump told me some of your predictions, such as you're saying that the future financial focus will be towards Asia, and some very unique financial views. It just so happens that my inference is the same as yours, so I'm very curious, how can a person who is not in the financial field, a Hollywood director, see the future trends so clearly?" After listening to Soros' words, Yi Feiyang realized that this was the problem. Trump must be eager to make a comeback, but if he wants to turn things around as quickly as possible, real estate is obviously too slow, so he turned his attention to the financial stock market. In terms of the financial stock market, who is the big winner? Needless to say, it is the financial tycoon Soros. So Trump used his connections to get in touch with Soros. In order to show that he was not here to make money, he sold some future financial trends that he had learned from his previous conversations with Yi Feiyang. Who would have thought that those were Yi Feiyang's insightful summaries of the past financial world? Most people might not understand or accept them, but for Soros, they were very important information. Soros was not a fool. In his opinion, a real estate upstart like Trump would never say such insightful words. Therefore, after some questioning, he brought Yi Feiyang out. Facing Saurus's question, Yi Feiyang certainly would not claim that he was a prophet and said with a smile, "Those are just my casual remarks, don't take them seriously. Just casual remarks." Saurus didn't believe it and laughed. "What a casual remark. Yi, I think you are not only interesting, but also mysterious." After laughing, Saurus said again, "Okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about serious things. My hedge fund currently needs financing. I wonder if you are interested?" Hearing this, Trump couldn't wait to say, "Of course I'm interested. Yes, very interested. I'm willing to join. What about you, Yi?" Saurus looked at Yi Feiyang with interest. Yi Feiyang smiled. "Hedge funds are world famous. If they need financing, they just need to beg their fingers. I don't know why they look down on us little people. It's very simple." Saurus waved his hand. "First, I need cash. Second, I need you to not understand finance. Third, I need you to be brave enough. With cash, I can immediately increase the attack power of my fund. If you don't understand finance, you won't be pointing fingers at me. Only if you are brave enough will you trust me and make a fortune together." As expected of Saurus, as expected of a financial tycoon, his words were full of vigor and made people admire him. Moreover, in the United States, Saurus is like the god of wealth. Many people hope to be promoted and work together in the financial field, just like Trump, who is eager. In Saurus's view, as long as he opens his mouth, no one can refuse this kind of money temptation. With his help, he can sweep the financial market and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Why not? Exclamation mark. Therefore, Saurus crossed his legs, lit his cigar, and stared at Yi Feiyang with his hooked nose slightly raised, as if he had won him over. "Show your attitude, kid, you won't refuse me." Yi Feiyang shrugged under Saurus's gaze and said indifferently, "Sorry, I refuse." "What, you refuse?" Saurus was stunned. Trump and the Agent Bolt were also stunned. There are such people in the world who don't buy into Saurus's tricks. "Dear Yi, did I hear you clearly? You said you refuse." Saurus, who always thought he had missed everything, asked unconfidently. "Yes, you heard it right. The reason I rejected your proposal is that I'm a filmmaker. I only know how to make movies and don't understand finance." After saying this, Yi Feiyang looked at Trump and said, "As for real estate, it is an industry after all. I'm willing to cooperate with you." Yi Feiyang's words made Saurus lose face. What does it mean? Rejecting his kindness, but doing real estate with this real estate guy? Isn't this a slap in the face? Exclamation mark. Trump also realized this and said unnaturally, "Ahem, Yi, you'd better think about it carefully. We are not in a hurry to cooperate. As for you and George." Yi Feiyang shook his head to stop him from continuing. You see, the two of us were busy chatting, but we ignored the beauties around us. The three of them were playing dice with great interest. Only then did the others realize that the three girls around the three of them actually got together to play dice. It was probably because they were bored sitting next to them. Saurus was a great man after all, and his face turned better instantly. "That's right. Come on, let's join in. Haha, whoever loses will drink up this bottle of whiskey." That night, the one who drank up a bottle of whiskey was not Yi Feiyang, not Saurus, nor Bolt who was watching the fun, but Donald Trump who was caught in the middle. In his opinion, the play he arranged tonight was really terrible, and the best ending for him was to get drunk. So he got drunk. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.